Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida, about the 2-hour intersection of everywhere else in Florida. This is the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company, as always, this morning. A little bit of a different look and feel to the start of our show this morning as we work through our normal technical situations, spread to the winds across the United States. But here in Sebring, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, and joined this morning by the usual cast and crew, Joseph Mudra. Good morning, Joseph.
Hi.
By Scott Michaels. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning.
And by a special guest commentator this morning, Dorsey Schrader, standing next to me here at Start Finish at Sebring.
And hello to everyone out there and all the workers and all of the people that are here at Sebring. One of my home type tracks. I love it here.
Yeah, it's nice to be back at Sebring. We were here for the very first 24 hours of Sebring last October, and we're back to the normal 8-and-8 format for the World Racing League in 2021. This is, of course, the East Region Championship as well, the end of a 7-race tour throughout the East Coast of the United States. So we've got championships to award this weekend. We've got the normal 8-hour fun and frivolity for today and for tomorrow. And we've got spectators for the first time in the World Racing League as well, which is super exciting. Really, really nice to have everybody trackside. There's actually a lot more campers and people kind of settled in for the weekend here than I thought we'd get, which is really, really exciting.
Well, they were tooling around yesterday. I was watching on the infield, and it was limited access yesterday. They could only stay on this side. They couldn't come to the paddock. Today, they've opened that restriction up, and people can now start browsing around. I think we'll see a lot more than we did yesterday.
Yeah, I think so. And, I know we've got Cars and Caffeine down in the midway here from Hagerty Motorsports, or at least some Hagerty presentation with us this morning, which is exciting. And when we get things going here, it'll be all eyes on track for a full grid of nearly 70 cars across 5 classes. Of course, we've got our unlimited classes, the GTO and the GTU classes, all defined by power to weight, otherwise open modifications for those cars. And it's a really healthy mix at the front of GT4 machinery, some home-built machinery, really powerful cars, 9-to-1 power to weight. And even with the 200 treadwear DOT tires we've got, Dorsey, they're still awfully quick around here.
Well, I'll tell you, it adds to the complexity to have a multi-class, multi-function type of field here. You don't know what you've got until they go out there, and then you'll see. It looks like it's really, really cloudy here today. We woke up to a really dense fog, very, very moist racetrack conditions, and it's lifting now, but we'll have a beautiful day when it's all said and done.
I think so. Look, any day that cars are on a racetrack going around at speed is a good day. I was going to say even in Central Florida, but I guess I shouldn't drop that. But anyway, the general production classes as well, GP 1, 2, and 3, making up the second half of the field. And these are much closer to what you might find in like an SCCA club race, right? Your Miatas, your MX-5s, Porsche Boxsters aplenty down throughout the production classes. And they put on their own good battles in their own right as well.
Ultra competitive class.
Yeah.
All of those classes in general production run right together. I mean, it's not unusual to get 12, 14 cars in the same second. And they stage a war, not more than a battle.
No, how about it? GP1 especially, I've got real keen eyes on today. Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing, they always put on a good show. Big mission there with 2 cars as well. It's going to be really exciting right the way through the weekend in GP1. Cars rolling off from the grid down on the pit lane there. It's the 401 from round 3 racing next to the old-fashioned Motorsports Ginetta G55. Not a car I expected to see at the front of the grid, but they put in a really, really good time yesterday down in the 219s to go alongside that BMW M4. And a whole host of about 70 more cars to follow them. Dorsey, like you said, this kind of an extra home for you, and I know we've got a bunch of sim racing experience around here as well from our other cast and crew, but you've got more than a few laps here.
Oh my God.
Why don't you show us around or talk us around Sebring a little bit?
Well, you're looking at him coming out of pit lane right there, and it enters into turn 1, which is one of the fastest corners and blind on this racetrack. So this is the blend line as you come onto the racetrack. Like I say, it's completely blind on entry. But if you look at that pit wall that they're coming out of that car right there, if you turn in for turn 1 from that ending of that pit wall, that's a perfect spot to turn for the corner. Now, further around the corner, and we'll see it later, up on the fence, normally you see the brake markers are 3, 2, 1. Well, down here in turn 1, it's 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And I've never seen a 0 before, but it was strategically placed there by one of the Skip Barber guys because that is the apex.
Gotcha.
And you can see that as you enter the corner because it's the very top of the fence. And so at the top of the fence, you see the 0, you aim for that even though you can't see around the corner. If you get to that, you can stay full throttle from that point on. And it will send you back off onto the next part, which is a paved part versus this concrete.
Sure.
Turn 2. You know, there's not much to turn 2. It's just a bend. You know, it leads up into a good brake zone for the S's. And I really like, that's a very technical part of the racetrack, and it's very important because you wind through the S's and goes into like a carousel corner, turn 5, and that leads onto the back straightaway. So the speed that you can acquire in that section will lead you onto the straightaway, and whoever gets to the full throttle first will win the war down to the safety pin, we call it now. It used to be the hairpin.
Yep.
Back in the day, you'd go down there to the hairpin, and if something went wrong, it went big wrong. You know, 'cause, like if your brakes didn't work or something broke, you were just, where am I going to crash?
Sure.
You're going to crash.
You just end up on the road,
So they
do a lap and come back around.
Yeah, so now what they did was they made the corner earlier up the straightaway, so we call it the safety pin. If you lost your brakes now, you could go down to the old hairpin and still continue on, and that's legal. You know, it'd be a longer course around, you couldn't do it at speed, and you couldn't improve your position,
Sure.
but you could save your race car. And so from that point, you go up into used to be the S's that were, you could do them flat out, but it took a lot of skill and bravery.
Sure.
Now it's pretty easy flat out. It's basically a 90 right followed by 90 left in the straightaway, which leads you to turn 10, which is a 90 right, and it would seem to be an easy enough corner, except it's off camber with sand on the outside. And so if you get in there too deep and you lock your tires up and brakes up and you go into that sand pit, you're probably going to be needing help to get out.
Sure.
You know? And from there, you know, you go up to the back part of the course. It used to be called things like the water tower turn, which is actually turn 11. But there's no water tower because it sprung a leak years ago and they had to take it down before it flooded the whole place. It used to be a TWA Constellation triple tail wing airplane on display over there. There used to be a lot of airplanes that were left here at Sebring by drug runners who just abandoned the planes.
None of those in racing, of course.
No. But they landed here frequently.
Weird.
DC-3s and DC-4s. When I first came out here, there was a whole horde of them on the end of the runway down there. You know, speaking, you asked me about the old 5-mile track. That was one of the differences. That when you got up to where turn 11 is now, you went straight for about another quarter mile, which puts you way out in the industrial park now. And then you'd have to wind your way back around. Anyway, you know, you go through these corners, turn 12 and 11 are really high speed. They're the same original runway as we've always used. And then they then go into turn, and then S's, I would say, like 12, 13, 14 is a winding area of the racetrack.
Sure,
We don't have visual of it yet, but that's kind of where they're going right now on screen anyway. There was a lot of history here, obviously, at this racetrack. It's been running for many, many, many years. It is this asphalt, or this concrete that they're on, was from World War II. This was a B-17 bomber training base. And all of that concrete runway there is like 3 feet thick into the ground.
Sure.
And it's not been paved since, so you got to check your molars.
It will last forever. That pavement will last forever.
It's not going anywhere. Never has yet. Anyway, the hardest turn in racing, as far as I'm concerned, is turn 17, which is the corner that leads you onto pit lane, or on the pit straightaway, I should say. And it's a basic 180, very high speed on entry. It's extremely rough, undulated surface, so braking's an issue. Keeping the car on the ground through that area is an issue. It's blind all the way around till you come onto the pit straightaway. We probably wrecked more cars in turn 17 than anywhere else, but once again, the exit speed off 17 is going to carry you down the pit straightaway And so everybody works real hard to get that part right. And these guys are getting right about we'll start finishing right. Racetrack, a lot of fun to drive on. It's one of my favorites. There's pretty decent runoff room. If you get in trouble, you don't end up hitting anything usually. As long as you lock the car down and brake and get it stopped, there's a lot of runoff to the outside. And that is not afforded at most racetracks anymore. This is a fun one for sure. And these guys are going to do 8 hours today. And I always like to say that, you get the green flag at 9 o'clock, which you're about to do here shortly. And the reason you get the green flag at 9 o'clock is because it's on the schedule that way. The real green flag comes out 7.5 hours later. Yeah. Because everything that happens between now and 7.5 hours from now doesn't make any difference. It just takes the cars away, some of them.
For sure.
And then that other green flag at the last half hour is the one that'll win the race. You can't win it till then.
I will say this, and Scott, you could speak to this from a competition perspective. There are still classic endurance racing elements to what we do here in the World Racing League, right? And at a track like Sebring, where, like Dorsey said, you're weeding cars out with mechanical issues with how punishing this track is, especially for, cars prepped by semi-professional teams. We actually may see a couple of gaps throughout the middle part of this race that are going to set us up for, what the end of this race is going to look like.
And I tell guys all the time that the first 7 hours of the 8-hour race, you should be enjoying yourself, having fun driving a race car on a beautiful track in Florida, enjoying the sunshine and the fans, and enjoy the fans. Don't get into big wars in the first 7 hours. Yeah. You gotta be there at the end to win this, no matter what kind of car you have. And it is amazing that these type of cars can do this, do 8 hours. I remember when I was running Firehawk with Terry Earwood and some real captains, Stephen E., Steve DeBreck. We could get only about 2.5 hours out of brakes. And so, that means that half race, you're going to have to do a brake pad change, brake rotor change, or as Paul Rossi, our team owner, would do, he would just take a hammer and hammer the brake line shut, and you'd have just rear brakes now for the next half of the race. But a lot of tricks in these cars, and I stayed out here in my motorhome, the short bus, last night, and they were working till about 3 in the morning. I heard a new engine crank up at 3 a.m. Run for a while.
Yeah, I saw GTR 99, the blue BMW M4, down at Tech first thing this morning, and I wonder if maybe they were complicit in the noise you heard at 3 o'clock this morning.
It's not unusual.
We actually ride on board right now with the GTR 99. Our trackside, as usual, having a bit of a day here. Sebring is a tough old place to get some reception, but as the cars out our window approach the start-finish line, I can tell you that we are green from Sebring International Raceway. The trackside will catch up here momentarily, but down the front straightaway goes the field of 35 cars in GTO and in GTU. Oh, and a slow car already down the front straightaway. It's the 9.4 Motorsports Sebaco NP01.
Electrical problems, it sounds like on that one. It's got something going on. It's trying to lay down on course.
Yep, and on board with GTR, well, we've got one on board with GTR 99. Otherwise, the field on the cameras now heads down the front straightaway, and it's going to be round 3 racing and old-fashioned motorsports into turn number 1, 2x2 all the way behind them, and then some. A couple of 3 wide through the mid-pack, and as they exit turn number 1 and head down into turn number 3, wait for the cameras to sync up here, GP 1, 2, and 3 take their start down the front straightaway. Hop on board with GTR number 99 BMW M4. Looks like they've slotted into about position 4 here, just in behind the Chill Out Motorsports MX-5. That's the car with an LS engine in the front of it. For more power and more speed. Of course, it looks like our lead has changed hands. The round 3 racing BMW M4 slots into second, I believe, down in behind the number 505 from Old Fashioned Motorsports, as we now get the green flag for the general production cars. Moorhead Speedworks is going to concede the lead to the number 44 from PC Racing, and I can tell you now, out the window, it stayed that way through the first part of the lap. So all change at the top of GP1, with just to the left of your screen there, we had it for a second there, the 9.4 GTU Sebring NP01 has not made it into the braking zone for turn 1. It's parked just at pit out, and now race control's got a decision to make as to how they're going to handle the recovery of that car.
Now, it is in the pit lane, so they haven't pulled it off the surface.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's in a safe area more than likely, and Stevie D won't have to go to a full course caution. He'll just probably deal with that car as an individual basis, and we'll continue racing. Right now, going down the long back straightaway, approaching the entry to turn 17, the one I was talking about before. Watch this corner, how long it is. This is the first half of it. Now you go under the bridge, you start to be able to see the front straightaway. Now you can see the front straightaway as you go pretty soon right by start-finish line.
I thought a production car like this was going to be able to handle the bumps pretty smoothly. It didn't look that smooth through turn 17, Dorsey.
No, it'll pull the right, depending on where the line is that they take. Watch this zero on the wall here. It's right there. Good apex. The bumps down there will get the front end up off the ground, and then you lose, of course, your ability to steer. It pushes the car out wide. It's a really tricky corner because every time you take it, it's a little different than the last. It's almost like running on dirt, it keeps changing down there.
not quite building up a cushion, but yeah, it's exactly right.
You see these guys drafting off one another. This brake zone has got a lot of bumps in it. You have to really watch it. You can brake hard initially, but you got to back off that brake pedal. Otherwise, you risk locking up, and these guys are risking having contact if they continue with that.
Well, that's just it, Dorsey. If you lock the brakes on the way into one of those corners, even if you're a couple inches out of position as you approach the apex, there's a good chance, especially in the early part of this race, there's somebody off to your left-hand side. Yeah. Right? So going too wide through there, you've got to be really, really careful that you don't do exactly what you just said and lock the brake on the way in.
I mean, when you got cars on either side of you, which we'll see a lot at this racetrack, and you go into a brake zone that is really, really bumpy, you can't keep the car in your own lane sometimes. I mean, it wants to jump to the right, jump to the left, and if you don't have enough room on either side given you by the people that you're racing with, then you run the risk, of making car contact. This series is a no contact series. So if contact is made, you're going to get an immediate penalty, if not exclusion from the event.
That's in your hands this weekend, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Stewart.
So I was hoping that
147 Moorhead is smoking going through the 345 complex.
Oh my goodness. That is... now, I wasn't with you guys for VIR, but that car did not finish the Sunday race, as I recall.
This is awfully hard on a car to do. When you think about this, 8 hours to...
Sorry, we're just watching the I think it's the Candelaria car in the bottom right-hand corner of our monitor screen here. A huge send into 17, very nearly into the back of the Kingpin car. Everybody's come out unscathed, but Sebring coming a little bit off guard there.
Yeah, you have to leave more room than you normally would for the bumps here, because if you're on a flat surface, you can brake at 100%, you can turn it 100%. But on a really bumpy surface, you probably need to hold back to 75%, because you can't predict what the car's going to do. That's a good pop out for brake zone here.
So back in the day, Dorsey, not to throw it to back in the day, but so a modern endurance race here, let's say the Sebring 12 hours, you can run basically 100%.
Nowadays.
Even at a place like Sebring.
Yeah.
Let's take it back to even the end of your era of prototypes, right? Back in the Dyson, the Riley and Scott days, the WSC era. What sort of percentage were you guys running the 12-hour at to get the car to last?
Those cars could still run the whole thing at 100%.
Oh, wow.
They were good enough, but if you step back a little from that, the brakes wouldn't hold up, the tires wouldn't hold up, gearboxes were always an issue here, and still are. I mean, axles and gearboxes and clutches and input shafts all break here. That's why everybody tests here. Everybody's been testing the Indy cars test here, the new IMSA cars test here, because if it can be broke, it'll be broken here.
Yeah, so I learned this about 3 years ago. The reason Indy cars test here, they use it as a test bed for street circuits.
Yeah, and their first race of the year is St. Pete.
Sure.
So, I mean, it's absolutely right down the road, and it's a lot of that test track on the other side there is identical corners. They're 90-degree corners with pavement change, with all the things that you're going to deal with when you go to St. Pete. It's a really good test track, and you don't pay the penalty of hitting the concrete wall like you will at St. Pete.
Yeah, for sure. You get the weather too, right? I mean, that time of year, you're starting to heat up a little bit. The humidity really starts to settle back in, and you got to test all those components in race trim or in a race type setting. In the heat of the day, at high noon, this is the right place to do it.
Even now, these last couple of days, it's been 86.
Yeah.
And sunny, very sunny. So, that's a good test bed for, engine cooling, brake cooling, all that sort of thing. This is actually a really nice place to test from that standpoint that if something does break, you learn from it. And, if you do make a mistake or if there's a failure, that you're not going to hit a concrete wall head on like you do in a street circuit.
Yep. It is still a little bit unforgiving here, especially mechanically speaking. The harder you're pushing here, the more stress you're putting into these cars. At the moment, though, everything going fairly well for all except, I believe, the number 5 AOA Racing Corvette C7, which, Joseph, you picked it out as the Moorhead car. I'm wondering if maybe we had mistaken it for the... Oh, okay.
You cannot mistake... you cannot mistake the Moorhead BMW for the AOA Corvette.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could, but our resolution's a little better than that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. A little bit of orange to both. Good ride on here with on board the 609. JT, if we can pick that up alongside the Kingpin car. And again, very nearly contact between those two cars. And yeah, there we go. Now we're on board. Again, it almost had contact down at turn 17 a little bit ago, Dorsey. And there again, we saw it turn number 7 right up onto the back of the Kingpin 280 car.
Crew chief can't see that because he can't see our television at this point in time, but I would be having a word on the driver. We're 10 minutes into an 8-hour race, and he's risking being parked for the rest of the race if he makes contact. So why put yourself in that position? It doesn't make any sense. So what? He gets one position up on a car. Let's see where he is in 7.5 hours. My bet is that car won't be here.
So let's talk a little bit about the contact rules and the approach to racing in WRL. You had mentioned to me earlier, still the competition director for HSR.
Yeah.
Right? Which, while the cars themselves are varied and exciting to see around track, it is a similar mentality, I assume, right? Let's preserve the cars. Let's not do anything silly. No contact.
I mean, all the vintage community runs through an organization called Vintage Motorsports Council. Every accident of any nature gets reported to them.
Okay.
And then I can database everybody's, wrecks.
Sure.
I can see if somebody's been put on probation, or if somebody's been expelled, or if they crashed, car-to-car contact. You can look up anybody and find all that database, and they provide the insurance for the vintage contests. And there's a lot of those. We get huge fields of cars, sometimes 400 or 500, like at Elkhart Lake.
Sure.
And so that's there's a lot going on. No contact whatsoever. No excuses. You're not supposed to metal to metal. It's a no-no. What kind of makes things different is when there's a mechanical issue which leads to a crash.
Okay.
If somebody's spindle breaks and the wheel and rotor take off and he takes another guy into the fence with him, well,
not much you can do.
Nah, sure.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is endurance racing as well, right? So you do have the opportunity for similar kinds of things to happen.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's a very practical approach to racing, right? There's no, we're not going to penalize you for the sake of penalizing you. And accidents do happen because this is still motorsports, right?
Yeah, I mean, the second race winner a couple weeks back in Ozark International Speedway was a BMW, and it broke a left front spindle. Okay. And the left brake rotor and caliper and wheel, tire took off, and they repaired that, got it all put back together, and won the race next day. So, I mean, never
we got another big smoker in the 44, which is going to be PC Racing, challenging Moorhead for that GP1 East Championship.
Yeah, are we just going to cycle through the GP1 class leaders and have them all smoke for a couple laps at a time?
It's not looking great.
Yeah, no. No, they do sit third at the moment in GP1. Now, depending on your perspective here. The good news is that Moorhead has not completed more than the first lap, right? And that is significant. As we mentioned, this is the East Region Championship, so finishes and non-scores are going to matter. And we'll get to the details of that throughout the rest of the weekend, but we've got to keep an eye on some of this stuff, right? JTR up in GTO is going to be one of those competitors that's going to need points today. Thunder Bunny 421, the Porsche Cayman leads the East Region GTO Championship. They're going to want points today as well, although they've got a little bit of wiggle room with drop scores, just based on their consistency over the course of the season. So we'll want to keep an eye on that, but like I said, we'll get to the details throughout the rest of this this race weekend.
Yeah, that 44 is a little bit of a long shot for the championship, so it really cannot afford to have a mechanical like this. If it takes them out of the running for the win, it's going to be tough for them to hold a candle in either the East or the National Championships.
It's on board riding along. You can see how rough this racetrack is. These two Porsches are the one out front bouncing along. It's not a cushy ride around the seat.
No, I bet.
But you can see where they have kind of blacktopped a few of the places. Does that make a noticeable difference, or is that just to keep the track from falling apart there?
Well, no, actually it does make a difference. It makes a big grip difference, and if it should get rainy, that makes a really big difference when you go from this old concrete onto the newer paved areas. You know, the traction level changes probably 40%. And you see almost on the entry to every corner it's been paved. Like right here, that's all new asphalt. Of course, this is an older section.
He's at least the third or fourth time that's happened.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, I mean, this is in 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the beginning of the 8-hour race, and he keeps putting himself in a position where if it goes wrong, he'll be up on this third floor.
Yeah, I think there's some frustration building here, and you've definitely got to temper that because traffic is going to be, as it is in every WRL race, the name of the game through the next 7+ hours. But I do think he's probably been held up here a little bit, both in raw pace on an open track and in traffic, just trying to pick their way through some of these production cars.
As you get older and wiser, you might look at this different. Instead of being a race against that car, this is a race against the clock. He can't win this race for another 7 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So he keeps putting himself in a position of you know, not certain doom, but possible doom. Right now, he should be, you know, smelling the roses. Just sitting back here. I don't mind aggravating the guy, but he's running a little too close. You know, if you race the clock, you know, you just need to stay on the same lap for 7 hours, you know.
And you were talking about the bumps and how, you know, there's no real quarter given in race control for you hit a bump and you hit the guy. You shouldn't have been that close in the first place.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be there. If he can see him, that's all you need. You know there's going to be a caution sometimes in the next 7 hours.
Yeah.
You know, that'll take whatever advantage anybody has away as long as you're on the lead lap.
Right.
So, I mean, the real green flag is at the half-hour to go mark, because now you got to go to work. But up till that point, you know, I'd be just like enjoying the scene, like sitting like I am right now. Sitting back here like, all right, this is entertaining. I don't need to be part of it, but it's entertaining.
It is. And you know what? Like, we talk about this on a pretty regular basis. It's very, very easy to get into the professional races, right? You've got all the pomp and circumstances around it. You've got the awesome cars, professional drivers, the fans trackside. It's really easy to get sucked in.
Oh, yeah.
We do this 10, 12 times a year for WRL, and when we sink ourselves into it, it turns out it's exactly the same thing. It's still an endurance race, right? You still have all the on-track product, the strategy, the mechanical, features throughout the day, cars breaking down, coming back, time lost, time gained. It's still a race.
And another faction of that whole picture is that no matter what you're doing with the car right now, at some point you're going to turn it over to another driver. Now, driver parities, you know, you got to know each other pretty well. If I'm faster than you are, I might not be the guy that wants to start the race.
Yeah.
You might save me to the end. A guy that saves the brakes, saves the tires, keeps the car under him, let him start the race, you know.
Sure.
So he gives me something I can win. A red flag out for something.
Red flag, yeah. Very suddenly there.
And that's never good.
No. Now, we've seen red
flags.
flags.
It's an impact at turn 14.
Okay. That'll be down here.
Oh, there you see it. I think it's actually for somebody's maybe picked up a little bit of a fire coming off of that.
Yeah, so just for we right on board here, the onboards are on a bit of a delay just based on how they're provided to us here on DriversEye Live. So they're not running through a red flag. They're just waiting for the stream, or we're just waiting for the streams to catch up here. WRL is not shy about red flags. If there is a potential safety issue that needs to be addressed, this is the right way to handle it. I know, Dorsey, you've been an SCCA guy forever and a day, and this is a standard option.
Yes, and red flag is different with different sanctioning bodies.
Mm-hmm.
In this sanctioning body, what you're supposed to do is what's been done. Make sure nobody's around you, slow down, pull off the racetrack, and stop.
Yep.
Now, anything that goes out, the emergency vehicles that will go out, have precedent over everything. Turn 14, where this incident happened, is extremely high speed through there. So it won't be a small deal, and it would be certainly, there it is right there.
Oh, there is a fire out there, guys, for sure. We can see the smoke out the window up to our north and east from where we sit here. Now,
on the onboards, it looked like someone had gone off to drivers right there, and you can actually see that white smoke, probably extinguishing going out.
That's exactly what that is, Joseph, for sure. Yeah. So I think they've got there, and they're addressing this, in the right way. Now, they are sending all of the vehicles at speed to that location. Now, that includes a wrecker, that includes a forklift. I think somebody's been in the tires there.
Well, one thing they can do under a red flag where they stop the cars on course like this is Stevie D up in the tower can send emergency equipment counter race.
Yeah.
So they can turn it around, and that's the reason for doing this. Whoever is closest to that incident will be dispatched no matter what side they're on. If it went to counter race, that's part of the deal. We're trying to get to, when you go red flag, he's up there saving somebody.
Yeah.
He's getting things to where it needs to go, and taking care of the situation when he gets there.
Yeah, like I said, WRL is not shy about using red flags in an appropriate way, and we saw one last year, as a matter of fact. One of the cars blew an engine down at turn 10, put oil all over the braking zone, right? And you end up with 4 or 5 cars out, headed off towards the tire wall in the runoff. The right way to deal with that is, rather than to expect everybody to see it or maybe not see it, just throw the red flag. Get everybody stopped, get everybody safe. If there's a fire or anything like that, get it dealt with, and make sure that you're not causing teams to spend money unnecessarily from damage or putting anybody at risk in a situation like that.
So you think we're 22 minutes past the green flag. All this jostling and racing everybody's been doing out there in all these classes goes away right now with one red flag.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to a restart with the same order. So, you put your car at risk, didn't need to.
Yeah.
And this is going to go on for 8 hours.
Yep.
So this is not going to be the only incident in 8 hours. All you got to do is ride along, tell your guys back in the pit lane what's the car like. Everything's good, or everything's not good,
Yep, wait, next guy up, right? Do your stint, next guy in the car, reset, and do it again.
It's hard to calm a driver down to that level. After you've done it long enough, my heartbeat would go down. It would be racing at the up on the grid there, and the green flag would be going like 150 beats a minute. And then, green flag comes out 2 laps later, I'm sitting there idling at, 62.
You're not the kind of guy to take a nap on the grid or in the garage. Okay.
Yeah, that's an adrenaline thing. When you get the adrenaline up on the grid and you're really all hyped up, you're trying to relax yourself.
Yeah.
And you can relax yourself to sleep. I'd have some guy tap on my helmet. Hey, we're gonna go again. Okay. I was looking.
Kind of our posture at the moment, and like you mentioned, you get yourself up to get in the car, right? You get the adrenaline flowing, your heart beats up, you're ready to go, and you're in, especially in GTO, right? You're in a field of 30 plus cars. You're going to be racing against somebody for this first stanza of the race, and now 25 minutes in, all stop.
Yeah, at the beginning of every start or restart is the best opportunity to get advantage taken. On the restart, you can make some passes on that first lap, and do so because everybody's still bunched up.
Yeah.
But once it kind of, accordions out, so to speak, then you just relax.
Yeah.
Calm yourself down. I tell guys, I said, you ever fog your visor up? Yeah. I said, you're not breathing. And that's what happens is that you get all ramped up and you're full of adrenaline, and you'll take a deep breath and hold it for like half a lap. And then all of a sudden you go, and I tell guys, new guys, breathe.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, just breathe. Control your breathing, control your state of emotion, and enjoy it. Because don't enjoy that last half hour so much.
Have you had the opportunity to coach or speak with any other drivers, new or experienced? So far this weekend.
This weekend, I've talked to several guys already. And, I sat in on drivers' meetings, and certainly anybody here can come and find me. I did the van rounds the other day and took guys around and showed them all the visual points to look for. And, anybody here, though, can come and find me, and I'll sit down and answer their questions and try to guide them in a way, to help their situation.
Sure.
And they come for both. One of the things, when I semi-retired from racing the first time, I stayed out of a car for 14 years. And then I got back into a pro-level car, and we were going to do 24-hour Daytona. And I wasn't comfortable at all in that car right away. But I had a co-driver, and he was one of the best guys in the world, and we lost him to COVID, Jim Pace.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And so Jim was my teammate, and so I said, Jim, get some of the guys from Skip Barber, because everybody's still around, and I said, have them critique me, tell me what I'm doing wrong, and where, and that's what we did with each other. Even though we were at pro level, we were still constantly, like you could do this a little better by doing it this way, and that helps so much. The eyes from the outside are so beneficial if you accept their degree of criticism.
Sure. Yeah, and look,
well, hold on. I have a question about that. I mean, what is that? I mean, what's that like going from, you started your career in SCCA at, what, 18? Is that right?
Yeah, I was the youngest driver ever in the United States to get a license.
And then you're kind of restarting that process in the Daytona prototype. I mean, how did that? Did it feel familiar at all, or did it feel completely different?
It felt completely different and uncomfortable the first day, throughout the entire day. And then the next day after I slept on it, it was 90% better. And I'll tell you what changed was when I did make mistakes on the second day, I knew I made them. I was still doing the same thing that rookies always do, is that turning in too early with too much speed, blah, blah, blah. But I knew the mistake was made. I knew what the mistake was, and I fixed it.
Yeah.
And so that helped, and the other guys helped too, that were, like I say, giving me critique from the outside. But it took 2 or 3 days before it came back fully, and then it took another probably 6 races before the competitive side of me, instead of just we're in an endurance race and just go out and run comfortable and don't. That went away on about the 6th race. Then it was the old me back again.
Well, so I think there is a similar element to what we have here in WRL, right? The start of a season, if you've built a new car, you've purchased a new car, the GT4 is at the top of the grid. There aren't a ton of testing opportunities, and our series runs from January to December, right? So take Choice Racing, for example, right? Bill and Will Choice. You buy this GT4, get it shipped over from Belgium, get it set up to run in WRL with the right, tuning and everything to make it GTO appropriate. The first time you might be in that car on track is at race number 1, right? Mm-hmm. So now you've got to feel out a new track. If you've never been to NOLA before, you've got to feel out a new car, including traction control, ABS, the different power delivery, and how the car adjusts to the atmospheric conditions. And then you're going to put it in a race setting with 50 other cars around you.
That's a lot to do.
Right.
I mean, the new track is its own thing, separate from all else. And to find a new track, nowadays, the sims really help a lot.
Sure.
I mean, you can pull any racetrack up in a simulator and at least get the visual aspect of what you're about to go do.
Sure.
We never had that before. When in my day, you just went there and it was all new, and you had to learn it, and you learned it from your friends too. You'd go seek advice and how do I do this one and blah blah blah. And nowadays, it's different than that, but that's a lot. Trying to learn a new car with all of its little quirks and electronic driver aids, which I never had that either. And, half of me is against that. I don't like it. And I realize that it doesn't make any difference whether I like it or not. It's just the way it is, you know.
So the follow-up from that is, you might spend race 1 or race 2 driving at 85 to 90%, right? Feel out the car.
It would probably be at 100%, but it'd be only 80% of the car.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Right. So now you start to figure out the car's little quirks, right?
Yeah.
How it can how you can lean on a tire on the way into the corner, how deep you can go on the brakes, when you have to come off the brake pedal to not lock it inside front on the way in. And then as you get 2-3 races under your belt, now you're pushing more towards 90, 95 to 100% of what the car is capable of.
There's a gray area in driving, more so in my days than now, because of the driver age don't allow you to do quite as much. But it's do as I say, not as I do, because I learned some pretty crafty things you could do with the car. Mm-hmm. When you can make a car do anything you want to. You make it understeer, you can make it oversteer. You can do all those things, and you can put the cars in situations that you wouldn't want a student to do.
Yeah.
But you can trailer brake in long enough with too much entry speed and rotate the car and scrub and come out of that. In a front wheel drive, you can do really excessive sideways and get away with it, because all you have to do is get to the throttle and it'll pull it straight again. But that's the gray areas, and it's the stuff that you learn after you get some miles under the car, and you can use it. You can use it to your advantage or disadvantage. Yeah. Either one. But it's changed so much. These cars nowadays are with the mechanical age to them, and everything run by the computer. So great, for instance, in my final year of professional racing, before I retired the first time, I was with the Audi team here, as a matter of fact, running the LMP1 R8.
Oh yeah, you're in with Champion, right?
I was with Champion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was with Ralph Kellners and Andy Wallace.
Yeah.
And we ran third here. The two Yost cars, which were the factory cars, were 1, 2. We were 3, and Stefan Johansson was 4th in his car.
Sure.
They were all, two. His and mine were identical.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yost cars weren't. But anyway, that car to me was very intimidating. Not because it was as fast as it was or as good as it was, but it was doing things I wasn't.
Gotcha.
My mind was having a hard time comprehending that anything could do what that car was doing, and it would save you. And my smarter old man brain was saying, like, yeah, but what if it doesn't? Because if it doesn't save me, I'm going to die.
Yeah.
Computer probably lived through it, but I don't. The black box always lives.
I'm excited to hear the whole plane out of it.
Right. Even 20 years ago, you had race cars behaving that way, right? Figuring things out when the driver couldn't.
It's really weird, because when those first came out, and Audi was one of the very first ones, when it would blip on the downshift, or when it would do its thing, the gas pedal would still move. So if I'm on full brake and the gas pedal starts moving for the downshift, I think I'm sticking the throttle, because that's what would have happened in my day. And,
hold on. It was mechanically actuating the throttle to.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
throttle would go down on the downshifts. Yeah, and if your foot was over there far enough, you could feel it do it.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
And it's so
wild.
That in my mind triggered a response. It's like, the throttle's stuck, but it wasn't. And you could come off of going out of the back turn 6 here, headed down to the hairpin or the safety pin, and it tells you where you can brake. And so you're getting down there to the 1, and you haven't braked yet. And then you click the downshift lever 5 times, because you can go from 6 to 1st, and just slam the brakes on as hard as you can, and it goes, and then you said, by the way, we're on another straightaway now, floor it.
Holy cow!
Yeah, it was so done.
Have you had a chance to drive any of the GT4 cars?
I drove the Ford one.
Okay.
And there's going to be so many GT4 cars this year. My God, that's going to be a huge, huge class. Yeah. Because everybody's in it.
Yeah.
I mean, every manufacturer of anything that can get in that class is going to do it. And it's going to be the most competitive, and it's a neat car. It's probably the best format in my mind right now, because it's it's semi-affordable, let's say. I mean, racing's expensive, there's no doubt about that, but when you see the step in cost going from 4 up to 3 or above, it gets to be where it puts a lot of people out of the program.
Yeah.
The 4 cars is an affordable deal, and the manufacturers behind it. The only thing that scares me, and then that's to be proven still, is how crash worthy are they? If you put one in the wall, you got to go buy a new tub every time.
Yeah.
That gets expensive too. But the concept of that class is really good, and I like the way the cars look, and they're going to be really competitive. It's going to be a war in that class.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got the spillover from that now in GTO here, right? You've got a bunch of BMWs at the moment, but we're going to be getting the Supra from Hitman Racing when we go to Circuit of the Americas in December. I know there's interest from Core Racing with the Ford Mustang GT4 as well. And obviously you're going to have a huge secondhand market for the current generation of GT4s, right, that are going to have to find a home somewhere, and why not here?
I mean, Ford has taken this big-time global approach. They're going to want a Mustang in every class that it can possibly fit in, including drag racing, including the ovals, including road racing, and for the Mustang Mark. Of course, I'm part of the lineage of that.
Sure.
Being with Ford as long as I have been, and it's a big undertaking for a factory to do that. But I think Porsche has done it the longest, the best. You see in any of the classes, GT3, GT4, there's always a Porsche running in there, always with semi-factory support for some, support for others. There's parts availability. It's a very well orchestrated racing program globally.
Yeah.
All the way up to the Le Mans cars, which are sick.
and coming in GT3 trim in the next couple years as well.
Yeah. I mean, you'll always see. I said that for a long time. If you pulled out all the Porsches, we'd have 4-car fields.
Yeah.
Right now, the way things are, and there's a lot of other stuff out there too, obviously, but it's a lot.
So obviously now, Dorsey,
looks like we're forming up for to go back into yellow.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this because the flag at start finish is still very much red. We haven't deployed a double yellow.
Well,
no change to black or anything like
that. A couple things could be happening. They could be bringing all the cars back to pit lane in order, and I think that's what they're going to do, and they'll line them up in here. The cars won't be able to be worked on under a red flag situation, but it clears the racetrack, and when it does come time for a restart, they'll all come from pit out together, and it's a lot easier for Stevie D and the tower, Steve DeBrecht, to keep control of the field in that way. Because some of these cars might not start out there. Those hot engines sometimes, not so much on production-based cars, but some of the race engines might not want to fire. Then they're going to have to send a truck to get that fired up.
Sure.
So he's hedging his bet right now.
I think there's a car in front of the safety car that is struggling to get going on the back straight. I think that's why we've ground to a halt again.
Yeah, you know what, Scott? I saw I think it's a Fiesta that had wandered its way onto the racetrack, and I was very curious as to what was going on there, but I think that you're doing exactly that. I think they're trying to get the field gathered up.
I believe that Fiesta is the safety car. That was the car in front of the field.
Right, so I didn't recognize it at first, because I heard discussions about a Corvette yesterday, but I think you're right, and I think they're just waiting on a Ginetta, should be the old-fashioned Ginetta, to get started, and then they'll get the field under control. Now, what they do with it after that remains to be seen, whether we're going to go black and come back to the pits.
The old-fashioned Ginetta was following the Fiesta around Le Mans corner, but then they caught a BMW on the back straight that hasn't started, and it looks like they might be waiting. I did see that car creep forward, so there might just be some confusion. But
yeah, that'll be the cue here at 16.
Right, there's a production class BMW to the right of the safety car on the back straight now, and it kind of looks like they're waiting for that car. I don't know but obviously that car isn't the leader. So yeah, there's something's going on.
Yeah. I always get a little bit miffed when we get these sorts of things happening early. The GTO class leaders will have been working through traffic actively. And there is a chance here that, obviously in IMSA we have our pass-around procedure that allows the class battles to be retained. Here, you can get kind of done over by a full-course yellow, right?
Yeah, because the overall leader, if it passes you, you're now one lap behind it. But if it hasn't passed the guy that you're racing with, who happens to be in front of you, and it slots between you, you just lose 9/10 of a lap.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I actually did spend some time looking through Race Hero to see how that was played out, and it looks like the top 6 GP1 cars and only the top 2 GP2 cars are still on the lead lap. So that's very likely to have split that race up.
Yeah, we've lost one of those GP2 cars as well. The 348 is the car that's listed as the one involved in the incident down at turn 14. That'll be the Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 2.0 BMW. They've been in it this season, man. Those guys have had a tough whole year.
They actually, it's not irony, but they were running third, so they are currently listed the first GP2 car off the lead lap, but that's obviously because they didn't complete the lap that they crashed on.
Yeah, correct. It looks like there is still some machinery down there at turn number 14. So, like I said, kind of remains to be seen how we're going to deal with this, whether we're going back to yellow or straight to black and to come into the pit lane here. There are also cars that haven't been picked up yet. There are a number of cars still within the first sector or so of the track on the run down into turn 7. I think it's Moorhead back out on track is one of them. There may be around 3 car in there. There's an NPO1 in there.
I didn't notice Moorhead was circulating before the red flag, but they were still smoking.
Okay, all right. I had only seen them as completing 1 lap, but it's also possible my timing was a little behind. So, no, they did lose 10 minutes in the pits.
Race Control is in the process of updating the identification of the cars that were involved in that.
Okay.
I was going to report the second one, and then they pulled it away. So it sounds like we're looking at a incident involving contact between 2 cars rather than having a mechanical going into that Le Mans section.
Sure. Yeah, and I think Dorsey mentioned it earlier. 14 is that's a pretty high speed part of the track. We saw world champion Jose Maria Lopez right off at Toyota.
So the thing that's interesting about
exactly that spot.
The thing that's curious about this is it looked like the smoke and dirt that we were seeing was actually before turn in. So I think 2 cars have come together. Basically, one's come across the nose of another on the straightaway coming out of Tower.
Yeah.
Which is, I guess, good news in that you wouldn't be up to, I guess, the full speed that you would be into the double left, a few hundred meters down the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, there are impact signs all the way down that run from 13 to 14. You can see them on the Armco. And I'm sure, I don't know if you've ever ended up in one of those walls, Dorsey, but I'm sure you've seen guys that have.
I've seen plenty that have, and that's kept me from being one of them.
That 13 in particular is a tricky corner, right? Like, in a multi-class environment like we have here, the 11-12 section, if you can't get a move done there, you're kind of banking on somebody seeing you on the way into 13, right? So you can jump on the brakes and maybe make a move, but again, no contact series in the WRL.
Right, and that, you look at gain versus, risk.
Yeah.
And turning inside of someone in 13, if they didn't see you and they turned in and you made contact, not going to be good.
No, exactly. And look, you may have to give up 2 or 3 seconds in the process, but it's still the safer option.
Feather out of it and get through the corner with whatever speed the car in front of you has, and then do your pass down into the 14 area.
Right. So then that's the follow-up from that. So if you don't make the move into 13, and that may be the right call a substantial portion of the time, now from 13 into 14, you're setting up a pass, right? And you may go 2 wide into 14, and every now and then you see somebody go 3 wide into 14. Now the problem there is the track goes right and then left.
Yeah, exactly.
So it really narrows at the apex of 14, and now you're banking on the guy or girl you're racing with to really understand where you are, where he's at, and what the trajectory of both cars is going to be.
And even if they work together, when they go through 14, 15, and 16, they're going to be slow because they're taking up half the road.
Yeah.
So when you're coming out of 16, you're going on the back straightaway. If I'm behind the 2 of you, I'd be already going, all right, you are so screwed. Because what will happen next is when they come out of 16, I'm going to go to the inside of them with a whole lot more speed, and then down that long back straightaway.
Yeah.
Side by side, you're slow. I mean, that's why you want to execute the complete pass before the turn in for the corner. Because at that point, if you can do that, you don't lose any speed through the center of the corner. You don't hold up the guy that you just passed.
Yeah.
But if you don't do that and you run side by side on the entry, you've just blown that whole section, speed-wise, time-wise.
Yeah, and I mean, it does kind of underscore, even at a place like here, right? You don't have the rolling hills, you don't have elevation changes and a flow. But especially around that back half of the circuit, everything is kind of connected.
Yep.
Especially if you're dealing with traffic. The run out of 13 is going to impact you all the way to turn 16.
That whole flow thing, you know, the whole way of looking at this is, I am not racing that car.
Yeah.
You know, I am racing a clock. And it's not the fastest car that is going to win this race.
Rarely
it's the
is.
car that covers the most distance in 8 hours.
Yeah.
So then quit thinking about the car and think about the distance. So what we need to just keep our cumulative speed up all the way around the track with all these little problems along the way. So you look at it and you say, okay, I can't pass that guy by that corner, but I can blend in, flow through the corner, and I'll pass him next time.
Yeah.
You know, and even if you're in a slow car, you know, if you see a fast car coming, he might want to go by. I'll just breathe out of it, let him by, tuck in, get a draft.
Yeah.
You know, use it to your advantage. It's the most distance covered, not where you are at this given spot in life.
Sure, and look, I mean, this is still, you know, amateur, semi-professional racing in WRL, so the experience levels vary.
Well, that's a good point, because the lesser experienced guys are using 100% of their brain to do the job that they're doing.
Yes.
And they're only still running at 70% to a pro, you know, maybe. But they're using all that brain just to get the job done. In opposition to that, the pro is probably using 40 or 50% of his brain with a lot left over to analyze and to look at things and understand it. And that's experience, is what that is. You know, that's where the heart rate goes down, the breathing goes down, and you're just riding along at 200 miles an hour, happy as heck.
It's amazing how, look, I mean, you might spend an hour and a half to 2 hours behind the wheel of one of these cars, right? And I would have to assume, even for an inexperienced driver, the gains you make from lap 1 to lap 50 in a stint in one of these cars is going to be substantial, right? If you're really processing everything that's happening, you can make some big progress.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a half hour in your beginning of anything, you're a driver school, you'll have a 15 or 20 minute session, and you'll come out soaked in sweat, completely knackered. Really just have to sit on the wall for a while and think about things, you know, and then you're going to do a 3-hour stint. Okay, the 3-hour stint you have to be relaxed for, otherwise you'll burn yourself down too quickly, you know, and it's just a discipline. It's really hard to drive these cars. It's physically hard because of the bumps. It's hard because of the G-force. It's hard because of the mental pressure and all the things that's going on that you have to get right. And, you know, so if you're in there 2 hours, you deserve a beer.
Well, we're at a racetrack, so those things do exist out and about. So they are transporting some of the cars from the incident now away from the accident site. The race control log is correct for at least one of them with the 348. I can confirm that.
It's correct for both, Brendan.
Okay.
If you look at over on Discord, I've got a feed for you.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll put that to one side here.
I've got it
like
live. If you have to click.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that is like we said, that's a fairly high speed portion of the circuit. So these cars are going to be coming away with some amount of damage.
Oh yeah.
And just waiting on some confirmation here of everything that's got on there and what the resumption of this race is going to look like. At the moment, we're 47 minutes past the green flag. It's about 9:45 local time. With another 7+ hours to go in this one. Reminder, you're watching and listening to the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. Nice to see everybody participating in the chat, as well as those of you watching from trackside. Brendan Kazmarek and Dorsey Schrader up in the booth, along with Joseph Mudrock and Scott Michaels. JT Tammy joins us behind the buttons and keys on production for the first time this weekend. Finding the opportunity to play around a little bit, I hope, is JT with the lull in action here. In the meantime, if you've been watching the feed, which hasn't been showing much, you know the cars are partially queued down around turn 16. We've gathered up a fair few of them, but those in the first half or so of the track that haven't been gathered up yet are just kind of stranded out there on their own. And they'll be waiting some instructions from race control as to how exactly this race resumption procedure is going to look. Whether we bring the cars into the pit lane and allow the safety crews and the recovery crews to do their work down at turn 14. I'm sure there's going to be tire wall repair that's going to need to be done.
I think there's a lot to be done, Brendan. I think that's why the red flag's been so long.
Yeah.
We basically we had 2 heavy impacts to drivers right on the straight on the run into turn 14.
Yeah.
So 2 cars involved in that. One definitely into the guardrail. One looked like into a tire barrier. So there's a lot of repairs that are going to have to be done trackside. One car was had run up over the tires a bit. So they may just be having trouble getting that car off of the tires. It may just be a logistical issue.
Right. Okay.
That was not the car that seemed to have caught fire, to be clear. So it's not like that's impeded any recovery of anybody or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So obviously, I think WRL's played this correctly from a safety perspective. We've done the right things, at the right time and the right way, and hopefully everybody is safe down there at turn 14. I don't have anything to share at the moment, so be waiting for some kind of update from the series. I see your point, Joseph, about a car into the guardrail there, a couple cars into the guardrail. So, yeah, if you could just bring that back a little bit, Joseph. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, just not much to share at the moment from Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League. But I think we're going to be a couple of minutes here at the very least until we get things back to a position where we can go racing again.
Thankfully, there is a marshal post there, but the accident was several 100 yards before that.
Yeah, so the marshal, I can tell you, the marshal post there's none between 13 and the entrance to 14. The marshal post at 14 is past the cut, the school course cut, as it were, on the south part of the circuit. So it doesn't look like the cars have made it that far, and I think as far as the marshal and trackside staff are concerned, everybody down there should be in reasonably good shape. So,
we've got the pace car out there has several cars behind it. We've got some stranded cars, and that I assume won't restart at this point in time.
Yeah,
it's
so
hot out there.
They've sent one of the, I think it's a Charger, out to go get the GTU and the MMR car at the entry to 7. But if you look all the way back underneath the bridge here at turn 6, there's a round 3 car there. There's a Janetta, I think that's in there, and then a couple of cars behind them that are now queued better than they were,
right?
But have not been brought up to where the Dodge sort of recovery car is sitting down at the entry to 17.
Here comes the
entry to 7.
Pace car's going up counter race to grab some other guys now. I think they're sorting them by class, possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. I'm sure there's a goal here, but trying to figure out what it is at the moment, it does suggest to me that they want to get the field under control for a parade. Maybe back to the pit lane is kind of the sense I'm getting here. I don't know that you'd want to leave these guys out on track on a humid Florida morning for longer than you absolutely have to.
Yeah,
pretty miserable.
The clouds breaking and.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, not much to share here. We're 52 minutes into this one with a long way to go. And as soon as we have anything to share, either regarding the incident or regarding how we're going to get this thing started again, we will definitely do that. We've seen a couple of bigger offs in WRL, usually single car incidents. We saw one at Road Atlanta a car into the concrete that did some damage to the concrete barriers. We want red for that to go shift the barriers around and get ourselves back into a racing condition or a race-worthy condition. That is usually the goal, and everybody is very patient about these things because this is racing. Things do happen, and we've got to understand that. It's just all on hold here at the moment while we wait for some progress to be made out on track, and we can get back to racing and finish this one off.
Can I change subject slightly? Is our turn 1 camera up to date?
No.
Or is it frozen?
Are you thinking about weather moving in, Scott?
I am. I'm thinking about weather.
No. It looks darker than it is. The clouds are very much breaking at the moment.
Yeah, because that camera is the only one I see that's showing it.
It's not really that way.
Direction. Okay, cool. Good to know.
It looks dismal on the television, but from up here, it's not bad at all.
Cool. Good to know. It is Florida, although it's late in the season. It's not the sort of time of year where we'd expect that 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock
Right.
shower.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. We'll see at 4 o'clock what it looks like.
Yeah, usually you're pretty safe in October in Florida, but that turn 1 camera looks ridiculous.
It does.
In comparison to everything else.
We did get away through the 24 hours last year without any afternoon thunderstorms. I think we had a little bit of rain just for the green flag, but once we got things underway and the track properly dried, it was dry right the way through. I think the forecast for this weekend is to stay dry, if occasionally cloudy and a little bit humid. Good news, cars are moving from turn 6. This includes the race leading... Oh, sorry, no, that's not the race leading Ginetta. I believe that one will be the... do we have CMZ with us this weekend? I think we do.
Yes.
So they're moving behind one of the Dodge safety cars up to the back of the MMR Ford Mustang and the NPO1 down into turn number 7. Now they've gathered them up, and it's a train of 6 cars making their way through, as Dorsey affectionately called it, the safety pin, down into the second half of the circuit, or second third of the circuit, I suppose. Dorsey's going to take a brief break here and double check next door that everything's all right and find out what the status is. Taking my job away from me.
Yeah, it was a rough old collision from the onboards that we've seen. So, I hope that everyone's all right. We'll have an update as soon as we have one to deliver. Obviously.
Yeah, I am pending an update from RJ at the moment. So, obviously now that the dust, literally and figuratively, is starting to settle from this. In addition, so here's the complicating factor, right? In addition to having the incident and I assume the barrier damage that we're going to have to deal with down at that part of the track, we now have to recover cars, not literally into a sense of order, not just literally into a sense of order, but the cars that aren't going to restart. I can tell you there is a round 3 car on a tow rope. I believe it's a 701, which is the second place car in GP1, has not restarted from the turn 5-6 area and is now being dragged along in neutral behind one of the Allen J safety team safety trucks down into that hairpin. So, I assume that's not going to be the only one. We know there's a BMW at turn 16 that's had its issues as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we're comfortable with it, I think we can say with a reasonable amount of confidence what the 2 cars that were involved are, and there are championship implications there.
Yeah. Do you want to touch on that, Joseph, while we have the moment?
Yeah, the 2 cars that were involved in that collision would have been the 609 for round 3, which is also the Candelaria car. It's basically the green trimmed round 3 car.
The Sentinel sponsored car.
Yes, and the 348 for Torwag and Meisterschaft, that will be the BMW in GP2 with the mellow yellow scheme. That 348 was about 17 points in arrears to Harrison for the GP2 East Championship. In GTO East, the 609 was out of it there. So no real championship implications in that sense. Chattanooga is tied for the lead in the national championship in GP2. North Loop not here, I don't believe. Would be a long old drive for them. But
no, but that's a tough spot, Joseph, because points are points in the national championship.
Yes.
There's no drops there, right? So if that car isn't going to score here this weekend and may not be able to run at COTA, depending on what the damage to that car is like, that means they're going to be stuck on their total for the year. And I mean, even if they're tied, right? 1 point from whoever they're tied with is that could be the end of their season here, potentially, as far as the championship run is concerned.
So what's going on? I went next door and got the update. And indeed, what's going on right now is they're collecting all the cars. They are still under red, of course. They're going to bring the cars onto pit lane now and stop them. And get things organized here. We were right in assuming that the tire wall is no longer in its proper place, so they're working on that end of the deal. Race control is going to pull the video card of the cars that were behind the incident to see what's happened there, because we don't see anything from our aspect except for going by it. It's already happened by then. So they'll look for some evidence, and then Jimmy Davis will have to assume position of figuring that out. I might go upstairs and help him with that.
Well, I mean, that is you're here for WRL, but I saw in the staff list that you are listed as steward this weekend.
Correct.
Along with Gerardo Bonilla, is that right?
Gerardo is here.
Yeah.
He did the van rounds too. It was Jimmy Davis in one deal, and I was in a Dodge Charger.
Nice.
And then Gerardo was running around in another type of van. So we did a lot of laps with a bunch of new people. There's a bunch of new people new to Sebring and also new to WRL here this weekend, the new customers, if you will.
Sure.
And so we get the opportunity to give them a look at the place and tutor them a little bit. And I think it was a great idea that RJ Till had to grab the new guys, anybody on probation, and go through a little classroom deal.
Nice.
So
yeah, it's been good to have you guys. Gerardo is another name I recognize from growing up, especially around sports car racing. We did a little dive on his career. Ran, I think, in the Lola Mazda towards the height of the ALMS days, and I certainly remember him in the Star Mazda days. He was a quick kid.
Yep.
So it's nice to have him here on the paddock as well.
He taught Skip Barber. In fact, every one of the stewards here were all ex-Skip
is that right?
instructors.
Nice.
And we've known each other. Stevie D and I grew up together, and we pro raced together in the same car with Paul Rossi Team Dodge, which was the Mopar racing in Firestone Firehawk. 4 cars won this race at the 12-hour. Stevie and I did, and then Jimmy Davis and I go way back to Road Atlanta. He's from Atlanta, and him and Terry Earwood used to be the people who would park cars and did driver school. And this is way back when.
Sure, yeah.
That would have been late 70s, early 80s.
So, I know you're at Ozarks. We had a bit of a thin field out at Ozarks. I know the track is...
That scares people, but you know what? It's funny about that because that just shows how everything's changed. If you'd have gone in 1970 to Road Atlanta, and Ozark scares you,
sure,
maybe play golf.
There's a lot fewer trees to hit at Ozarks.
Mossport, the first time you go to Mossport back in the 70s, that was dangerous. I mean, that's the way things were. I mean, there were trees everywhere to hit. Ponca City, Oklahoma, any of the street courses we ran in the 70s was kind of nuts.
Sure, yeah.
But so were we, so.
But, so we've, we come back to a place like Sebring, we go to Circuit of the Americas in December. I know you're time limited with us this morning before you go on to your other duties, but if you could just give us your sort of observation of WRL as part of the racing ladder or as an opportunity for people to go racing, amateur, professional, or otherwise. I hate to ask for a vibe. Oh my gosh. Where is that?
That's Ponca City.
Oh, that's a tree.
With a hay
That's
bale.
another.
That's kind of hay bale.
That looks like a modern, like a vintage revival, out in Pittsburgh or something like that. That is wild.
WRL has got this, and the reason they're so vastly popular is because they hit on a market that is perfect. Runs, as you can see, almost any type of car you can get in here. And they're all categorized in their groups based on weight and power. And, they have a dyno. They have the right to pull your card and dyno your card anytime anybody looks like they're out of line. So they're containing the field the way it should be done. The big thing is that they only do endurance races.
Sure.
And you need more than one driver. So I see most cars are having 4 drivers. So there's 4 guys that can split the cost of running the car. That's a huge advantage.
Yeah.
If you're running it by yourself, you're paying for everything yourself. There's pros and cons to both ends of it, but you see nowadays that more and more of the drivers are bringing money into the program, sponsorship or whatever. It opens the door to more of that. It's contained, no car-to-car contact. When it does happen, it's dealt with. People feel safe about investing money when they have some sort of a disciplined arena. And not all of them are. I mean, a lot of them are not. You go out and somebody does something stupid and writes off your, $500,000 investment.
Yeah.
That's a bad day.
Sure.
But it happens all the time. And so for a series like this, and I know RJ wants it to be kind of like the old days when I was racing in SCCA, where everybody cooks out and camps out. And everybody knows everybody. If something breaks on your part and another guy's got it, he'll give it to you, give it back to him later, whatever. That's what he wants. He wants the camaraderie of what racing started out like, and before it turned so pro that, for instance, my Ford contract, I couldn't be ever seen in a Chevrolet car.
Yeah.
And Ron Fellows are my great friends, and Tommy Kendall when he was in Chevrolet, and I wasn't supposed to go hang out with him. I was not supposed to go eat dinner with him. I wasn't supposed to go to the bar with him. It didn't keep it from happening. Because we are friends still.
Sure. And we don't have that manufacturer involvement in WRL.
Right.
I'm going to say yet. I don't know if that's coming. There's no insider information there. But, we have these are customer cars. Most of them are secondhand. They've been bought by a team, funded by a business professional or whatever, an enthusiast. You get a handful of pros and coaches that come in and race. But like you mentioned, it's about the camaraderie. It's about being in the paddock. It's about having a good time, with the caveat that this is about as high level amateur racing as you're going to get. The preparation of the cars, the experience of the drivers, to some degree the amount of money being invested. This is still pretty high level stuff.
But it's got that good feel to it still. I mean, last night the guy running the engine at 3 a.m. in the morning didn't bother me. It woke me up. I mean, I woke up before. It's not. Was it my turn to drive or what? So,
not bummed about losing your beauty sleep?
No. I'm beyond that. No. My hair was beauty.
I feel that.
But you look at how at the race day end, how everybody goes back to the paddock and everybody is having a good time.
Sure.
They're all doing whatever they do, and it's smiles on faces. Mm-hmm. It's good. It's a good feeling. And Gerardo was actually talking about that in the drivers' meeting, that that when you're here, this is a happy place.
Yeah.
And it is. I mean, it's not. I can come into this and it feels like home no matter what. I've done everything you're not supposed to do, and have every square inch of this property.
That's a good point. I mean, there's a reason. Not everybody is in a situation where they're having to take time off to be here, but I am. Right, I'm choosing to be here. Giving up my time off to do it. And so like you said, it's a happy place for a lot of people.
The corner workers, they don't get paid anything, and they give up some of their vacation time. This is their vacation time. So, the 12-hour, when you come to this event, the 12 hours of Sebring, the pro race, and this whole place, every square inch of it is packed with people.
Yeah.
And everybody is just doing crazy things.
How about it?
How could you not have fun?
Yeah.
It's as cool as can be.
Yeah, we get the tiniest dose of that here with the spectators we do have, and thanks to everybody for joining us this weekend from down trackside, and hello to all the corner workers and everybody that's got a hand in this first ever spectator-friendly weekend with the World Racing League. We really appreciate y'all being here and giving up your time to come and support what we're doing in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Yeah, it's been off to a bit of a rocky start here in race 1, but we've got a lot of track time to come, a lot of racing still to come, and by all accounts, I think there's a good chance that we have a really nice finish to the next, both today and tomorrow.
Now, I was talking to Jimmy Davis. I didn't go to the Trunks and Treats last night. I wasn't aware of it. But anyway, Trunks and Treats, the race car teams collectively brought a bunch of cars down to the entrance side of Sebring, and all the teams got candy to give out to the kids, and they didn't realize how big a thing it became. I guess it was like 2,000-3,000 people.
Oh my gosh!
And they had to get security, get the police department to come up here and do traffic.
I saw a helicopter here.
Yeah,
last night.
He landed right in the middle of all that. Paper bags flying everywhere, wigs, all kind of stuff. But but I mean, I don't know if RJ came up with that idea, but it was a huge fan turnout from the locals.
That's awesome.
And so I think you'll get, if you look down toward the hotel down there, the chalet, that there's a ton of people down there, and they normally go on this side. I don't think that infield's open today, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if today or tomorrow we don't start getting quite a few fans. It's normal for here at Sebring.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's this is a racing community and always has been. I'll go wander through the infield on 12-hour, and there, people know who I am, and they'll yell, "Come on over and have a beer." So I get 6 or 7.
Can't say no to that.
No, go around there for a while, and But families that have been here for like 5-6 generations, very same spot every year.
Yeah.
It's their spot. That's what makes this such the coolest sport in the world. It's just really neat to come to those type of races, and this is going to develop into that. Now that we've got our first opportunity to race in front of fans, there's going to be racetracks that we go to that, like Ozarks, it's not settled yet, and racetracks that you go to that are niches in time.
Sure. Yep.
You'll get big crowds.
Yep. I'm looking forward to seeing this part of WRL expand and find its feet. Sebring is the perfect place to try it out. Like you said, it's a racing community. Sebring has, and for a long time has been about the track and the environment that's created over the last 70 years they've been running the 12
You look at the names of the drivers that have done their business and their stuff here, and it's a history book.
So as we recover cars to the pit lane, the 701 was on the back of a tow rope. The 44 is as well.
Yeah, I was afraid that might happen when you shut them down hot. All kind of things don't like that.
Yeah.
Computers, for instance, they don't like heat sinking in that, and then maybe it doesn't trips up something, and they have to take it back and get a laptop and put it on there. I used to put the typewriter in mine.
Data is just you with a pencil. No, so my point was GP1 appears to have been hit by this pretty significantly. The 701 and the 44 both top-tier competitors in GP1.
Remember, though, Brendan, right before they got overshadowed, but remember the 44 had also started smoking a few minutes
That's
before
right. Yeah, and the 147 had its issues early on.
Right. So we were already in mechanical woes before the accident. So some of that is unrelated. You said the 701 was also slow. I don't have that marked, so I think that could be heat soak for sure. The 44, I think, is probably having trouble getting started from being in a pretty rough position already.
Yeah. On top of all that class also is the only one that was split by the safety car.
No. That's not good.
It's just,
and you know what?
We'll have 4 cars on the lead lap in GP1, but one of them is the 701, so if that car's in trouble, then that could be down to 3.
This GP1 still does have a way of producing for us by the end of the race. So I'm not writing GP1 off yet. It's still a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, we've got 22 minutes of racing in, and now we've been parked, trying to straighten this up.
Yeah, 6 laps is all we got.
Yeah, and for those guys to be racing that hard, that tight, that close, in 20 minutes into an 8-hour race, you can't say it enough, but on the other hand, these guys are race car drivers and they want to race, and it's inbred into them. There's nothing you can do except be on the radio. And that's one thing when we ran the Dodge team. There was always constant chatter. You don't need to be going that fast.
Yeah.
Jack Roush, in the 24-hour, he ran the 24-hour 12 times. Mm-hmm. He won it 12 times. With different drivers, with different cars. He was never, ever beaten at the 24 Hours of Daytona. And he would chew on you all night long. Me and Mark Martin were running along, and we were drafting with each other. And we weren't racing, but we were running along, and Jack didn't like that. And back in the day, we had telemetry where they could alter the engine, they could alter. All of a sudden, we're running along as happy as can be, and he warned us once, I think. He said, "You guys break it up, get away from each other." And then all of a sudden, my car wouldn't run anymore. It was like a self-imposed 5,000 RPM rev limit. I'm like, what happened?
It's it's interesting you mentioned the Roush thing. There are teams here that in WRL are consistent competitors, right? And I think if you compare it to professional racing, it's because they have a system, right? An approach to racing that works. You have the Roush way, the Penske way, the Audi way, the Yost way, right? And all of these, especially in endurance racing, where consistency matters and predictability matters, I think that is, especially at this level, finding out what that methodology is, finding out the approach to racing, and duplicating that lap after lap, hour after hour, race after race, is how you get consistent results in endurance
I feel like even maybe the details of the process don't necessarily matter as long as you have a process to stick to, As long as you have a set of procedures and some discipline.
Yeah.
I think that might be one of the keys. And we definitely see that with GTO teams even, or some of the production teams that, they might not qualify as well, but they end up up near the front by the end of the race.
Look at W2W, for example.
Yeah.
They won a 24 and a 14, not by being the fastest car. Well, they were at Daytona, but not by always being the fastest cars on track, but running safely and smartly and putting yourself in the right position.
And covering the most distance in the same
That's all it's about. It really is that simple.
And a lot of that is knowing your car. If your car runs out of brakes at 4 hours and you need to do brake pads, and you're going to need to do brake pads and rotors in 4 hours, then you get a caution at 3.5, you take that, you do it then. You need to know what's going to fail at what hourly level, and then do your pit stops accordingly. And you make it flow that way. You just keep the thing less time on pit lane, more time on the racetrack, and just keep going around. And a slower car, and I've said this for a million times, you could have Herbie the Beetle out there up against the Audi R8, and old Herbie just keeps on running, and the R8 breaks down 20 minutes into the race, and Herbie beats him. That's a little bit simplistic way of looking at it, but quite honestly, it's knowing your car, knowing your team's capabilities, knowing your driver's capabilities, knowing when to put which in, how to segment all those things and to make it flow fluid. That's what the team manager's got to look at. He's got to assess all those things and get them in a chronological order to where it makes sense for the car and the drivers, and getting the most mileage during an 8-hour period of time.
That was the racing I grew up watching. I mean, I think Dyson was incredibly good at that. He knew exactly what he had at every race.
Yeah, it would. There was a race we should have won. I was driving with Rob, and we had a 2-lap lead on the Ferrari at 24 Hours Daytona, and not that long to go, 40 minutes to go, something like that, and we ended up dropping a valve in one cylinder, and I said, pull the valve cover, disconnect the rocker arms in that cylinder, take the spark plug out, pull the ignition wire off of it, and run it on 7. And we did all that, and it was a miraculous thing, and we should have won, but they didn't disconnect the fuel injector, so it kept spraying fuel until it...
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's what happened there. I remember all that happening. I was high, but
I had done that before in a race, just so it's 7. We got 2 laps. It'll run pretty good on 7.
I think he did that again a couple of years later before he got chased down by a Viper.
It's a good pick. Well, I've done it here at the 12-hour before, for sure.
Nice. I can tell you, cars have refired down in the pit lane, guys.
And we're going to a double yellow, full course yellow. The red has been pulled. I see that since we're across from start-finish line. So they're going to send these out for at least one lap, if not more, on behind the pace car, and let the guys drive through the wall dry and look at it all and before they go green.
Yeah, we try and do in and out here, but like you said, I think with the cleanup that's gone on there, I wouldn't be surprised if we had an extra lap or two. That's not official information from the series. That's just an assessment of.
He might do it one. It just depends on what it's like over there, and he knows that, and we don't. Being Steve DeBreck, chief steward upstairs,
Sure.
He's running the show, and he's really good at it. I take him with me everywhere I go. You know, so I've had him with Trans Am, I've had him with SRO, with WRL. Now he brought me in here, and then HSR. You know, so when he's up there, I don't have to worry about that.
Sure.
You know, he's very thorough. You just got to don't poke the bear, stay out of his way.
Busy man these days, Dorsey.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, he said I ruined his life, basically.
I hope he heard that. Well, yeah, getting ready to get things underway here. We've got 180 of you that have been hanging out with us during the course of the red flag, and hopefully we've been able to provide some level of entertainment over the last hour or so while we've been cleaning up from the incident. Hello to everybody again out on track, and thanks for sticking with us. I can tell you this is not the norm in the World Racing League, and once we do get going here, I expect to have a good 6.5 plus hours of really, really good endurance and multi-class racing.
And another 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, how about it, right? Get to do this all again.
We're not even halfway done.
No. Even tonight at the beer break, it'll be only halfway through. So, yeah, by all means, stick around throughout the course of the day. Come back again tomorrow, and invite your friends for tomorrow as well. This is a really good time here, and you're all contributing to something, unique and special here in the World Racing League, being able to come out and see these cars from trackside and wander around the grounds and just be a part of what has captured us here at DriversEye Live with the World Racing League. All the excitement on track and what endurance racing is really all about here.
Yeah, attendance, Brendan, is what, $10 a day?
It's something like that, Joseph. It's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
Yeah, it's even just for the day, it's worth it. And today should be a pretty nice day, all things considered.
Come by and read a book to the sounds of 70 touring cars.
Yeah, a variety of sounds as well. The BMWs, the Porsches, the BMW M4s have their own unique noise. The Camaros out there. I mean, we've really got it all here.
LS Swap Miata and BMW.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I love about multi-class and road racing in general, are the different noises that the engines make. When you see these single-car class, everything's got the same engine. It just gets annoying. But these sound, each to their own, unique, and I like that a lot.
The sound of 45 spec Miatas doesn't doesn't lull you to sleep.
Oh my God, the Miatas back in the day when they only ran those big external mufflers, and they would just shatter your ears. It's like you had to pass one if it was in front of you.
That bad?
Yeah, you'd die if you didn't. You got to get by it.
Field has rolled off of pit lane now completely. The 701 was in amongst them, which is good news for round 3 racing. I think they've got some work to do in GP1 here. RaceHero.io. Go ahead.
You say that, but the 701 has jumped up 12 positions into first in GP1 and 23rd overall. I don't know if that's a timing issue, but
I wonder if they caught the back of the grid when they shouldn't have. That's an interesting one. I was going to tell you that the starter still had double yellows in his hand, and we may be getting an extra lap here under the full course caution, but that is no longer the case.
No, and he's got that green one flopping around where they can't see it.
Yeah.
We're going to go to green this
she's
lap.
telling us we're under green, so I'm assuming that's wrong.
No. We are. Yeah, Race Hero is not correct at the moment. They've been a bit premature with the green flag, but the intention is to go back to green this lap, and our onboards will catch up with that. Turn 17 camera might be okay at the moment. We might be able to use that one a little bit.
I don't know. Some of these cameras look like we might be at speed.
No, that one's
not just yet, Joseph. We're looking out the window here, waiting. Now, both starters are facing the exit of turn 17, waiting for the field of now 60-something cars to head down the front straightaway. The green flag waves again, and after something like an hour under the red flag and associated black flag, we go back to green. The number 505 Ginetta from Old Fashioned Motorsports leads the field away again. The number 111 Thunder Bunny car has made a real jump here. Now, I don't see him on timing, but or her. I believe it's Laura Hayes that started that car. That car has put itself in amongst the leaders, and now our onboard with GTR 99 is going to catch the green flag here as well on what I think we'll affectionately refer to as instant replay. Just the nature of the beast with onboards this weekend. But everybody's single file back to green flag racing, and so far, so clean. I can tell you JTR has jumped the 401 and the 404. So that 696, which is generally speaking one of the quickest cars throughout the course of our 8-hour enduros, is now in, having started back on the second row, is now into the top 2, and will set chase after that leading number 505 Ginetta.
Now, point of note with that car, that's one of the cars that is fighting for the GTO East Championship. They're 5 points behind the 421 of Thunder Bunny Racing, which is outside the top 15 right now. Thunder Bunny, that 421 is getting into drop points, so it's approaching the ceiling of what they can reach anyway. But keep an eye out for that 696 because they might be in with a shout by the end of even today, let alone tomorrow.
Yeah, so that 421 is a stint-dependent car. It will flash and show really, really well for, maybe a couple of hours. And if it can make hay while that's the case, while the quicker drivers are in the car, then, we may see that car into the top 5. I mean, we've seen it as high as number 1, but, getting that car into the top 3, top 5 may take a few hours. So I'm sure there's no panic down there at the Thunder Bunny camp, or especially in the number 421 pit. But it may be a little bit before we see them up in the top 5. Go ahead, Scott.
Screaming Goat stopped on the exit of, I think, the safety pin that we're calling it.
Okay.
Driver's right.
Poor Screaming Goat, man. They made a bunch of changes to that car, including putting an LS engine in the front of it. And after blowing an engine back at Daytona, now have ground to a halt, as you say. I can see it out the window here, just at the exit of right around the flag station for turn 8. And there's the onboard.
Definitely looks mechanical as he's pulled it around the wall to get it out of harm's way. He's in a relatively safe area.
Yeah. Yeah, look, if they need to recover that car, there is space to pull it back onto the trackside lane there, but it's really tough to get it back to the pit lane from there. So that may need to be a tow around, at the very least, to turn 13 or 14.
As you go around this race course, on the walls you see the blue and white striping. Any place you see an orange painted square is a cut in the wall where you can get back through. Unfortunately, he's past the one at that corner where he's at.
It's a drive issue for that car. We just got an update from Screaming Goat. Something in the driveline broke, axle or drive shaft. We got directly from Screaming Goat.
Sebring.
Yeah, how about it? Right?
Yeah, just like we said, axle, drive shaft. Well, input shaft, all that.
Could that be a bad downshift on the bumps into that corner?
That downshift can do that, but also the fact that the back tires are bumping up in the air and spinning the engine up and then slamming back down on concrete.
Consider also that is a BMW chassis. I don't know what the drive line is, but the engine is now a V8, a Chevrolet V8, right? So ostensibly, it's got a bit more torque.
Yes.
A bit more power, right? So you are increasing the demands on the respective corners of the car when you do come back to throttle. So you load up the left rear corner of the car coming out of turn 7, throw it over the serrated curb to driver's left.
That's another thing, the curbs. If you're using the curbs all the time, you're definitely going to be high centering the center line of the chassis, spinning the outside tire up and then slamming it back down on the asphalt. And that shock load, it can do damage to anything up or downstream.
Yeah.
It could be the drive shaft, could be the input shaft, it could be the axle, or Could be the rear gear. And here, this place will find the weak link.
Yeah, by the way, we're on board with the 511 Choice Racing. This is a fight on track for 8th place in GTO and in the... Actually, is it the overall? Definitely in GTO.
Yeah, it is the overall. Also, Brendan, you mentioned that you were a little confused not being able to find the 111 on timing. That's because they appear to have lost a lap under yellow. So I don't know if we can check the race control log or something. They may have been given a penalty. But yeah, that car was running third before the yellow. Oh, sorry, not the yellow.
What I thought. I didn't think it was out of position because it qualified well.
Yeah, and it's battling with JTR, which should be the battle for second. But yeah, they're actually down in 24th, 1 lap down.
Choice setting up a pass into 17. I don't think they're going to go for it. But that's not... Number 99 has been really squirrely under the throttle, especially. If we stay on here through the first part of the lap, they've been really squirrely coming out to turn 5, which is obviously... You need throttle down there for the run down into 7.
Now on the brakes down into turn 1, a little bit wide of the quite a bit wide of the apex there, and you can see how much ground he gives up immediately.
Yeah, that 0 marker up on the fence, you literally can drive under it because it sticks out from the fence about, I don't know, 3 feet. I actually ducked my head a couple of times. I go so close under that, that you think you're going to hit it.
So that's the product of being half a car width off the line at turn 1, right?
I wonder if that's the reason why. I wonder if the 52 is sticking a nose in.
It could be a car off down at turn 7, guys. There was a green... I couldn't tell if it was an MX-5 or if it was maybe the open throttle car that went through the grass on driver's left out into the old hairpin.
And you can do that, like I said in one of the driver's meetings, if you get yourself in a position where you can't make the safety pin and you choose to go straight, you can go around the old hairpin. You just can't improve your position when you come back onto the real race course.
That's interesting because that would have been under yellow flag because we've got the screaming goat car there. So
you're right, Scott.
That wasn't them overdriving because that will be looked on very dimly. By the way, we just watched the 52 make the pass on the 511 for 9th, and now the 52 just ahead of us on camera here is attacking the 99 for 8th.
That's the other thing about that safety pin is if you go in there under braking and you bump the guy in front of you and you both spin, the track is blocked totally right there. So that's a point in time where you go straight. You go down to the old hairpin, just track's blocked there, go around, no penalty, no harm, no foul. It's a good place to go if you get in trouble. That's the funny thing too. Those 2 corners, the old hairpin and the safety pin now, as we call it, are the slowest corner on the track. And they have more spins and wrecks there than they do probably anywhere else but 17. And quite honestly, the reason is that these race cars don't like going slow. They're set up to go fast. So the lockers in the back end of the rear-wheel drive cars come into play on a real slow corner. It's jumping around and there's no downforce. If you're in a downforce car, that goes away.
Yeah.
The car understeers and then lights the tires up. So they're in their own way the more difficult corner than the high-speed sweeper is at 130 miles.
I believe that. And I mean, it's a one-line corner basically, right? 17. You've got a couple of options on entry. The mid part of the corner, you've kind of got to be right up against the wall under the bridge. But you have options on the way in there where you're not going to give up substantial amounts of time. 7 is 1 lane, and for as tight a corner as it is, it's a fairly short braking zone, all things considered. So you have minimal time to set up and actually make the move. And then, of course, it sweeps to the left and the right on exit. So now the track narrows while you're trying to figure yourself out going into the corner. And like you said, we've seen it in the 12-hour, year after year. For the first 45 minutes of the race, somebody's going to make contact down at turn 7 without fail. That's just the nature of the corner.
If you go into like the Dyson type car or the Audi, they lose everything. They're only doing 30 miles an hour now. So 30 miles per hour, you're sitting there a lame duck with a car that, wants to be a thoroughbred. It wants to go fast. But it doesn't like going slow, and it doesn't do anything well slow. It's the driver now that has to get it around that corner.
Yeah, and even GT cars have gone in that direction. They're a little more downforce dependent than they were 10 or 20 years ago.
You'd be surprised at what some of these GT cars make for downforce. They might still have a big old sedan body, but it's a very well put together piece. and it makes good numbers.
Yeah, GT3 cars are going around the Nordschleife at the kind of speeds that they were sending 962s around. You know, it's crazy to think about.
Now, these cars nowadays are really tidy. They're really well engineered, and the aero is very good on most all these GT3, GT4 cars even.
Yeah, the one thing we don't have here are modern slick racing tires, right? We have these 200 treadwear DOT tires, and I think if
you have less mechanical grip.
Well, exactly, right? So we see these massive jumps in pace from year to year, and as much as anything, that can come from tire development and tire technology.
Huge amount of time.
Right. It used to be, I'm sure, Dorsey, you can attest to this. It used to be you could be braking or turning, but rarely both.
Yeah, you know, we used to say using 100% of the tire.
Right.
So if to make that corner, it takes 70% of the tire, you only have 30 left for any brake or acceleration. You know, and then getting your hands straight and opening up the amount of tire to use becomes the trick. You know, you get to the corner, you turn in late, you get straight quicker.
Yeah.
So that you can accelerate off. And the longer you keep the car all bound up in a turn, you can only use 30% throttle without lightening your tires. So you keep working that number back and forth.
Sure. I mean, with an older tire or an older, or let's say a less racing spec version of the tire, you have less of the tire available to use in any different number of directions. Whereas a modern slick could be, I mean, the amount of tire available longitudinally and laterally is now massive. I mean, those tires,
their footprint,
even the work ones, have so much grip.
Yeah, their footprint now is probably 4 times what they used to be.
Yeah.
You know, and it stays flat through the corner. You know, ever since the radio came on board and can go through these weird little, you know, bends, it keeps the tread down instead of rolling it up. The bias ply tires were, you know, you could see where the wheel was almost outside the tire on some big high horsepower cars.
Yeah, they our tires here. It is an open tire or an open brand formula anyway. Just 200 treadwear rating. DOT spec tire is really all that's required here. Sizes are pretty open, and well, I wouldn't say we have a tire war in the World Racing League. Well, there are a number of theories as to what the best way to go is.
They do have tire manufacturer activity within this series, and I think they've just signed up a third one. So yeah, there is definitely tire interest within the World Racing League arena, if you will, or home house.
Which I enjoy because that's kind of gone away from professional racing.
It has, and in my era, your tire sponsor meant, you know, it was your budget a lot of times. I was sponsored by Goodyear with Leo Mel, you know, when he ran the company, and I couldn't even tell you the thousands and thousands of dollars he saved me from having to spend, you know. And he helped my career a lot. It was a neat deal. I did. So I had them as a sponsor. I had Yokohama as a sponsor, and I was a test driver for them for a while. We're being towed into the pits somewhere.
Yeah, it's a screaming goat car that was stricken down at turn number 8.
Well, see, okay, that was good. So they got him straightened away and out of there.
They actually took him through the shortcut where the Indy cars would run through, basically.
But this racetrack, if you use those orange squares, they can get you back from anywhere on this racetrack as long as you're cognizant to get to one of those squares.
Yeah.
I mean, that came across the racetrack on the backside and re-entered the paddock back by the safety clean area and didn't have to disrupt the race, which is really cool. Because we were too long sitting.
No, and to Sebring's credit here, when hot poles are an option, it looks like they are willing to play ball with the hot poles.
This is a great bunch of people that work at this racetrack. I know all of them, and they know their jobs.
Yeah.
And they know this racetrack. So there's a lot of those sneaky things that they can pull out of their hat and get the cars back in here.
My introduction to racing, full stop, other than as a fan watching on TV, was flagging here at Central Florida Region SCCA. Came down for the National 14 years ago now, and to get 350, 400 cars through a weekend and get everybody as much track time as they get is awesome. And that spills over into the whole track operation, whether it's SCCA or it's us here at WRL. If the situation allows the track to stay green, they're totally committed to it, which is awesome.
The other really nice and unusual thing is that this tower, the way it's constructed, you can see 9/10 of this racetrack. There's very few corners that we can't see from where we're sitting right now.
Yeah.
Where in a lot of the places you can see the cars go by on the straightaway below you, and that's it. And without the camera system,
Sure.
you're sitting duck. But this one is it's fun to be up here, and the spectators, by the way, have access to the gurney side of the upstairs, so they can come up here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
That's a good place to watch from.
Yeah, and if you do get the chance, spectators, to come and be down in this area, by all means. I know there's a bunch of you down at the turn 7 area, turn 3, 4, and 5. All really, really good places to watch racing cars, but there's no credentials required on the, let's say, this portion of the paddock. The trailers and the hauler area is reserved for teams and crew members, but by all means, come in and have a look down here. There's some vendors and I think the snack shack down behind us as well. So come wander around the grounds a little bit, find your way around Sebring, and enjoy this facility for everything it has to offer. It's a good place to watch racing.
I woke up over there several times, so don't remember going to sleep there.
Is that good this morning, Doris?
I was at home this morning. Actually, it was pretty good. I was in the short bus, and I knew where I was. For once, I knew where I was at. That's the problem when you travel a lot. Is you wake up and you don't know, where am I?
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, it's this is a good place to wake up, though.
Oh, this
Regardless
is a
of
great
how you get here, this is a good place to wake up.
Yep, that it is.
So hour and 40 minutes in now. We've got a good 25 minutes of green flag running under our belt. 14 total laps completed. Still the number 505 from Old Fashioned Motorsports, leading the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. That'll be the camo-colored BMW M4. About 3.7 seconds is your margin there. Third car, it's actually just gone the other way. A really long lap from the 505, and as I'm looking at live timing, the race lead has changed hands in favor of that number 696. So curious as to what's happened there. 4 seconds is a lot of time to lose.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for anything in the race control log. It looks like there was a small incident or spot down at turn 5 on that last lap, so could be related to that. In other podium news, it looks like the MMR Mustang in the GP1 class has taken second place back from the Hunter Racing 74, so there's a little bit of a battle going on in that class as well.
Well, guys, I'm going to return to my normal duties, go see Jimmy D and see if we got any video on that thing from earlier on. I will come back and return sometime.
Fantastic.
And you guys do a good job, and thanks. Have fun out there.
Yeah, appreciate it, Dorsey. Thanks for joining us.
Everybody, I'll be back.
Dorsey Schrader of, well, just about everything fame, taking some time to join us this morning here at DriversEye Live. Thanks for coming, Dorsey. Appreciate you. And now, Scott's away, but Joseph, JT, and dear viewer and listener, it's our dulcet tones for the next 6.5 hours.
Yeah, poor JT, I think, is the one that now has his hands full, so
yeah. JT's been a star. Listen, JT has been in a pinch a couple of times working with us, whether it's the night shift at Thunderhill, here last year for the 24, Yumi and old JT up all night in the Up All Night Club, or having to fill in last minute for production this morning.
Because I will not be available for the afternoon, otherwise I would do it.
Yes, exactly. This is not a Joseph statement. This is just sometimes these things happen.
I've put my foot down. JT, it's you now.
It's all me.
JT's like, please no.
Yeah, and obviously, listen, we experienced this a bit last year. The trackside cameras were absolutely fine yesterday, and they come up this morning in the heat and the humidity, and things are different.
Yeah, we've had to pull our non-existent cameramen from their positions.
Yeah, although actually it looks like some of them are coming back to their, well, I was going to say back into their own here. Turn 13 was looking a little bit better. 15 and 16 are okay from high above the exit of Le Mans Corner there.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's turned into a beautiful day out. It's a great time to be outside, but it's not, it depends on which camera you ask.
Yeah, it's not a heat thing. It's very interesting. I think it's just the way Sebring is nestled into the metropolitan area down here, if you could even call it that. And even some of the onboards are fighting a bit.
If only there was some generation of technology that could...
Wouldn't that be weird? Let's go to my personal
suggest...
phone and type in speed test. Anyway.
Now, who is... Take inventory of teams that I did not think were here and that were here anyway. I said earlier, I was like, there's no way Northloop made the trip down. Northloop made the trip down, and they're sitting in, now up into 3rd in GP2. They were down in like 5th or 6th, no more than what feels like maybe half an hour ago, and they've climbed their way back up. We got an update courtesy of their Minnesota compatriot, Ryan West. They pitted briefly from the lead in GP2 because they had a strange issue on the back straight, and they came in out of an abundance of caution. Power cycled the car, and everything was seemed like it was in good shape. And then the red flag and the caution flag came out, and where they were picked up meant that they effectively lost a lap. So it's going to be a little bit of a clawback game for them. But they clearly have the pace, so keep an eye on that car in GP2.
Speaking of being back in good shape, the 505 Old Fashioned Motorsports, Ginetta, right back up where they left off. They had the long lap a couple of laps ago, lost the race lead, and now they're just under 0.2 of a second behind the race leader, which for all intents and purposes is nose to tail. Now they have both gapped the number 401 from round 3 and the 280 from Kingpin back there as well. The 404 from Chill Out Motorsports slipped away a little bit, back down to P6. Shouts to FSR Racing into the top 5. That's number 987.
Ludicrous Racing, which I don't know that have we seen that team before?
We've seen the name once before. That's a Ginetta, Joseph.
It is a 22
Another Ginetta.
Ginetta G56.
No,
which is not the G55.
Let's talk. No, it's not. This is. So I did a little bit of research a couple of weeks ago on this.
Oh, well, look at this. Look at this. This is Thunder Bunny going 3 wide with the GTU and a production class car on the way down into 17.
Is this the 401 ahead of us? I think it is.
We're on board the 111. Yeah, I don't think this is core position.
No, it's not. And this is what Scott was mentioning earlier. Somewhere this 111's lost a lap. It is in the right place on the road, and this is, again, Laura Hayes on board this car. It is absolutely in the right place on the road, but for some reason is down a lap relative to the leaders, having completed just 16. So somebody, particularly in the Thunder Bunny camp, will want to get to the bottom of that and have it rectified if it needs to be rectified. So if you are watching from around track, that deep purple and black BMW M2 with the 111 down the side, that car does not feature in the battle for 3rd at the moment behind the Hagerty-sponsored BMW M4.
But we think maybe it should do ?
Yeah, that'll be a question for timing next door, and I can go resolve that here in a moment, but just haven't had the opportunity to address that yet. Had to keep eyes on Dorsey here and make sure he didn't touch anything. No.
Yeah, Dorsey. But by the way, we didn't mention it, but if you haven't listened to Dorsey's Dinner with Racers, that's a really fun conversation. It's a few years old at this point, but there's a lot of good background info on all Dors that I liked. I think anyone who's taking the time to watch this will also probably enjoy.
Yeah, and it turns out a great way to get to know Dorsey is just to hang out in a commentary booth with him for an hour and a half. It was really nice. I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
It's a real, it's a real thrill, if I'm honest.
No, absolutely. Listen, I act like you've been there, right? We at DriversEye Live commentate on amateur racing, so we do the best we can here, and we're obviously very passionate about what we do, and I hope it's an engaging and enjoyable product to watch. But also, we are all of a certain age and grew up not just watching Dorsey on track, but listening to him cover our favorite endurance races, right?
Yeah, he came into the voice chat over your mixer, and I heard Dorsey's voice. I was like, that doesn't feel right.
Just close your eyes, man. It's like you're watching Le Mans. It's crazy.
Aji-baji.
So thanks to everybody at WRL for letting that happen. On a personal level, that was really, really cool. And on a professional level, I think he brings an experienced hand and eyes to the World Racing League stewarding room. Gerardo Binia up there as well, who you may recognize from the heyday of the American Le Mans Series and the Star Mazda Championship, adding some coaching and relevant racing experience upstairs as well, which, you know, if nothing else, I think is reassurance to the drivers that the observations and decisions that are being made upstairs in race control, just up on the 4th floor here, are informed and, you know, bring a perspective. Yeah, bring a perspective of balance to the rule book, right?
It's really difficult as a competitor to come in and say, you know, oh, these race control doesn't know what they're doing. They've never raced cars before. When
obviously not the case.
Yes. Yeah, aggressively not the case.
But without recognizable names, it would be easy to write that off as being the case, right?
Yes, right.
And now that is no longer an option, right? You get names like Dorsey Schrader and Gerardo Bonilla, who was, you know, at least for a time, certainly a professional driver and is now a professional coach. That argument goes out the window, right? So yeah, it's good on WRL for making that happen.
And the thing that sports car drivers know when they have been sports car drivers for long enough is that you do need to learn how to navigate amateur traffic. So the fact that you, as a professional, know better doesn't give you the right to the entire racetrack. And these guys know that, right? These guys have been in the wars as professionals against drivers of different experience levels. They know what it's like. They've trained and taught drivers of different experience levels. So it's a wealth of knowledge and experience up in race control every month, but especially this month, I would say.
Yeah, and headed towards Circuit of the Americas, biggest grid of the year, 90 cars on a Grade 1 circuit. That'll be, I don't know for sure that they're going to be joining the series as well, but I would think that would be the right place to, or one of a very few good places to have those extra hands and eyes involved in the series. Out on track at the moment, I think we got through a brief overview of GP1. GP2 currently being led by BSI Racing. That's number 167. It's a mostly white MX-5 and features the name Connor Zilisch this weekend, who I think, Joseph, you had mentioned was the Rookie of the Year, or one of the top rookies in the Mazda MX-5 Cup this season. Certainly a name I recognize from the front of that field.
Yeah, I don't know if you said the name. I had my attention elsewhere. But Connor Zilisch.
Connor Zilisch. Yeah.
On the points heels, as it were, of Jared Thomas, which is another name that you'll recognize, taking the MX-5 Cup Championship. Connor taking Rookie of the Year honors, coming out. I think it was maybe 1 or 2 spots behind Jared Thomas. You know, basically a couple positions on track, might have swung it the other direction. It's an outstanding performance by a rookie. So keep an eye on, and that comes with a little bit of a cash prize too. Not quite as much as what Jared was able to pull for his result, but a nice little payday for Connor. It'd be exciting to watch the progression of his career. Exciting indirectly to be a part of the progression of his career. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's all very exciting stuff. He's also in GTO, is that right?
Who is that?
Zilisch.
In GTO, I don't think he's listed against anybody in GTO, is he? I believe it's just at GP2 MX-5.
I was asking a question because I wasn't sure which car he was in, actually.
No, it's the BSI MX-5. That's
okay.
That is the Shea Holbrook operated team.
The class leader. You noted, and have just put in their fastest lap of the race of 2:31.4.
Yeah, a good 4-second margin back to the number 146 from Harrison Motorsports, and then the number 469 MER, or MER, back there in P3, just up ahead of that North Loop number 21. A long lap last time. Joseph, did you mention the update we got from the number 21 North Loop Motorsport camp?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So they've lost some time, and that 2-minute 46-second lap is a little suspicious, if I'm honest. That maybe there is a recurrence of some issue or another new issue.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's an electrical.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. Not really sure. We'll have to watch that car over a few laps. Keep an eye on the lap times there and see what the status is. Now, it hasn't been into the pit lane this time around. 2:34.6. So all seems to be right with the world down in that spec E46 amp for North Loop Motorsports. RRT Racing rounds out the top 5 in GP2. GP3, the slowest of the production categories, largely dominated by Porsche Boxsters and the Odd MX-5, is led by the 605 from round 3 racing by 2.8 seconds from the number 197 of Overnight Motorsports and the number 195 from Overnight Motorsports. Hi to everybody at Overnight Motorsports from DriversEye Live. I know you're in contention for championships as well this weekend, so we'll keep an eye on the GP3 fight throughout the race weekend. I know we've already touched on the GP2 and the GTO situation, so eyes on that through the race weekend.
Yes, the L2 Motorsports Sebaco in GTU has fallen away, and I don't know how recent that is. It looks like it's within the last couple of laps, actually. From third in GTU.
Yeah, we haven't touched on GTU either, which is a good point. Thanks for bringing that up, Joseph. This is...
I see red, I talk about red.
There is no regional championship for GTU. This is just a season-long GTU points fight.
Oh, open throttle stopped here.
Oh, that is the exit of 12 from the 11-12, just at the pit out for the short course, the North Club course, as it were, up there. And now they actually might be able to recover this car on the infield backwards, if I think about this properly. Although it'll be interesting to see what they do with this car. We'll hold that to one side for the moment, or at least watch what they do from the onboard here. Shame to lose another onboard, unfortunately. But that number 63 BMW, I think it's an E92 or E90. Anyway, it's a V8. The car is awesome. Pit stop from the number 280 from Kingpin. And I think we've had the number 696 in as well. Oh, no. Maybe my timing is just recalcitrant.
No, the thing about that long red flag is it has kind of thrown off my mental calculus of when cars should be pitting. So for example, that GTU, we're starting to get into the range for GTU pit stops because of their smaller fuel tank.
Yeah, I haven't. That Kingpin car, I've seen a couple of cars trickle through the pit lane here. The 094 Ginetta was one of them, which has kind of tipped off the idea that maybe it's time for pit stops for these GTO cars. The production cars will go quite a bit quicker, but still waiting on vision of the leaders coming down the pit lane. I have one of them in sight. That'll be the number 401 from round 3 racing. The 983 from Will to Win Racing, the W2W camp, is in as well. And, Joseph, we watch the first stints of these races so often, and ours was interrupted this morning by the long red flag.
Yeah.
But so often we see the top of the GTO field, and especially the middle, 70 to 80% of that field, clumped so closely together because there's so little to choose. They're fighting through traffic, all of those elements of a long endurance race, except for the pit stops. And once we get into this first round of pit stops, you can have a 20 to 25 second swing in the execution of these pit stops, right? Some do driver changes, some don't. Some do tire changes, some don't. Some have a quicker fill of fuel than others, a bigger tank, a smaller tank based on their power output. And the end result of that is you watch the first stint, you expect something to happen, and then everything gets thrown into a box and shaken up and comes out the other side in frequently a very different order than it went in to that round of pit stops in. And while it might be easy to just discard that and say, okay, this is the running order now, the length of pit stops and the frequency of pit stops makes a big difference over a race of this distance.
Yeah, it does. I do wonder how losing that hour of running is going to change things. That obviously is going to... It's going to increase the advantage of a car on pace and decrease any advantage of a car that they would pick up during pit stop rotation like you're talking about, because there's going to be fewer opportunities for that. I think it might actually be a bigger deal in the production classes where they can go longer on a tank. Where often you might see GP1 or GP2. It'll be more of a differentiator, I'll put it that way, because there are GP2 and GP3 cars that can go 2.5 hours on fuel. We might be talking about a 3-stop race instead of a 4-stop race for a few teams. So something to keep an eye out for as we progress today, and then also remember how that might change things up for tomorrow, assuming we get the full 8 hours of running.
Watching one of these pit stops on board the number 511 from Choice Racing. That's the BMW M4, black with just a hint of orange trim. And sent on its way, peels out nicely. Just peels around the. Was that one of the ACP cars that was in front of it? I didn't catch the number. But pit stop complete, and thank you. Confirmation it was an ACP car, and heads back out on track. Stays well to driver's right, the outside of turn 1, and will rejoin exactly on the racing line, because that's how turn 1 works. The track that narrows, pavement that sort of ends there in the runoff, and then the rejoining cars on track exit as well.
It's a real funnel. That turn 1 exit.
Indeed it is. More pit stops here. The number 469 is in. It's quite a nice looking MX-5 actually.
Oh, speaking of MX-5s, the car that we saw stopped on the inside of turn 6 would have been the 585, which is I believe it's a new AOA Miata.
Okay, yep.
So, probably a new car, probably working out the kinks in that car.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. That's the 127 that's off to driver's right, coming out of turn 7. That's
okay, yep. 127 is... it's not NFC, that'll be the 123. There we go. It's Pinnacle. Thank you. It's JT, who is being heard at the track, by the way, based on the way our routing is set up this weekend. Hi, JT. I've got to tell you, JT, it's a lot harder to keep eyes on all 5 classes now that you're working production this weekend. JT, usually our lower class expert here, can really follow the battles and the progress of things through the pit stop rotations, and gives us collectively the opportunity to follow a lot more than what immediately presents itself, whether it's something happening out on track, something happening down in the pit lane in front of me on site here, or something happening in the most visible parts of live timing and scoring. JT's energy is focused largely on switching cameras for us this weekend. So working
Don't worry, JT,
around
I
that.
can take it back tomorrow. It'll be all right. I forgot to tell you about the hot mic. That is my fault. Everybody who's
no, you can't tell. It's fine.
Well,
leader is in. Sorry, no, not leader. 979 is in. 986 is in. Waiting on the 987 from FSR Racing. Also waiting on the GTR 99, who I don't believe they were into the pits. I don't think they made a stop to put fuel in the car. And if that's the case, going these extra 2 or 3 laps over the very fastest cars in GTO, the 404, the 696 the cars that led us back to green after the red flag, is going to matter at some point. It may not seem like much. It may just seem like this pit stop rotation is dragging on. But eventually, 3 laps becomes 6 laps at the second stop, becomes 9 laps at the third stop, and next thing you know, these cars are going 20 to 30 minutes farther than the other class competitors. Now, full course yellows will make a difference, but it really opens up the strategy options you have available to you between now and the end of the race. So it is very rarely going to put you in a position where you aren't operating with some advantage or some strength relative to the guys that you're racing against. And that was one of the real hallmarks of the Screaming Goat number 29 BMW. When it was still the BMW engine, you know, they would go regularly 15, sometimes minutes farther than some of the other GTO cars. The LS is obviously a lot thirstier. It makes a lot more power and a lot more torque, which is good in terms of overall pace, but it does hamstring you a little bit when one of your biggest advantages was straight up fuel mileage.
Oh, we've got the number 100 stopped again, so that car is still having issues. Now it's stopped at turn... Oh, I thought that was a dead feed. So, Brendan, if you're looking at our mix of cameras down at turn 1, that looks like that's...
Yeah, I thought it was.
Speed. That is actually stopped. That 100 is in the line of fire in turn 1. Now it is temporarily frozen.
Yes, but when the other cars move, the 100 will not.
Yeah, and okay, so we've put out a recovery vehicle to block that car, and now we've pulled it away. So that's all good news for the moment, but definitely a scary situation there for the 100. I think they've just come out of the pits based on that positioning. So
speaking of the Screaming Goat crew, by the way, just an update. They're done, no spare. I assume spare being axle, drive shaft, whatever that issue was.
I'm going to show my ignorance a little bit. Is that going to be specific to the BMW or specific to the LS motor that they've put in?
Well, so we kind of touched on this with Dorsey, where that car is having different demands put on it. Now, a full Chevrolet drivetrain, an LS-based drivetrain, all the way to the wheels, ought to be designed to handle that, at least to some degree. But if they've left the rest of the build of that car to, match the BMW construction and just put the LS motor in it and then maybe a drive shaft, then who knows?
Well, the reason I ask is not just for how the mechanics of that are going to go. We've got a car. Brendan, if you look out your window, do we have smoke on pit road?
Sorry, I gotta lean over the table here. I have much less visibility than you think I do, so I'm honestly not sure. I don't see any.
Okay. Yeah. Any hoozle. The reason I bring up the choice of parts there is, if they need a spare, are they going to go to ask a team that's running a Camaro or maybe the 404 squad that we're on board with now, or are they going to go to a BMW team for that piece?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe if one of them, well, maybe if David McKee, who I think is sending us the text messages, is listening down there, they can provide us a little more insight to that. That would be interesting. Certainly for us that have followed the series throughout the year, the Screaming Goat move to the LS engine is one of the more interesting developments we've had over the course of the 2022 season, and certainly has changed the way we look at the top of GTO and we factor in, strategy and race development. I never really got the full details on that. They were very coy about it when they debuted it at Daytona, and all of a sudden it was a BMW that sounded like a Corvette, which was very fun. But the details, I'm not sure on, and it does seem to a degree like they're working out the details as well, right? They are stress testing how all of these pieces are going to fit together. Indeed, whether these pieces are going to work together, right?
Yeah,
if you're marrying an LS and a big V8 engine to that chassis that may not be designed for it, where are the failures going to occur?
Yeah.
I think Daytona losing the engine was probably just some bad luck with the engine, but a component failure further down the line is less likely to be a random failure.
Yeah,
Good action here from the 99, yeah. Tried to go driver's left coming out of turn 8, thinking he could make it 3 wide out to that side, but seemed like everybody was pretty aware of what was going on around them, committed to their own lines, and the 99 chose to go hard to driver's right and go around the outside of turn number 9 and move done by the time they got to the braking zone. But it was good. I think it was good communication there on everybody's part, even though it looked to be pretty dramatic on board the number 99. It was still everybody holding their line, signaling exactly what their intentions were, and the 99 making an appropriate decision around those slower, production class cars, which is what you want to see in endurance and multi-class environments, right? Hold your line, hold your racing line, signal your intentions early. Obviously, you can't do that verbally because this is racing, but you can by the way you choose your line and hold it, and occasionally by using the turn signals and indicators as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of BMWs out, so I don't think we can rely on that, Brendan.
No, that's fair. Not my words. And yeah, it was it all tends to work much better when you have that level of communication out on track and you leave some margin for error. Pit stop for the GTR 99 BMW. That is the blue Johnstone Supply M4. Has the much longer rear wing if you're looking trackside. You'll see it hang out over the back end of the chassis. Has been our race leader for the last little while. Makes its pit stop at the conclusion of lap number 26 with 2 hours and 8 minutes of race time gone in race number 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to step away for a few minutes because the 511 has been noted for leaving its turn signal on. So I guess I'm gonna have to go away and eat some crow.
Okay.
It's a BMW.
Are you actually leaving me?
On. No, I'm not.
Okay.
That was a bit. Was it good?
I panicked. Last time everybody left, I had Dorsey and/or Scott. Now this is just it.
You just leave on the memory of Dorsey,
Make it sound like he's not coming back ever.
I don't. He says he's coming back, but he might have gone out for a pack of smokes, and I don't know if we'll see him again.
We were only promised 1 hour, so
we got plenty of Dorsey. I would take more Dorsey, but we got a lot of Dorsey.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody for joining us this morning as well. Happy to have everybody's company. More pit stops down here on the front straightaway from the 404 from Chill Out. The Chill Out MX-5 and the Open Throttle BMW, who is back into the pit lane as well. Now, I think I am right in saying that number 404 has already been in once, and this will be unscheduled and unexpected. Yeah. Yeah, it was in 2 laps ago. It had a long stop, lost about 6 minutes. And now that it's back into the pit lane again, it didn't sound great on the rev limiter, but I think that's just the way it is. Green flag waving at start-finish.
The reason for that is because the 605 is spun at turn 17.
Yes, it has. Let's talk about turn 17 for a minute. I know Dorsey's going to walk around this morning.
The bumps.
And there it is. We've got it on the replay there. It is all about.
That's a dangerous place to be stopped.
It doesn't look great from on board. I think it looks worse than it is. The racing line at 17 hugs that inside. Well, the second half of turn 17 anyway, hugs that inside line from about the bridge out to where the 17A flag station is to driver's right, and then it starts tracking out towards the wall. And in cars like this, you want to leave a good margin there on the exit. But where that car ended up, and where cars frequently end up, if they spin down at that final corner, is out in kind of a no man's land. Like, you have to have gotten the corner wrong initially to end up out there in the first place. And if you do, you're just going to lose control of the car. It's very, very hard to retain control over the bumps, out over the marbles and the dirt and the clag, to coin a phrase.
There's your flag, David.
Exactly. It is much more likely than not that if you're out there anyway, you're in a significant amount of trouble and that car is going to loop around on you. And it looks like that's exactly what's happened to the 605. So no harm, no foul there. Just out over the bumps, out in no man's land. Car swapped ends on him. And, or her? Because
no,
I
that's
think
true.
605
is usually a pretty mixed gender car.
It is this weekend. Aaron Vogel is listed against that car.
Who we saw at VIR.
Yes, you did.
Ago.
Well, you saw it at VIR a couple weeks ago.
I say a couple weeks ago. It was like a month and a half ago now, wasn't
it? Yes. And I'm not sure who's on board that car just this morning. But I think they're... I am right in saying that they are sort of reinforcing that Shift Up Now linkage. If you're not familiar with Shift Up Now, you're joining us for the first time, and certainly if you're trackside, it is, and somebody can speak to this much more collectively or completely than I can, but it is a collective to help promote female drivers in racing. And, you know, while they may not directly fund a driver, it is there to help open up opportunities for drivers to find seats, you know, get some experience behind the wheel at all levels of motorsport, right? It's not just about finding seats in a junior open wheel formula or something on the Indy ladder or the IMSA ladder for that matter, but finding places to go get experience, get some exposure. Sabre Cook, I think, is on board that car this weekend as well. Sarah Montgomery has been a part of the Round 3 stables for a long time. She's in the number 401 this weekend. And has been for the balance of the season. And it's just more than maybe any other organization in racing at the moment. It achieves its goal of what it sets out to do, which is to get the right people, its target people, opportunities in the sport that they might not otherwise have. And kudos to everybody that's been involved in that. I know Shay Holbrook is here this weekend with BSI. She's had a hand in Shift Up Now as well. And they've also sent some PR around with the World Racing League Circus over the last 2 seasons. And they've been very heavily involved in working with us and, you know, helping to promote their cause, their driver's cause, and just making racing in general a more interesting and inclusive place. So check them out. Shift Up Now is their name, and you'll see their logos around on the sides of the cars, down in the paddock, throughout the course of your weekend here at Sebring. So a fair play to everybody down there and everybody involved in the Shift Up Now concept.
I think we're getting ready to deliver our first ad break of the day.
No pressure, JT. I don't think we're there yet. Yeah. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we are getting there. I'll touch on the car we ride on board with at the moment. Yeah. It is the Black Forest Racing number 979. This car, well, this team, you may recognize by face, if not by name, formerly Loose Cannon. Loose Cannon Racing.
We had a very extensive time-filling interview with them.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. I've never talked to them before.
Well, you could live vicariously through us if you listen back to the VIR broadcast.
I listened to some. I listened to a bit. But that's good to hear, actually. I've been wondering. Look, they had the Porsche. I think it was a 996, right?
Yes, I think that's
it was a 996 GT3, and that car served them for many, many years. And I was a bit sad to see it go away and have them move to the Cayman GT4 platform, but I get the sense that they're not so bummed about it. That car has been really competitive straight from the get-go. And they're no longer an island, right? They're no longer running their car as the only one in the paddock. Right? They're not the only 996 or GT3 out there. Right? Now, they're one of several Cayman GT4 entrants that now have a little bit of opportunity or some resources available to them that they may not have otherwise had. That could be car development, setup development, that could be spare parts, and just general, finding your feet with a new platform. That's not a bad place to be. And we've seen where maybe the BMW M4s that make up a significant portion of the GTO field have begun to falter over the course of the season as they get more and more miles and hours under their belts. And they found where the weak points of that car are as the hours build up. The Caymans seem to be kind of immune to some of those issues. It certainly paid dividends for them back at Daytona, the 14-hour back in June. And there are a number of these teams have been able to benefit by bringing home race wins and big points hauls. Certainly 421, the Thunder Bunny Porsche Cayman. That car was new for this year. They've done a really good job getting that car up to speed and have been able to lead the GTO Eastern Region points coming into the championship weekend by virtue of being more consistent and not having failures where other cars and car manufacturers have. So it's a good thing for Black Forest to be in that camp, I think, and finding their feet here. They've done well for pace. Now they've just got to start stringing the endurance aspect together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new car. We know that car is capable of running endurance races because it's an NLS car. I think we found out.
Oh, right.
But it is, you're learning a new series functionally because they are relatively recent converts to WRL. So you're learning a new series of drivers and people that you're sharing the track with. That's always it's always a new discovery, and there's a big rotation in WRL, so it's not necessarily the same guys or girls every race. So yeah, it's a lot to adapt to, for sure. But we know the car's capable, we know the team's capable. So it's just, I think, as you're suggesting, it's going to be a matter of time before we see them fighting near the pointy end of the field.
Let me make a brief observation.
Observe.
If you're following along with live timing, over on racehero.io is the website to go to there. Search for WRL Sebring 8+8. It's our event title this weekend. You may notice that the race leader at the moment is the GTR 99, the BMW M4. There's a handful of GP1 cars mixed in there. The class-leading 336 from Big Mission Motorsports, the 701 from Round 3 Racing, and the Stratus number 59 in GTU. The 696 that pitted from a scant, but still a lead, back in 5th. The 401 from Round 3 Racing back in 6th. And the number 111 from Thunder Bunny cycled back up into P7. The lap times from some of these pit stops in GTO are longer than I would expect. The number 696 pit stop is, that lap was a 6-minute 14-second lap. Compared to the Stratus number 59 in GTU, whose pit stop lap was a 3:44. So, my question here, given the more jumbled order than I would expect in the overall field, did the GTO leaders have long pit stops? Or did we miss a lap in the pit lane for a couple of these cars?
I think we've lost a lap in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of landing with this, Joseph.
Because I'm not getting pit transponder data,
Mm-hmm.
and that is unusual. So I think there might be something up with that pit loop, and I think that might be something that we're going to want to... if you've got an ear, or if Race Control's got an ear on you, I think that might be something that we'll want.
Yeah, I'm going to take a walk next door and just drop that... that observation there.
I would also, Brendan, bring your attention to, Scott sort of alluded to this, but to some of the lap times around the red flag for some of the cars that are a little higher up in the overall than you might expect.
Yeah, now I'm sure these passings exist somewhere, but it's left the GTR 99 in the lead. Now, that car is competitive, there's no question about it, but it's got a pit lap time that is roughly an on-track lap shorter than you will see from the cars that came into the pits in the lead. So maybe some adjustments to be done there. And if you, like I said, if you are following along on timing, and you're trying to process what you're seeing, in addition to what you're seeing out on track or with our feed here on YouTube and Facebook, there is a little wrinkle there in exactly how we got to things being the way that they are.
Yeah, before JT sends us over to ads, which will help us kill some of that time, I do want to note that the 52s just copped a passing under yellow penalty. That'll put them down a lap. So while we're talking about losing laps, they'll have lost one due to penalty.
Okay.
And then with that, I'll let... we've got is that the 100 that's now slow on the back straightaway?
It is... Ooh, it's either the 100 or the Factor Fab car.
It'll be the 56. Tell you.
Okay, yep. That's the one with the Pan Am type globe logo down around the back of the car. That's exactly what that is. Joseph stopped on the way into turn 17, which, thank heavens, is a stable trackside feed.
Yes. That
turns out our cameras are powered by the sun today.
Yeah.
That's a shame. All right, well, they're going to recover that 56 without going to a full course yellow. And in the meantime, JT, if you're ready, we can take care of our commercial obligations here on DriversEye Live in the World Racing League. Okay, let's give it a shot. We'll go say hi to Hagerty Motorsports and Cooper Tires and Sentinel and everybody that makes this possible for DriversEye Live and for the World Racing League, and we'll rejoin you on the other side from Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty.
Teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back to Sebring for the first 8 hour of 2. We're on board with the number 99 from Team GTR, who are running in a, we'll say, contested first place in GTO. We're working out some potential glitches in the timing. Brendan's gone over to race control to make sure that everything is kosher and has been straightened out. The car that's running second in GTO is the car that was second on track, or was first on track before the pit stop rotation, and so the one that we think will probably inherit the lead once timing has been sorted out. Right in front of the 401 for round 3 racing. So definitely an interesting thing that we're looking out for. If you're following along in the timing and race hero, you'll note that the pit stop times for our most of our front runners in GTO unusually long, much longer than what we've got, for example, for the 99. So we suspect that we've got a few things to suss out there. At the moment, I was going to make a point about GP1, but actually the 336 has just come in, or maybe has been docked a lap, for that matter. I don't know if I might be reading that wrong, or they might just be stopping. 336 and 701 might be due for their pit stop, so they may be in the lane right now. Actually, in another one of our cameras, I think we can see the 701 coming out of the lane, as we have recovered Scott Michaels.
Yeah.
We have partially recovered Scott Michaels.
I'm fully recovered, it's just that wasn't much of a lead-in for me. There's no to that. You are correct, Joe.
I was expecting a hello.
Or at least Dr. Scott Michaels.
Yeah, that's true. Dr. Jerry Punch, Dr. Scott Michaels, peers.
I'm also currently fixing my onboards, which have died since I left.
Yeah, a few of them have changed. Yeah.
Does this mean that the chill out Mazda is out?
You know what? It might be. I had noticed that we'd lost that camera, and we had noted that they came in for an earlier pit stop than we expected. So they came back in about 3 laps after. I kind of assumed that we would see them back out, but it sounds like we have not.
I'm deleting them from my wall for now, but if anyone sees them, let me know.
Yeah, we'll put the 404 on a milk carton, and if you spot it. We've got another couple of 1-lap penalties. The 167 has already picked up its second pit road penalty of the day. That will incur a 1-lap penalty. And as has the 21 for North Loop. It's uncharacteristic for North Loop fighting for the GP2 championship in the national division. Actually, what was their first one? I don't see that they've... Unless we're just being more strict on fueling infractions, and that's a memo that I missed. The 21, I think, has been penalized for... No, it is their second one. They were given a warning for speeding in the pit lane at 9:14 right before the yellow flag. You recall our note from Ryan was that they came in for a precautionary stop after feeling something off with the engine. On board the 605, who we saw backwards in turn 17, now facing the right direction in pit lane for their first stop of the day. Pitting out of, I believe, second in GP3, behind the 195 for Overnight Motorsports. Scott, I thought you were going to be out today. Kind of pleasantly surprised that you're not.
I'm out for the afternoon.
Oh, okay. So that'll make 2 of us, and that'll be Brendan and JT bringing us home. Maybe with young Dorsey Schrader.
So, apologies for having to fill me in on something you were probably talking about within the last 20 minutes.
No, that's fine. I noticed that will help us fill time also while Brendan works with race control.
I've noticed that the GTR 99, their pit stop was significantly faster than looks like anywhere.
That's the reason why Brendan's not here.
Yes.
So we're investigating whether or not we've got an issue with the pit loop. Basically, not handing us lap times.
Right. I did actually notice. I thought I noticed during the red flag that everyone came through the pits and didn't get registered.
Yeah, there's a few people with...
Possibly for the 701, which mysteriously gained a lap during that period.
Yeah, 701 and the 336 were both higher up the order than I think we would have expected. To be honest, I missed it for a long time because I thought that meant that they were just up on a stop, being GP1 cars instead of GTOs. But yeah, no, I think we came to the agreement that we're curious about the cause of that. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, and the 701 hasn't seemed to really drop back down. They have actually lost place. They've lost 1 place in GP1, but they just had a very long pit stop, 7 minutes.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. So it's unusual for a pit stop to be that long if it's a routine pit stop race. So that indicates we think the loss of the lap probably ought to be scored.
Which is confusing because that car possibly gained a lap that it shouldn't have, or that nobody else did, and then PC Racing, who are leading GP1, appear to have had a normal length pit stop of 4 minutes for that lap. So they are now in the lead of GP1.
Yeah.
But MMR was the team that was leading GP1 before the red flag. They've had a normal, well, not a normal, they've had a double looking length pit stop of 8 minutes 43, and they are now 3rd in class.
Yes.
4th in class. Big Mission Motorsports are ahead of them. Big Mission had also a long pit stop. In fact, they were 2nd overall before they pitted, by the looks of things.
Yes, so that was one of the cars that we think had inherited the lead based off of lap times not being scored for pit in.
Gentlemen,
Brendan,
may I introduce a guest?
you may.
Excellent. So, having had our extended guest time with Dorsey Schrader this morning, we now get some hands and eyes from behind the wheel of one of our GTO class entries here this weekend. Chris Pies joins us from Old Fashioned Motorsports.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, welcome to DriversEye Live. Thanks for stopping up here. You were our erstwhile race leader for an extended period this morning.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was really good to have a plan going in and execute it and jump out to an early lead and kind of hold it for a little bit. It's a little unfortunate about the delay we had, and hope everything's okay with the red flag and the incident there. But
yeah,
it was a decent gap, and the cars got paid. So really happy with that.
So we just discussed briefly to kind of get each other up to speed here. You said you weren't really hustling the car. It's just a good pacey car around here, that Ginetta G55.
Yeah, the car, the balance of the car is pretty much good. We have a little bit of understeer up front, and some of the sweeping corners on the backside of the track, but overall, go to throttle in that car and it hooks up and it goes. We're down on power from the rest of the field, the GTO field, but we make that up in minimum corner speed.
I bet. Cool. Good in the braking zones as well. Nice and compliant.
Yeah, I struggle to think another car that's in our class that can brake as late as we can.
Nice.
So that's nice.
That's got to be fun. I mean, behind the wheel, even in a single class environment, right? If you're just GTO on GTO, having that an advantage somewhere where you're not all running the same pace at the same place at the same time, it's got to be fun.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely a blast, and that's one of the reasons I've been doing WRL for, I think this is my 5th season now, and moved up all the way from GP3s now to GTO, and the traffic is what is kind of the X factor. The cars that tend to rise to the top or the front of the field are the ones that can always manage the traffic, both the faster cars coming up on them if they're in a GP class, or if they're in the GTO class, managing the slower traffic and getting around them cleanly.
Sure.
Do you mind
So
if I quickly ask a question?
Go ahead.
You're struggling to think of a car that could brake as late as you. What do we think about the 404 Chill Out MX-5?
Oh yeah, what an awesome car. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to really look at it, but I mean that car it looks like it's a bit of a Franken car, but like if a factory was going to build something like that, I mean that thing is, I think it's got a V8 in it and the wide body. It's menacing, but yeah, that car's definitely a hoot to watch go around the track, and I'm very envious. I got started in NC Miata, so seeing that thing is like a NC Miata on steroids. It's unbelievable. But yeah, no, in terms of braking power and prowess, I mean that's probably one of the cars that are out there that can give us a run for our money on braking.
Yeah, I totally agree. I got to have a really close look at that car at Daytona, and I was, like you say, like shocked at how well put together it was, considering how much of a Franken car it is. It's one of the sort of prettiest, most interesting looking cars in the field, and it looks like it's been put together really, really well. But yeah, I just thought, I'm sure you have more downforce, but yeah, that's obviously, presumably that's going to still be quite a lightweight car as well. So yeah, I imagine you guys could have some good braking battles if you ever end up on track together.
Absolutely, it's one of the great things about WRL. I mean, just look at the field. We got everything from factory GT4 cars to Franken NC Miatas that are running the same pace, and everything in between. And it's just it's definitely the golden age. I mean, this is amazing to see this league grow over 5 years to what it's become. I remember coming to these races, and an enclosed trailer was the anomaly, and it was all open trailers, back at U-Haul trailers, and now look what we've got. So it's exciting to see this series grow.
It's nice to see the variety too. You guys, and I think CMZ campaigns a Ginetta pretty regularly, but this is about the most consistently high level we've seen a Ginetta prepared and run. And certainly some of the most competitive running we've seen out of one of these cars. It must be nice to have the variety when you're out on track, and B, to finally see and feel this car come into its own, from your perspective.
Right, and I have experience driving, so last couple seasons I've been driving 981 Cayman Close Sports in GTO, and seeing the different cars while competing in the same class and running similar lap times, they make speed so much differently. And playing to different cars' strengths and weaknesses. I mean, every car in the GTO class walks us down the straight.
Yeah.
We need basically a tow hook and latch onto the rear bumper to keep up coming down the back straight here. But we make our speed elsewhere. And just to have that back and forth duo, I had a really good duel towards the end of that my first stint with I think it's JTR, the M4, and he just walked me on the straightaways, and then I pull it all right back up in the corner. So it's a lot of fun to have that little bit of yin and yang going on through the race.
Do you feel a little bit like you're behind the 8-ball in traffic because you're down on power, like you've got to hustle your way through, or is it still pretty forgiving if you get held up behind somebody?
It's pretty forgiving. Our car has a ton of grip, so coming through some of these really fast technical sections, like the lead up into Le Mans, let's say, we can put our car anywhere and it can still be flat out and has no problem, where some of maybe the other heavier cars might not be able to do that. But yeah, I mean, if we have to lose our momentum, just like like a Miata, if we lose our momentum, we're dead. Yeah. And so we have to keep it up and keep it up. And in fact, that's how JTR caught me, was I got stymied behind 2 GP cars fighting and duking it out, which they should be. I mean, they're racing each other. Yeah. But I got boxed in, and he was able to go around the outside 3 wide, and that was that. So
we had wondered about that, because you guys were right down in the 19s and the 20s for most of the first part of that stint after we went back to green, and then all of a sudden it was a 224 and you were back into second. Like, oh, well, I wonder what happened there. And then you were just nose to tail the whole rest of the way.
Yeah, I basically went GP3 pace from 5 till halfway to the hotel turn 7. So that's where the 3 seconds just evaporated, and I saw it happening, and there's nothing I could do. And it's just kind of, well, that's endurance racing, but 8 hours, we got a long way to go, so we can make it up.
And positives for the Ginetta throughout the balance of the season. It seems like the places that you really lose time down long straightaways, or you really need to punch out of the slow corners, basically gone from here on out. Here and Coda should favor you guys pretty well. Yeah, really excited. I always knew I had Sebring circled on the calendar because I knew the Ginetta was going to be good here. Just the way the kind of switchbacks and the highly technical sections of this track really lend itself to a car like the Ginetta with its lightness. Coda's going to be hopefully the same. That's actually my home track, so I had a lot of experience there. It's going to be a little rough on some of those straightaways, like the back straight, but we should be able to make up, hopefully the time that we lose on the straight, we should definitely be able to make up in spades in the first half of that lap, especially. For sure, and those braking zones.
Oh yeah.
Right, if you're even remotely close to somebody, I'm sure you could really throw it in there if you needed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So throughout the course, you've been in with Old Fashioned through the balance of the season?
Yes.
All year? Has the car developed over the course of the season?
It has. Well, so I did some the first time I got behind the wheel of a Ginetta was a testing day at Barber.
Okay.
And drove, I mean, the car was just super fast, but it wasn't in WRL spec. We had significant amount of ballast to make the car legal. But yeah, at Barber, as soon as I got behind the wheel of that, I was like, okay, this is a different beast than a club sport.
Yeah.
You know, this is a I mean, they're all race cars, but this one feels like a go-kart as opposed to a little bit more of a street car, and I was just really impressed with it. But we set it up at that Barber test day. The setup has stayed the same until we came here. We had to make a couple of adjustments because we were getting some understeer. Okay. But the car really accepted it well, and she's a peach right now. I mean, I think I did that 18 something I did on the second lap was the fastest I've done all weekend. So. She's booking it. She's good.
Did you qualify the car yesterday as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Does that car have the pace in it through the rest of the weekend?
It should.
Okay.
One of the things we noticed, and over at VIR as well, is our I think in terms of from the first lap, best stint, best weather, best tires, to the end, maybe lost a second and a half on pace just from the track heating up and the grip, and I'll take that kind of spread through an 8-hour race. So.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, and I hope you guys stay competitive. I know we're waiting for timing to be updated here and kind of cycle back through, but it seems like, you know, the 505 is still super competitive. 224 last time around, and that's just about where everybody's falling. The odd 222 here from JTR, but everybody else is 24s and 25. So, and it seems like the consistency's there in the car as well.
And a shout out to my co-driver, Brad, that's in the car right now. This is his first ever WRL race. Yeah, he's driven the Ginetta before, and he's a local to Sebring, but this is his first WRL race, so he's doing pretty well. He's keeping it up there and keeping us competitive. So keep going at it, Brad. You're doing well.
Still have the fastest lap of the race as well. So that stays that just like that. maybe we see you on pole tomorrow and lead this thing again.
I hope so.
Nice, man. Well, any sponsors or anybody you need to thank before you?
I just want to thank the crew over at Chicane Autosports. They're the guys that are crewing our car, and they do a fantastic job. Stefan and his team are just world class. We couldn't do this without them, so they're doing a great job. So keep it up, guys.
Yep. If you're watching out trackside, our spectators and our visitors for this weekend, by all means, keep an eye out for that number 505 Ginetta G55. Not so quick down the straights, but man, does that thing haul into the braking zones and the corners. You're back in later today?
Hopefully, probably towards the maybe get the last stint or two. So get back in and see where we're at, and maybe chase down
somebody down. I like it. We're going to keep an eye on that for sure. Chris, thanks for joining us on DriverSeye Live. You're welcome up here anytime. And good luck through the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Chris Pies from Old Fashioned Motorsports, number 505 Ginetta G55 GT4.
Yeah, hopefully back in the car. That's the spirit of endurance racing. That's the plan, but you never know. Hopefully the car stays intact. Hopefully there's a seat to get back into.
Well, I mean, he mentioned it, right? They've found ways to develop that car with professional support, right? And I would hope, I'm sure some of that is set up and making some changes to the car, but also you'd hope there's some reliability and durability development to come there as well, even if it's not from the manufacturer. So, yeah, wait and see with that car, but so far I'm impressed. I think we've been waiting for this from those little Ginettas for some time. 2 full seasons, basically.
The dream of British GT is alive and well in WRL.
Yes. Not selling any cars here in the United States, really, but they are pretty actively involved in GT. Well, it used to be they were involved in GT3 spec racing, but definitely GT4 spec racing here in the U.S. And I think that car has found a real home here where it can stand out amongst the onslaught of Porsche and BMW and M4 GT4s.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they ever do sell Ginettas for use in IMSA Challenge. I think
there's some interesting, words there. We can touch on it briefly. IMSA requires you to basically buy into marketing.
Yes.
And to, do your
There's
part to help promote the series. Yes, promote the series and promote your brand. Ginetta doesn't stand to gain anything there. There's just no brand to be promoted here in the U.S. anyway. So if you're selling race cars, fantastic.
Other than for customer racing projects.
Yes. Where is that relevant?
Anyway.
I'm about to have another guest here.
Wow. It's like buses. On board here with the, we'll fill time while Brendan reintroduces himself off mic. On board here with the 421, sitting in 5th at the moment. Officially 25 seconds back from the 280 of Kingpin Racing in GTO. That is another one of those cars that we may be looking at timing adjustments later on in the day. Wow, looking at another feed, the open throttle car's gone well wide in turn 16. Yeah, it's a tricky corner, turn 16. It's very inviting. It really makes you want to take it faster than it can be taken. And sometimes there's more to gain on the exit of that corner than you think too. It sort of can bite you in either direction. A lot of corners around Sebring are like that. But anyway, the Thunder Bunny car, which was started by, I don't know if we have an update on that, it was started by Dallas Carroll. We're about 2 hours and 45 minutes into the race, so be a little long for a first stint, but wouldn't be completely surprising given that we had an hour of stoppage earlier. Kingpin has just pitted for the first time. No, I take that back, for the second time. Oh, because the first time would have been... No, it wouldn't have been. It would not have been the red flag. Go ahead, Brendan.
Can I introduce another guest? One walked out and another one walked in.
When one guest closes, wait.
When one guest closes the door, another guest opens it.
Right.
This one we're happy to have back. We're happy to have any guest back, but especially this one. Guys, it's Glenn.
Glenn!
How are you guys doing?
The king of high planes.
We just refer to you as Glenn, but you are Glenn Concert to the rest of the world. Fresh out of the number 336 Big Mission Motorsports M3, erstwhile class leader.
Yeah, we
top
were
two for a good portion of
for
that?
a little while. Yeah, I think I'm not sure what the timing and scoring issues going on, but we should be right up there. It was round 3, and I were battling for the lead there towards the end of that stint, which was an awesome battle. We had a lot of side-by-side stuff. It was very clean. A lot of respect for that team and that, especially that driver. I don't know her name, but I talked to her afterwards and have talked to her a couple times before, but she did a great job. Very clean racing, a lot of fun. Sorry to see the Moorhead guys having some problems.
Yeah, any idea what happened there?
Well, the first lap, I radioed into the crew the very first lap, and I was like, hey guys, the Moorhead car is smoking bad. And it was smoking on, just down the straight, it was smoking some, and might have been a PVC or PCV issue or valve stems or something, because coming out of every turn, it was like James Bond style smoke.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, that was pretty bad. Even if the car was still just running just fine, there's no way they could have left him out there like that, because it was unsafe coming out of like turn 7. You couldn't see anything. So
was it dropping fluid at all? Or
I don't think so. I was right behind him for most of those first 2 laps, and I didn't have anything on the windscreen, so I don't think it was really losing anything significant. But the smoke was unbearable, and, burning the eyes and that kind of thing. So,
oh wow.
Yeah, and then the Peter Chang car 44. I'm not sure after the red flag if they just didn't get started or not. But when we were coming around to do the red flag thing in the pit area, I just saw that car coming in on the strap.
Yep.
But they're doing okay now. They were out there, so I'm not sure if they just couldn't get started again or what.
There were, I think the 701 had issues.
701 couldn't get started either. Yeah.
Yeah.
That 44, by the way, was having issues right before the red flag, so that was incidental, basically. It was
gotcha. Okay. All right. Gotcha.
So things have fallen your way to some degree, but also, I mean, Big Mission has regularly taken the fight to the Moorhead car, and PC Edge Autosports isn't here, or Edge Autosports, the 26 guys, but you guys are always right there, and now seems like you guys have a real opportunity now.
We've got a real opportunity. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we had the 134 car that was also doing really well in the national standings, and unfortunately, we lost that car at Ozarks. It will be back, but not until next season.
No Coda.
To get that. No, that car won't be a Coda. So, we've kind of let everything fall on the 336 car to try to make that happen. And it's a slightly different platform than the 134, a little bit older. It's just not quite the same. So, we need some luck to go our way, basically. And if they're having bad luck, unfortunately, then that's part of endurance racing. And we just need right now, we just need to capitalize and just keep our nose clean, stay on the track, and just bring some points home, and not do anything silly to not be able to capitalize on whatever might be going on with those guys. And of course, round 3 is right there in the points with us, so it looks like it's going to be quite a battle right on down to the end.
I love GP1. It doesn't always find a way to deliver, the second or nose to tail battle all the way through the race, but it just has a way of providing levels of intrigue that you don't always get in GTO or any of the other classes. Everybody is so closely matched at the top. Yeah. Any one of 5 or 6 cars could theoretically win the race, and do it any number of ways. It could do it with pace, consistency, good luck. It's so much fun for us to follow, and
Yeah, we're not. The truth be told, the Moorhead and the Chang car especially, they're usually just a little bit ahead of us on pace. We just usually not quite there. But so we're just trying to do it on consistency and on always being there and keeping our nose clean and keeping the cars well prepped and just being there all the time. And so far, it's working out pretty well for us. We're really proud to be on the stage anywhere with those guys, because we're just kind of a little team, and no pro drivers or anything like that. So we're just kind of out there just sort of doing our thing and having fun. So having a ball.
Are you guys just out there cruising today trying to log laps, or are you trying to get a result out of this now that the opportunities there?
Right now, what we talked about last night, me and the other 2 drivers, was just the idea of, that's the whole thing today, is just basically finish the race. Because again, we knew that it probably wasn't worth driving 10 tenths the whole time, trying to legit beat the Moorhead or the Chang car or whatever. But we just said, we need to keep our nose clean. We need to make sure that we finish, and just kind of keep our fingers crossed that maybe the luck falls our way. And that's where we're at right now, to see what it goes. But as I told the drivers, I'm like, it would be the worst thing for us to go out there and do something silly and not be able to capitalize on, have all of the teams have a bad result, and then you just end up right exactly where you were at. So luck is a huge part of endurance racing. You got to be there at the end, and that's what we're trying to do. Is just turn every lap and just be there, stay on the asphalt, stay out of the pits, stay out of the penalty box, and yeah.
So what's the rest of your day look like? Are you back in the car later?
I will get back in the car. Bashar is in the car now, and then Grant Lipsky will get in the car for 90 minutes, and then I will get back in after that. So I'll be in, again, roughly 3 hours. I'll get back in, and then I'll probably just do 2 stints today. Okay. Not sure yet. I started today, obviously. Not sure yet what we're going to do tomorrow.
Sure.
I generally start, but it's not a hard and fast rule, so we might shake things up a little bit tomorrow, but who knows? So.
And Glenn, you guys are down here all the way down in Central Florida from where again?
From Denver, Colorado. Palmer Lake, Colorado, technically, is where the team is based. But yeah, it's quite a drive.
And there's a racetrack nearby where we should send more cars and more teams.
We should definitely send more cars and more teams to High Plains Raceway next year. It's going to be a slightly cooler weekend next year with the swap with VIR and all that. So now WRL will be there in September, not August. So it should be a little bit more pleasant to be there. Not quite as much like an air fryer, but yeah, we'd love to have some more cars come. And the way WRL's kind of shaking things up a little bit, I read about like the COTA race and all that will be sort of an invitation only. The last few races will at least give priority to the teams that are in the points. Yep. So that might provide some more incentive for the teams to come out to High Plains. I know it's quite a hike for a lot of the teams that are based here a lot further east, and we kind of look at that and we're like, well, we make that hike every time.
Yeah, right.
So come on, you guys can do it. You guys can do it once. I mean,
well, look, and you read it on the WRL Racers group, right? You see it on Facebook all the time. When are we going to add West Coast races, and when are we going to come west of the Rockies and go to your Laguna Secas and your Sonomas and whatever? If you want to push west and you want to start visiting more of these facilities, let's start with High Plains.
Yeah, let's start with supporting that race and selling it out, because it's never sold out. It's never sold out. So we would love to have it do that, but
it was such a pleasant surprise to do that race, to do comms for that race, because it surprised us for sure. I think we had this kind of preconception of out that part of Colorado, we're like, oh, this is gonna be flat, it's gonna be uninteresting,
weak.
Yeah, it was really fun. I know Scott and Sam had a great time. Sam now, local to the area, but still, I think we all had a kick out of doing that race, and I think it would be great to get more.
We were very glad to have you. Yeah, we're very proud of High Plains and what we've done out there. It's a 100% club-owned track. Club-owned, conceived, designed, financed, built, a true grassroots effort of the members of all these clubs wanting to control their own destiny rather than being at the mercy of whoever happens to own the local track and all that. So us owning it and us controlling it is a fantastic thing. And we don't have the big bucks behind us to be able to immediately build everything exactly the way that we wanted, these huge buildings and all that. But so it's the track, we feel, is right there on par with any of these big tracks in the country. The infrastructure is coming along, and it'll take a long time for it to come along. We only be open really about 7 or 8 months out of the year, so we can't even really make decent money year round. But everything that gets spent there stays there, because there's no way for the money to leave, no way for it to go into somebody else's pocket. So we spend every dollar on the facility to try to make it better.
We had, we saw pictures from the facility. I think we were one of the first to do any type of real video production from there.
Yeah.
And to be able to see it, if not in the flesh, on a screen from samplings around the circuit, watch the onboards, and to be able to call a race from there. The one question we had going into the race was, well, what is the quality of the race going to be like? What is it going to be with a 38 to a 40 car field instead of a 70 or a 90 car field like we got at, the biggest events of the season? And even that delivered. It wasn't just, people logging laps and trying to get points and come away with a result. It was a genuinely engaging pair of endurance races. We enjoyed the heck out of it.
Yeah, I had a great time. I wasn't driving, I was working, but still had a great time.
Yeah, we saw you moving barrels around. All that. Yeah, we saw you. We know the kind of work that you put in.
I can say that our level of access to a facility will never be higher than it is at High Plains.
They're like, hey, can we go over there? Yeah, sure. Yeah. You guys know what you're doing? Sure, go ahead.
That's awfully generous.
We definitely wanted to help and wanted to showcase the facility, and the best way to do that was to give you guys whatever you wanted and make it happen. Yeah.
We've got a green flag waving at start, which suggests, there's a yellow flag somewhere down at 17 or 17A.
It's the 146 has gone into the wall at 17. So we may go full course yellow here.
Yeah. We'll be coming up to that in the 511 onboard here in a couple of moments' time. So keep an eye to drivers left. We'll just stick with the onboard down until we get there and see what that looks like. But waiting. JT stepped away. So
It's coming onto the back straightaway now on that 511. So
yeah, keep an eye to drivers left here. Like we mentioned, it's a 146. We think. Oh, here we go. Double yellow. Just come out here at start finish. So a good run here of about just shy of 40 laps of green flag racing, which will total something like an hour and a half. Then we go yellow here, trackside or from the onboard as well. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's made it into the tire wall really even before the bridge there.
Gotcha. Yeah, the nice thing about the way that they do tire walls here at Sebring is they're usually freestanding tire walls. There's a layer of freestanding tire walls before you actually get to the concrete. So that's what it looks like has happened there. They've gone into the tire wall, shifted that tire barrier back, probably not made any sort of impact with the concrete.
Suggest something like that at high plains, but there's really not a lot to hit out there.
There's a lot of runoff.
Honestly, it seemed like a great place for a motorcycle race.
We do a lot of one of the 5 clubs that own the track is the Motorcycle Road Racing Association, which is a local club there. That's what I came up through. Really, was I raced road race motorcycles for more than a decade. I was actually the president of the club for 6 years. And that's how I basically got involved with helping to build the track and then eventually manage it. But yeah, motorcycling is it's pretty big out there in Colorado. We got a good group, great club. It's one of the oldest motorcycle clubs in the country. It's been around since 1974.
Oh wow,
it's a terrific old club. Yeah,
I remember when I was a kid watching AMA Superbikes race around just a horrendous robo track at Pikes Peak.
Yeah,
it's like a mile and a half infield. It was
1.3 miles. Yeah,
whatever. It was brutal to watch. But to think of what, I mean, not at the time, obviously, 1996, 97 High Plains wasn't around, but you were to go try something like that again and get, even a mid to high level motorcycle club to do a race at High Plains, I would watch the heck out of that. That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, no, we do 4 or 5 races a year there, so it's awesome.
I mean, if they can go to pit race, they can go to High Plains.
That's true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I'd pay to watch that. That'd be awesome. But WRL's not a bad substitute. Go out and spend a weekend watching sports cars and endurance racing around what we think is hopefully on the frontier of some West Coast development for the club would be fantastic. Getting ready to... Yeah, sure. Glenn and I are going to step away for just a moment here.
Sure.
I'll let you guys cover, and then we'll be back here, and we're back to we are in a full course yellow situation here, trackside at Sebring.
Yeah, I'll take the opportunity to prod JT to maybe queue up our second ad break. I think we're probably due for that as we approach the 3-hour mark. And then JT, whenever you're ready for that, you can give me a verbal or, I see it. All right. So yeah, we're gonna send out a flatbed to recover the 146 that's gone into the wall. That'll be the Harrison GP2, erstwhile leader in that class. Fingers crossed that the impact there will be light enough that car will be repairable, but that will be a matter of time telling us on that one, I think. So while we wait for the field to form up behind the safety car, we'll go to ads and be back in just a couple minutes for the Saturday race here at Sebring, the finale of the Eastern Championship for the World Racing League.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all? Well, let's shift gears a minute. We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things. Like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to the Saturday race for the World Racing League here under full course yellow for the World Racing League. A couple cars. It's going to be, I believe the 401 is going to make it out just in front of the pace car. So that'll be a huge deal there. I think the pace car will have picked up the 99. Obviously, we have some question marks regarding transponder issues.
Yeah, I think there's just some adjusting to be done there, Joseph. But it looks like the pit loop is back to the way it ought to be. So
it is.
With everything else being equal, it looks like we're pretty much squared away in that regard. Other than to get caught up with that first round of pit stops.
Yeah,
Glenn certainly discussing here that that 336 ought to be up higher than it is at the moment. So
yeah,
keep
like
an eye on you guys for sure.
Two really long laps there where there should have just been one for that pit stop. So
yeah,
might have missed a lap or something.
Yeah.
So my speculation, which I know we're not supposed to do, but just whatever. This is going to be confusing if we don't talk about it. And it only is going to get more confusing the longer we delay on it. What it seems like has happened is that maybe there was an issue with the pit lane transponder loop that has now been resolved, and I think what's probably going to happen is the race control is going to have to go through and take a look at those long pit laps, cross-examine with probably some onboard data that they'll be pulling to make sure that teams aren't fibbing about how long their pit stops were.
Right.
And I think a few teams are going to basically be given laps back here before the end of the race.
Yep, and the lap time differential will aid in that as well. So there are tools available here to make sure that this is all sorted out and everybody gets this right. You're also correct, Joseph, about the 401. They did come out ahead of the pace car and are now working with looked like maybe one of the MX-5s just ahead of them to catch the back of the pacing order, which is going to take some time. It's a long lap here, but that is a work in progress now. It looks like they've done most of the work that needs to be done at 17. Certainly we saw the rescue vehicles go past us here a moment ago at start-finish. So
I'm trying to see from the onboard here that we've got, if I can tell if the lights are on the pace car or not, but the rearview mirror is right in the way. So they got the flashers on, but
exactly.
the lights on top, so they probably are still on.
The four-ways are on there. I would assume that it's going to be, well, I don't know. They may turn the lights off here towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, they're going through, what here? Yeah, 13, 14 now, I think.
Correct, yep.
Yeah. That is a fun section of this track. Is fifth gear wide open through that big double.
Are you guys on the limit through there in the GP1 cars?
Yeah, it's fifth gear, flat to the floor, not quite rev limiter, but coming into what is, I guess, 15, the right-hander. But
is it easy flat, or are you guys just kind of on the limit, like
Oh no, it's
okay.
You're 100% flat.
Nice.
Even if you kind of screwed up just a little bit, you could usually stay in it. It's comfortable to stay in it.
Do you have time to get the car straightened out before you have to jump on the brakes?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we talked to Dorsey about this a little bit, but I want to hear your perspective of what it's like going through turn 17 there, as torn up as that part of the track is.
It depends on, which turn 17, because there's about 4 different ones. depending on, and I still haven't figured out yet. It's one thing where you can definitely play with it, and I was trying a lot of different things and watching the predictive to see what works. As far as early entry and turn it into a diamond, or try to turn it into a big sweeper. There's a lot to learn down there as far as where the bumps are, where the bumps aren't. I don't know. It's tough. It seems like no matter what you do, nothing is, in my opinion, no part of it or no line is a huge difference compared to anything else. I don't think there is an ultimate, this is how you have to do it and you'll gain a second kind of thing. But it's just wide open territory. There's so many different ways to go through there. There is a really big bump on the inside of the exit, right about where the corner station is. I did learn that basically I just need to avoid that, because if you really wanted to do a late entry and then pull the car back and almost clip the inside wall coming back on, big bump there. And I did hit it twice, and both times I had tire smoke in the car for the tires rubbing. So I'm like, well, all right, that's not going to work. So don't want to beat the car up that bad. But there's so many different ways to go through that turn, and I don't know. My first time here ever, so I would imagine if I had 1,000 laps here, I might be able to tell you what the exact right way is, and Dorsey probably does, but there's a bunch of different ways to do it, that's for sure.
You've acquitted yourself well for being a first-timer. First stint was good stuff.
It's a great track. So much history here. I'm very proud, very happy to be here and finally be able to check this one off the bucket list, and just think about everything that's gone on here and all the really truly incredible races and the racers that have been here. It's pretty awesome.
You gonna be joining us for New Jersey next season? Check another bucket list item.
I want to try. It's really tough to get away. I usually end up doing kind of like the first 3 races of the year before High Plains season really gets started, and then I do the last 3 races after things are kind of winding down. But getting away during the season is pretty tough. So I have to have a pretty big excuse to be able to do that. But we'll see. I always like to do. I did go to VIR a few years ago. For the first time, and that was kind of during our busy season, but I was able to swing that. So we'll see. Maybe one. Check another bucket list off somewhere here and there, but yeah.
Nice.
Well, I need to take off and go get some things done and get ready to get back in the car before too very long, but it was great to come up and talk to you guys. You've been doing a great job, and we appreciate you having you here.
I appreciate the heck out of you coming up here, and it's good to talk to you as always. Thanks for all the support you've given us at DriversEye Live this year. High Plains, and coming up and hanging out in interviews over the balance of the season. It's been really good to talk to you guys and get some engagement from Big Mission as a whole. So thanks for joining us, Glenn. And
see you at COTA.
Very good. We'll be there. Glenn Concert from Big Mission Motorsports and of course High Plains Raceway.
Yeah, thanks Glenn for his time, which we know as King of High Plains. That is few and far between. We've got a couple penalties. Obviously, since the yellow flag, things have mostly cooled down in race control, but we did obviously have people take to the pits. One of those was the number 52 for Team ACP, which is copped a one-lap penalty for their second pit stop infraction of the day. A lot of early pit infractions today, and I think that's going to play a role here in the back half of this race. It feels like maybe an unusual number, or maybe just the teams that are catching warnings are also catching penalties in very short order. So
I have somebody who can lay into that a little bit.
Go on.
Go ahead, Mr. Schrader.
Well, watching this from the outside for a while there, and we talked about all the different things you should not do in the first 7 hours or 7.5 hours of a race that's 8 hours long. And one thing we hadn't hit on was, in fact, what's going on really badly right now, which is a bunch of pit penalties. Now, if you fuel without your visor down, without a balaclava, if you fuel without, if you get it wrong, if the car lands in its pit spot and the fueling guy goes over before the fire extinguisher guy, all these are penalties, and usually what would happen is on the first penalty you'll get a warning. But if it happens again, same car number comes up, same thing, you're going to lose a lap.
Yeah.
And a lap here is really, really hard to make up. So these are just little bitty things that happen. And you know, as you were saying, there seems to be a lot of it going on. And I attribute that to probably new people on the pit crew.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a fueling guy. His job is only one time every once in a while. And he's got to get the fuel tank and put the fuel in the car. But there's also, you have to have the helmet on, you have to have the driver's suit on, you have to have the balaclava on, you have to have visor down. And for a new guy, you know, he just wants to get the hose in the nozzle and you know, get the thing going. So there's a lot going on there. But these things is where a experienced crew chief or a team manager, you know, hammers that into your head. It's so, I mean, the driver's out there, think about this for a minute. The driver's out there at 85 degrees. He's working his butt off to get a 1/10 of a second when he can, to get whatever he can. You know, he's doing his stint, and then a lap goes away.
Yeah.
Because of a very simplistic mistake, but it still goes away. Now, the worst thing they could possibly do is for that team to try to make the lap up with speed.
Yeah.
You know, if you go out there and you start chasing around, driving 10/10ths, you're going to go downhill quick.
Sure. Yeah. Some of these teams, we see it on a race-by-race basis. You come down in the pit lane, you leave your visor up, right? Or
easy.
You don't put the catch pan down or something to that effect. You might end up with a warning, right? And then you know, okay, we've got to refocus. We've got to stop making these mistakes. We know exactly what we need to do. Let's slow down and execute. If you make 2 mistakes in the same pit stop, you don't have the advantage of that warning, right? So if you come in there and you're a little sloppier than you ought to be, there is a chance you're going to pick up that 1 lap penalty right off the bat, like you said, without the benefit of having that warning ahead of time. The other thing, too, is compare it to a professional race that practice pit stops dozens of times.
Right. That's why they do.
Right, exactly. And it gives you an appreciation for just how difficult it can be to execute as regularly and as effectively as those professional teams do. You come in here, yes, okay, you might have the same crew, you know, from weekend to weekend, but you don't have a lot of time together, you don't have a lot of time to practice. And in other cases, you have weekend warriors that are just here to help you crew.
Right.
That don't have that experience, that haven't seen the penalties handed out, that don't remember visor down. Step 1, visor down. You know,
yeah, or that may be locals that aren't necessarily working with the team week in, week out. But they might
That's
be
more my
local
point.
There. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you need all the free help you can get.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
It's racing. Yeah.
I mean, guys that are your buddies that want to help, you need that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work that well. The thing you have to remember, again, is time lost. And, you know, on the racetrack, we're talking about hundredths of a second, 10ths of a second, a couple tenths here, a couple tenths there. But a lap penalty is, you cannot outdrive that.
Yeah.
You need help at that point. When you get a lap down here, you have to rely on, you know, somebody on the pit box watching for the full course cautions and trying to get a lap back. Where's the lead car? You know, can I get a lap back because the lead car's here and I'm here? You know, somebody smart has got to be on top of that pit box to save you when you fall down.
Yep, absolutely. And those people definitely exist down in the pit lane here, but it's got to be 100% of the time, right? You can't just be 90% good. No. You're going to cop a warning or you're going to cop a penalty at some point.
You cannot make up the result of a penalty on the racetrack by being trying harder.
Yeah.
You'll just get yourself in worse trouble.
Yeah, especially a place as long as this, that lap has got to come back to you some other way. Through strategy, being clever, conserving fuel, however you're going to choose to do it, but doing it on track, especially here, is incredibly difficult. And Joseph, I mean, how many times have we seen races changed on a penalty, right? Somebody loses a lap in the pit lane or makes a mistake out on track. A pass under yellow is the same type of mental error.
Even the admitted ability to lose a lap by doing nothing wrong, by the yellow coming out or a full course caution coming out and the lead car being somewhere in relative to where you are that costs you a lap. You can't protect yourself from it.
Yeah.
But when it happens, you know, did you make a mistake? No, you didn't. It was a coincidental deal, but you're still 9/10 of a lap down.
And that's just a way to reinforce that what we're doing here in WRL, endurance racing in general, is still very much a team sport. Never mind just the 3 or 4 drivers in the car.
It's, my gosh, there's so many millions of different variations of things that can bite you. And, you know, you've got all these crew members you're here for, 5 days. And during the 5 days, any number of things can happen. You know, all you can do is train your guys and recover the fastest. We talked about that earlier. You know, I didn't do anything wrong, but now we're on the wrong side of the fence.
Yeah.
And we got to get on the other side of the fence, and so you got to keep the guys' morale up. It's really hard as a driver to concentrate and to try hard when it's not even your fault. You're a lap or 2 down, and then you got a long way. You got to drive another 6 hours, you know, and you don't have any chance of winning without a little help from whatever, you know.
I mean, yeah, you see that in F1 even. I mean, you see that at the absolute pinnacle. Just drivers getting in their own head because of a mistake the team makes.
I think Bob Varshy used to refer to it as the ultimate reality show, right? There are so many unexpected little twists, unplanned little twists that can happen and affect, especially an endurance race, just by the sheer amount of time we spend going around in circles. But the nature of endurance racing makes the unpredictability such a defining feature of what we're doing, and you know, that is the reason to keep pushing or to stay engaged as a driver, as a car owner, as a commentator, a strategist, or whatever, because this race can turn on its head at literally any time.
It's if you wrote a book, and everybody wants me to write a book at some point in time about the crazy things that you can't control, but people think you're making stuff up and you're full of crud, you know. Because you're telling the truth that anything can and will happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I got hit in the face with a bird, and it went through. It broke the visor pivot point, and so the bird wedged in next to my eye on this right side, and it was like sticking in there, and it kind of was gross, and the side of my helmet went from white to kind of red, and they thought I was hurt, so I got black flagged to come into the pit lane because, you know, the bird was sticking out of my face.
Just adds a little drag. It's fine.
It's just one of these things, you know. At this racetrack, we've been talking about it. There are a lot of feral cats that run around in the morning back and forth. You know, you never know what's going to happen if it gets into your radiator.
Sure, yeah.
You know, now I'm overheating because I got a cat in there or whatever. I know whatever it is, they're going to be. I should just stop on that. But stuff happens.
No, listen, it's the reason we love endurance racing. Not the cat situation, but just the.
Can I go to the turtles?
Have you had a turtle incident?
Like a prototype, a turtle won't fit under the splitter.
You've tried.
No, exactly. They're slow too.
I believe that.
Get off that subject.
But
that lit up the board. I guarantee you that lit up the board.
YouTube is just hammering Dorsey Schrader. No, but the point remains. Anything can happen at any given point in time.
There's no amount of thousands of things that have happened over 50 years of my career that, you know, the problem now is just remembering them. I need Stevie D.
That's why you got to write the book.
Right, and the guy's got to say, remember, and I got it, and I can tell the story. But it's kind of nuts. I mean, think about the money a team spends and the effort they put in to come to run an 8-hour race, to have one of those weird things, you know, put them lap down, 2 laps down, 5 laps down. And now, you know, they got to persevere. They got to go on, and there is no die.
Yeah.
There's never say no. You got to go. You got to fix the problem. Keep going. And, you know, somewhere in the very bowels of our body, there's this hope.
Yeah.
That, you know, I can do this. I can still win this race. And you just do whatever you got to do.
We have a saying. We have a saying in for ourselves here at DriversEye Live that WRL is going to WRL, and that's placing the responsibility on the collective drivers that something crazy is going to happen at some point. And some of it is based on that faint hope that something is going to fall your way. But over the course of the last 2 seasons that we've been doing this, that usually happens. Something usually does happen. And drivers that have stayed engaged, teams that have stayed in the fight, and, despite maybe losing a lap to a penalty or, having some type of mechanical issue in the first 2 hours of the race, if you stick with it, run the race out, man. See what's going to happen. And
it does
been
happen.
Rewarded for it.
It happens to everyone.
They've been you get rewarded for that perseverance.
Anything can and will happen.
Yeah.
I mean, conversely, the question that I have is, like, how long does it take you to? Because I was thinking about when we got into the video game side of things. I'm trying to think when the switch happened, that it was just when you get an acceptance for the fact that you could have done everything perfectly on a given day, but it didn't come to you, and that's just something that you have to kind of deal with and stash away. It's like it wasn't me, it wasn't anything that I did. It just that wasn't my environment today.
And here's my speech to addressing that to a newer driver, is that a mature driver at some point in their taking part of a race will understand that they cannot win today. The best I can do today is third, because I can't catch those 2 guys up there. They're faster than I am. All I can do is sit here and do the best I can do. And if one of those mess up, then maybe I get something. But if I mess up, maybe I lose something. So if on a third place day you end up third place, it's a win.
That's look, I mean, in amateur and club racing, I'm hopeful that mentality is prevalent, but I've never really thought about it from that perspective. If you're a young driver, there are phenomenal amounts of money on the line these days to try and get your name out there, get your brand out there, get some experience before you lose the opportunity by age or whatever the case may be to get yourself into racing as a career. And I think you can even see it in some of the junior formula these days. You end up with desperation.
Yeah. And bad decisions.
Yeah.
Actually.
Right. Which is never a good way to get yourself anything, but especially, into a career where you're putting your life on the line, others' lives on the line, and, like I said, a ton of money on the line.
Yeah,
to be able to do it.
That's another way. Interestingly, I think that maybe things have shifted in a weird direction since Dorsey, you started. As you said,
yes.
youngest driver to pick up an SCCA license at the time, and now we've got people who are running IMSA races at like 14, 15 because they want to make it to Le Mans and be the youngest driver to run Le Mans. It's so different now.
Yeah, and I've known several of those that did that. Michael McDowell was on the 16 team. They're all 16. They went to Watkins Glen, and there was a statute in the laws of New York that they weren't allowed. They went there with the car fully capable.
Oh, Colin Brown was one of those too, right?
Yes, Colin Brown was another. They were all 16 years old. There was 3 of them, and now they're all very, very professional racers on the up level. And when you get these younger guys, mostly their parents have had them in go-karts, had them in quarter midgets, had them on dirt tracks, or whatever. And they're, if they're brought up and taught the right things and kept under some sort of scrutiny, they can develop so quickly, and they're so talented already, it's an amazing deal. But, making mistakes, rudimentary mistakes, gives you a black box to get into. There's just so many things out there that you have to do right.
Yeah.
And one of those things is that discipline of, I'm not in a position today because of my car, because of my tires, because of me, because of whatever, it doesn't make any difference. I can't get past third unless somebody up there who makes a mistake.
Sure.
So third is good. If you get a second, you're a hero. But it's because somebody else screwed up something.
Sure. Yeah.
If you fall to fourth, it's because you didn't read the situation right, or you made the mistake and you lost that position. that's how you win championships. You just keep going for what you can get, and you'll figure that out. It's not usually a last lap deal. It's usually, I can still see the guy in front of me.
Sure.
But without him making a mistake. It's the same way when you're leading. I look in the rearview mirror. Can he catch me with the distance I am in front of him in the next 3 laps without me making a mistake?
Yeah.
No, he cannot. So don't make the mistake. That's why I say the green flag comes out at 7.5 hours.
Sure.
Not that we only start the race at 9 this morning because it said so on the schedule.
Yeah.
Somebody put the schedule together. That's how it works.
Well, those first 7 hours or whatever are, in the worst case scenario, they're an opportunity to make a mistake, right? You avoid the mistake and keep the car on track. Eventually, things are going to find you where you've completed all of the available laps that, at least your pace will allow you. You take the race as it comes to you. Maybe you get a little bit clever with strategy, but you're not having to throw Hail Marys because you're not making other mistakes. Right?
And communication is so key to a new guy, a younger guy. It's like in boxing, your corner man really needs to talk to you every time you get a break to go back there. He's got to tell you what he's seeing.
Yeah.
Same thing with here. Whoever's on the pit box has got to keep you informed of the rest of the world.
Yeah.
It's not just. I had an owner, a pro owner in NASCAR, and he used to give this speech. I'm not going to mention who it is, but he gave the speech that there is no accidents. Like, if you go out there and wreck my car, don't come back and tell me it's an accident. He goes, I'll tell you what an accident is. He goes, an accident would be if you're driving my race car around the track as fast as you can go, and a meteor comes from outer space and smashes you through the ground. Now that's an accident.
Sure.
So look at it from that mentality that, everything is on you as a driver, and everything is on each of the crew people as their part. Any mistake made by anybody on the team comes back to hurt the team. And it's, without luck, mostly non-recoverable. You can, if you got a smart guy in the box, he can work these yellows. He can get you some, but
sure,
you still need a lot of luck.
Yeah, I look at. Go ahead, Joseph.
I'm not going to ask you to confirm or deny, but if that's not Chip Ganassi, I'm going to be shocked.
You're good.
I want to kind of touch back on the, younger guys getting into that mentality, that mature mentality. It doesn't necessarily have to happen at 20, right? You're watching the IndyCar championship this year. Will Power had that revelation at 40. It can happen at any point in a
That's
career.
true. Yeah, absolutely right. With the right discipline, the right opportunities, etc. And motivate. I'm going to go back to my friend, my teammate Jim Pace, who was on his 3rd year in medical school. His father was a physician and a surgeon, and he was about to get graduated, and he said, I want to try racing before I do this. And he gave up his career as a doctor.
Yeah.
And he came in and became multi-time champion, and and that wasn't at the youngest of age, but I mean, he gave up a career in medicine, which we all know what happens.
Sure, yeah.
You work until you're 13 and you're done.
Not the same in racing?
I hope I pissed him off that time. Oh, man. But, it's your mindset, I guess, and your commitment level and your skill level, and right place, right time plays such a huge part.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
In anything it did for me.
Do you think there's still a benefit to diversifying your experience in racing, or do you? I'll set the scene here. JTR Motorsports engineer, JTR Jared Thomas, right? MX5 Cup champion for 2022. Went out there and hustled the heck out of one of those MX5s. Also one of the quickest drivers in WRL. I can't imagine it's a coincidence that a guy who is straddling the most aggressive sprint tin top series in the country and the most conservative, reasonably high-level endurance racing series in the country is a champion in one and contending for a championship in the other.
You could probably add half a dozen, if not a dozen, more names to that list that came out of MX5 or Mazda because that is such a hugely competitive series. Ironically, Sports Renault Spec Racer is the same way. If you win a championship on that side of things, you can drive. There's no doubt. And you know how to drive in an aggressive environment, a lot of guys around you all the time, and you've already learned to read all that and to see all those things. So coming into an endurance deal, and you know, it most definitely does correlate.
Yeah.
There's no question about it, because those series are hugely competitive, and you're racing like for everything all the time, and the winners of those types of classes are good.
Yeah,
really good.
That JTR car, I mean, they are consistently one of, if not the quickest cars on track, but the reasons that they've lost races have not been because of contact or being overly aggressive on track. It's the little unforced errors, the pit stop mistakes, car and mechanical issues, you know, that were unforeseen, you know, whatever the case might be, that have set them back a little bit. But it's about the consistency, the pace, you know, the consistent pace on track, and I like I said, I have to imagine that there's correlation there between doing it for half an hour in a sprint racing series, being consistent there, and then finding a way to balance that in an endurance racing format.
You know, and you look at all the different types of things that you might do as a new driver coming in, and how do I get the most experience, the best experience, and learn the most in the least amount of time?
Yeah.
Well, you know, go into one of those type of classes. I mean, that's where you learn full-on combat from every lap.
Yeah.
On to the end. Then more complex on this side is that you have to share the car with someone now, and you have to tutor them if they're not as good as you are. Even if they are as good as you are, you have to get both drivers talking the same mentality. How are we going to do this? How are we going to win this race? You know, you can't go out there and burn the brakes off the car. You can't go out there, blow the engine up, missing gears, all these things. You know, you have to work together. And then team manager or the guy in the box looks at two drivers and say, what's the best of each of these guys? Or maybe there's four.
Yeah.
You know, so you need to put them sequentially where they need to be at the proper time. Some of it has to do with physical height. You know,
oh sure,
Stevie D is much taller, and he's like 6'5" or 6'4". It's like Tommy Kendall, you know, and I'm 6 foot, and somebody I could, like Jeremy Dale was like 11 inches.
Oh yeah, that's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Tom.
But we all did that, you know.
Just a quick reset here, Joseph. I'll let you just kind of reset where we stand here at Sebring, 3.5 hours in, and we'll rejoin you here in just a moment.
Okay, I'm not at all prepared for that, but I don't think, so I'm not seeing any indication that race control has gone through, although that, now that I think about it, may be the reason that we're still under this extended yellow flag. Might be giving race control an opportunity to just double check anything that needs to be handled in terms of those early pit stops. Probably speaking. Yeah, we have actually. I hadn't noticed that, but you're right. We've gone from the Dodge to I can't quite make out. Is that a Chevy? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. So I think I know we needed a flatbed to take the 146 away, and that car hasn't come back out. So I wonder if what we're doing here is maybe just a long yellow flag period, allowing teams to keep the cars running so we don't heat soak in the Florida sun, and anybody that needs to undergo repairs can undergo repairs that they wouldn't be able to do if we went to a black flag all situation. It's also possible that we're still doing barrier repairs down at 17 if we stick on this camera. I'll be honest, I've been keeping up with other things, so okay. So that suggests to me that it is an administrative yellow and rather than a safety car yellow, if you will.
Yeah. Is there any chance we're correcting timing issues that was happening?
That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah.
Okay.
I was just trying to couch it a little more subtly, but yes. So, yeah, we are still, obviously, because we're circulating, we are getting takers to the pit lane. So you'll see that in orange in your timing tower for the number plates. Orange indicates that they've just pitted or are pitting on that lap. Red means that they're stationary or missing from timing. The 585 has come back out after 100 minutes of repairs, so that's it will have been beneficial to some of these cars that have run into early problems. Oh yeah, the 421. I saw that. That was very good. I was worried that we were going to lose that onboard. Yes. Yeah, the Thunder Bunny onboards are always great. Sometimes there's audio issues that keep us from being able to use them, but not this weekend. They've been really rock solid. GTU, the two, which is a class that we haven't really talked about. Excuse me, that we haven't really talked about, is basically nose to tail between the 58 and the 59. There's a big gap back to the other two cars, and actually I don't think the 84 we ever saw take the we saw it take the start, but it didn't complete its first lap. You remember we saw it stopped in the pit exit. So the 100 and the 56 have fallen away due to mechanical issues, but there's only, looks like, a lap between them, question mark, unless that's old news. No, there's more than a lap between them. It's about more like 14, and I have old data. But the two Stratus cars are turning that class into a fight. We've got recovery vehicles coming out of turn 1, so I don't know if we're going to be sweeping some marbles here off the racetrack. I don't know that these cars produce a ton in the way of debris, other than we talked about some smoke that was being laid down, smoke and potentially a little bit of oil that was laid down. I don't think that's really caused any trouble for us. But if we've got a lull in the action, there's no reason to not do it. In GP1, obviously, bear in mind that we've discussed the quirks and the timing situation, so some of these may shift around, but it's relevant in terms of how the pace car will have picked up the field. Goal obviously being to pick up the overall leader, which would have been, I think at the time of the yellow, would have been the 99, who has since pitted. And now the leader of the race will be the 401 for round 3 racing on lap 57. And they've got what looks to me like about a lap lead over the 696 for JTR, who is 22 seconds ahead of GTR. So try not to get those two confused. Automatic is right behind the number 99 for GTR. Then we've got the Jackie Chan 420. It's not spelled the same as the martial artist, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not that Jackie Chan before you ask. And then right behind the 420 is the 421, appropriately enough for Thunder Bunny Racing, who we were on board with a moment ago. Rest of the top 10 in GTO is TLM Monoflow, the 770, followed by Kingpin Racing in the 280, about a lap behind them. Then right behind them will be Black Force Racing in the 979, followed a few cars behind by the 111 for Thunder Bunny Racing. Yeah, okay, so we have news from the teams that it is a this long yellow is to address the timing issues that we've been talking about in the early stage of this race, so that's good to see that we're addressing that now and not at the very end, and certainly not post-race, so that's good to see that proactive measure from race control. Moving over to GP1, a few laps behind the GTO leader is PC Racing, who we saw with mechanical issues right before the yellow flag. So it would be curious to know whether or not they'll be affected by this, followed by the 701 for round 3 racing. And the MMR for 125, a lap behind the 701, but they also had been putting in pretty good pace before some of these timing issues. So I would be curious to know whether or not they're also going to pick up a lap. GP2 leader is North Loop Motorsport, making the track all the way down from Minnesota, and they're leading the RRT Racing number 721, and a lap behind them is the 469 for MER. Fourth place is BSI Racing in the 167, followed by Stans Racing in the 198, who have just pitted out of 5th. And then it'll be Craftsman Auto Care, Harrison Motorsports, who were the initial cause for the yellow flag here, spinning into the tire wall at turn 17, and then followed by Core Motorsports, Craftsman Auto Care, and Tourenwagen Meisterschaft 348, who we saw on the into the barriers on the right-hand side between turns 13 and 14. It's your top 10 in GP2. GP3 is being helmed by the Overnight Motorsports number 195. Actually, would also be leading GP2, so that's one for your trivia sheet, Scott. AOA Racing a lap behind them in the number 75, followed by round 3 racing in the 605. Turn 7 in the number 7, which is an entry I'm not sure that we've seen previously, or if we have, it's been a minute. A lap or so, nearly 2 behind the 605, sitting in 4th in GP3, followed by 94 Motorsports in the 83, who have just pitted Overnight Motorsports in the 197, who have had a few mechanical issues. And then the AOA 585, who we talked about having just exited the pits after some early mechanical woes. I believe that car is a replacement for a car that was damaged at the VIR round, so it's good to see that new entry back out there. 401 has taken the lead officially now from the 696. No, they've actually... I think they've technically taken it by hitting the pit loop first. So I think they've just ducked into the pit lane, and maybe on the next lap we'll cede that lead to the 696. Watch that space. But I think that's your rundown of the entire field. So I can no longer fill any more time. Scott or JT, if you've got any thoughts. Or Brendan.
Hi.
Hello.
We made it back. So as has been announced via the WRL tech system, we're just currently sorting out a timing issue at the moment. Reference pit stops right as we were picking up meant to pick up the race leader. And I won't go into huge detail on it, but we are basically caught up now on the missed pit stops from early on in the race. And just some questions about who was meant to be picked up when. We went to this full course yellow for the incident down at turn 17. They're working through it at the moment. We are burning some laps under yellow as a result, but this is a work in progress nearing its conclusion, is the sound of things from next door in timing and scoring. So hopefully not too much longer before we go back to green here.
Yeah, like I said, I prefer this to... we unfortunately had a different situation. It seemed like the issue with VIR was a particular team's transponder, was my impression. That may not be correct, but it wasn't as...
No, it's not quite the same here. This is...
Yeah, so...
although the government doesn't want us to talk about it, a mediator hit timing and scoring just a moment ago.
Teach the controversy, Dorsey.
Crazy.
And there's little green things running around in here.
Someone upstairs doesn't want Central Florida to be what it is. Somebody has it out for Sebring. Not I, anyway. But yeah, just hopefully a couple of more laps, even if that, under yellow here, and we can get things back to green. It is still, it's a long race, and that's a cliche at the moment in endurance racing, but from a perspective of track time and getting racing laps under our belt, in light of everything that's already happened this morning, I don't think a couple of laps is going to hurt anybody. So we should, like I said, hopefully be back to green here and have everything be reset in a way that we can follow through to the end of the day.
It's not going to be perfect for everybody.
No.
Yeah.
There's going to be an issue at one end of this or the other, but because there's no way to fix it without damaging someone.
You would basically, what's done is done at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it'll work out at the end, but since it has happened, it's happened.
Right. Yeah. We're not gonna rerun the last 3 hours of the race.
No, and the only ways to fix it are would do more damage somewhere.
Yes. Right. You'd be papering over paper, and then the old woman would eat a cat, and it would end up in her radiator. And
yeah.
Tweaking the PA in real time here as well. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
It's all happening.
It is.
No, I prefer this personally to the stoppage that we had, because at least when you've got cars circulating, you've got a yellow flag situation. If someone's had a mechanical they've been nursing, it gives them the opportunity to come through and fix it. Whereas obviously, if we go black flag all, if we go to a red flag, there's no.
Yeah, it's a good point, Joseph. I hadn't considered that, but no, it's a fair point. Although I don't think we've seen a lot of mechanical turmoil this morning. It really hasn't been the race of attrition. I think the Sebring aura creates, or that, like you would expect out of it.
It's all segmented at this time, but there's a lot of time left. And remember us talking about if anything will happen, it will. It could happen, it will.
Yeah.
Here's one of them.
Yeah.
There's going to be a car, if not more, that are not going to be pleased. But, it's the same thing as a pace car coming out and taking a lap from you.
Yeah.
It's no different than that. It's just an anomaly.
And look at it too from we're in club and amateur racing versus what you might get in an IMSA or something. There are phenomenal amounts of data, both textual and video data, available to race control to make the right decision at any given time. We don't have that here. We've got 7 stationary cameras and a couple onboards, that we can pull from. And if there's ever a question mark, you do what you can, or there's an equipment failure, you do the best you can with the backups and the data.
Yeah, we lost camera 1, so go on board for camera 1.
Lost a lot more than camera 1 today, Dorsey. But we are doing our best.
I was doing a short track feed for NASCAR somewhere, I can't remember where, and we went. Somebody on the tech side of things at the end of the day shut down the generator, which killed the power grid to the truck, and the truck ended up in the morning when we fired up, get live for this race, took out the soundboard completely, and we didn't have a spare. And so we started that race by handheld, just like what we're on.
Oh my gosh.
and they got people on the outside calling to the booth what was going on. So we were calling it like we were really seeing it, and had
no idea.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
It's amazing. We don't fly quite that blind here.
Oh no, we were blind. Till they flew in, I think from Boston, they flew a soundboard in, and by mid-race they had it back up and running. But we were taking live feeds from walkie-talkies out on the track about what was going on out there, and we just kept on like we forgot who I was working with then. It was probably Jerry Punch or one of those guys.
Doc. Taking the opportunity to clean the track here down the front straightaway, by the way, if anybody's curious. There are some dryers and sweepers circulating at the moment. So this is basically just a 12-hour now.
Yeah, we alluded to that a little bit. It's one of those things where, while make the best of a bad an opportunity, but of a bad situation. No reason.
When all else fails, make it up. Totally theatrical.
Yeah, no, this situation will be resolved here in short order. And look, I mean, we're really just holding out for when we do go back to green, and hopefully to a more than we're not just going back and trying to log laps, right? We're actually approaching halfway here. 9 more minutes till we reach the 4-hour point. And when we do, this race again will have been reset. Right, we had the one with the red flag earlier this morning. We've got this full course yellow that's going to allow everybody to take stock of where they're at and where their car is at, what their strategy is going to be towards the end of the race, and sketch out these next 4 hours so that, as Dorsey has said a couple of times, when you get to that last quote-unquote reset in the last half hour, 45 minutes, hour of the race, whenever that may or may not come, you just have to execute. There's no planning. There's no humming and hawing or trying to figure out a plan. You're ready to go.
From in the car, I mean, I would sit there and analyze that. By the time I got to 10 laps to go, that was high alert.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if we get a caution in the last 10 laps, then it's full on.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day when Tommy Kendall, me, and all the guys were doing Trans Am, we had 100-lap races with 50-lap tires. So you had to leave something in reserve, you know. And so the last 10 laps was pushing it. 5 laps would be really good to get a caution. But if it did happen, and it usually would, that's when the players came to the front, you know. We'd be riding 5th, 6th, 7th, whatever, going around just letting everybody have their day on. And then the proverbial fan comes into play.
Sure.
And it gets hit.
While we're talking about this timing issue, so a way that you could visually inspect it if you've got live timing up, and Brendan, this is also be reflected in our internal tool. If you click on cars that we've had question marks about whether or not they were scored the correct number of laps, you'll see that in some cases we'll have within the last 5 laps or so we'll have duplicated lap times. So that's just an indication. Basically, it's the easiest way in the timing software to credit a team with that lap that they would have been missing during the pit rotation. You'll see that for the 701, for example, has 2 lap times exactly at a 4:19.887. Pretty unlikely that happened naturally. So they will
did get confirmation, by the way, that those issues are now resolved. That they've gone back through the data and they've adjusted the lap count for those cars that were affected by the pit loop issue early this morning. So
yeah,
we're where we ought to be in that regard.
One of my points being, if you are one of the teams listening to this and you want to make sure that you've been credited with your lap, basically, or laps as the case may be, you'll want to go to your lap time history and timing and be looking for that duplicated lap time. That basically will be your evidence that you were given that extra lap. So good work from race control to take the time to sort this all out early, so that we can have the back half of this race clean and question free, and we don't have to worry about if people are in the right spot.
I will say this: these races do have a way of finding their rhythm eventually, right? We even saw it at Road Atlanta, which was so heavily weather affected on the Saturday, especially with the early morning thunderstorms and the downpours. Once we got into a swing after the first 2.5 hours, the track dried out and people started just clicking off laps. The race really came into its own, and some classes were very interesting. Some were not so interesting, but the race became just another WRL race, right? And I think we would be there right now, ironically, if not for this full course yellow. It's just a matter of poor timing with having to get the lap count adjusted at the same time that the full course yellow came out, and picking up the effective leader rather than the scored leader as such. So this could just as easily been another yellow for an incident, and it's just one of those things that didn't quite go this way. But it will eventually come back to us, and we will get a good race.
Yeah.
I'm confident from here to the checkered flag.
That's the thing, is there's enough time left that the faster cars will still rise back up to the top here. We haven't whittled away. So it'd be one thing if we were doing this with an hour and a half to go, right? Then you'd be like, well, this is kind of perturb the order a little bit. But there's definitely still time for fast cars to pull themselves back up.
And I mean, a lot can happen in this period of time. Here's a good snafu for you. Next week, 24-hour classic, right? There's an hour time change in the middle of it. Now figure that out.
Do you guys remember when the Spa 24 was supposed to happen around the time change and they were going to make it a 25-hour race briefly?
That's exactly what happened with this, is that there's 2 1 o'clock in the mornings. There's the first one, and then there's the one a minute after. So you're right, it becomes 25. But it would be scored as 24.
Well, so someone's going to get an extra hour of running that they didn't pay for originally.
I hadn't thought about that point. It's got to be a scale.
It's a value proposition, Dorsey.
I know. I told you, if anything will, it will.
Yeah, at least that you can plan for. This, not so much.
No.
Yeah, it'll be.
And it won't be 100%, perfect for everybody, but they're looking to do the best they can for the majority, and then there's just nothing much else.
Yeah, I don't know that you could really legitimately find any fault here. Yeah. It's always disappointing when you have weird things like this, but it's
throw that green and let it happen, Cam. I know, David.
No, it looks like we still got recovery. We got we have trucks scrubbing the outside of the track still around the Le Mans corner. So I'm guessing that once they're all done, we'll basically be back to green. Oh wow, you can see the plume that the jet dryer's kicking up. So that'll be nice to have that dirt off the road.
We've picked up another in our journeys here, from the broadcast booth to help us through the extended full course yellow here, and I think this is maybe only the second time we've had a chance to talk to you. Certainly the first time this year, but David Tuati from TLM.
Thank you for having me.
Popped up in here and have the niceties with Dorsey and everything, and catch up quick. But how are things? You were just explaining to me the saga of the Jackie Chan question mark.
The Jackie Chan, that's right. He doesn't say TLM. It's supposed to say TLM on it, but we did the graphics on the car like a yin and yang, and somebody, I believe Trisha, which is our team manager, started saying Jackie Chan, yin yang, Jackie Chan, and it's stuck. So the car is now Jackie Chan. The other one is Marshmallow, and the other one is the Ruckus that used to be Mary Jane because it was a 420.
See, the people at home never get the inside. It was all, but we're all kind of crazy, and so
all our cars have names because at the shop, we used to have like let's say BMWs and Porsches, and they're all white.
Yep.
So how do you tell the guys? Okay, no, that one. Oh, the 15, but then the 15 becomes another number.
Correct.
So they all had names, and that way everybody knows. Dirty Diana. That's the gray E46. That's a real name.
Even the pro teams, like I remember the Audi sports car team, they would name all their cars just the same. It's not just limited to, you guys here in club racing.
And Tom Lloyd, when it was running the Rebestis car, there was 12 cars in the shop. So you have to name them. You can't go with numbers.
Sure.
You can't go with chassis numbers because they always would hide those anyway. So you couldn't get preferential treatment,
Yeah, the names work out well. All the crew, all the mechanics, everybody that's involved knows exactly which car you mean every single time. There's no denying it because the numbers always change. You go to a track, somebody has the same number, put a 1, put a 2 in front of it.
Of course. Yeah.
Then you don't know. We had our first Porsche Cup car that we had. We called it Fruity Pebbles. That's why the suit that I have on that everybody makes fun of when I walk up and down the paddock.
It's a very loud suit, David.
I love it. I don't do understated. So then we had another car, and we called it Mac and Cheese. And then we had another Porsche with a bigger motor. And what's better than Mac and Cheese? Lobster mac and cheese.
Oh. I want that one.
So that's the one that I'm currently driving now.
I would too.
Lobster mac and cheese. But we're having a fantastic time in WRL. RJ does a fantastic job. We have a place to run. It is extremely competitive. They call this a gentleman series, but it is all professional. I mean, we are out there driving our hearts out. The guys are fantastic. The GTO class is superb. I mean, we're running. It's an 8-hour sprint race.
Yeah.
There is no let go. I got out of the car after I think I was 3 hours because of that red. I think, and I was spent.
I bet.
Oh my God.
We were talking about that earlier. Back in my day, early on, anyway, you could never afford to run a car full on the whole time because nothing would survive. Brakes wouldn't survive. Transmission blow up. Something all the time was breaking, so you'd always have to have some hold back of some. But now,
you can do 24-hour race.
Yeah, just go is like crazy.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It really makes now your driving. You really have to be. You can't be
fit. You got to be fit.
The nights of all night drinking and let's start the race.
That's why
the next day it's gone.
One of my favorite memories from this season, it didn't even happen at a racetrack. I was in the Daytona Beach airport getting ready to fly out after the 14 hours and overheard one of your drivers having a conversation about the way the race went. And it was like they had just finished running the Rolex 24. Right. It wasn't we had fun out there. It was nice laps doing. I love coming to Daytona. Fun track, nice history, whatever. It was all of the details about how the race unfolded, things that could have gone better, not just from a team perspective, but how the race developed, right? Decisions that were made outside of y'all's control, all kinds of things that you would have expected after a full professional event. The breakdown sitting in the Daytona Beach airport was exactly the same.
No, you have to be, and I tell my customers, you have to enjoy everything on the weekend, from loading in, setting up, to having beers at night with the crew, to tearing it down. I mean, it's a story. Look what we get to do. We're not behind we are extremely privileged and so happy that we're able to do this. I mean, we make a living from doing this, and it's unbelievable. And I have stories and stuff that I remember. I was just telling Dorsey, 25 years ago, on a broadcast, I was driving a BMW Z4 back in Grand Am Cup days, which is now the IMSA. And I remember Dorsey saying, David Twaddy's got to have a fantastic time. It was in Arizona. We were at Phoenix International Raceway. And he goes, David Twaddy's got to be the coolest guy there because he's got no sunroof. And I remember listening to the broadcast after. My legs were burning because the sun was hitting. And I always wanted to tell Dorsey, I go, no, having no roof at PIR was the worst thing ever at Phoenix.
Today's your day.
It was 115 in the shade. It was horrible. And also, Dorsey, at Daytona, we had one in 2007. The hood flew up.
Oh, yeah.
The hood flew up, and I remember you coming on the radio and saying, oh my God, David Twaddy, what a talented race car driver. I videotaped that. I still have it at home.
All right, good man.
Dorsey called me a talented race car driver.
Well, you are.
That's like winning the lottery.
Make it your text message.
I'm so glad to hear you say the same things that we all feel about so privileged to be able to be here to do what we do.
Yep. Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And good people. Will Choice and I had a fantastic first hour stint going back and forth.
Nice.
Somebody that, I called him up a couple of weeks ago and I go, hey, I need a 4-wheeler to tow. What do you have? And he, it gives you advice and then you have it. And it's just the camaraderie, the friendship and the people. Most everybody around is just really awesome. The WRL series is second to none.
We were talking about the same thing. Is that when I came here, I went to Ozark a couple of weeks ago. There wasn't that many cars, but when I came here, it was a good feel when you come through the paddock. Right. Everybody, when unloading, I was helping them loading, and I didn't know all the teams, and I certainly don't know everyone. But here I am out there, like, come on up here, you eat power. I got some over here. So I've been here so long. I shouldn't say this, but I have my own power.
Whoa. Reserve power.
Yeah, and they haven't found it yet.
Dorsey power.
Yeah,
that's great.
Sebring is kind of a special place for me. This is the first place I was able to come in and be a part of racing in person, right? Showed up at SCCA National Race as a corner marshal. Worked down at Turn 17. Kind of made that my home while I was able to come down here and flag. And while I was encouraging people to come in and give volunteering and racing a shot, just as an opportunity to be a part of the sport that we were also passionate about, my phrase was that I came for the racing, I got into it for the racing, but I stayed for the people, right? And that camaraderie and that ability be together and share the passion for the sport, and to acknowledge that, hey, we are actually really fortunate to be able to do this, is something that I don't know too many people here that have lost that. I think there are a lot of people here who really take the time to appreciate exactly what we're doing here, why we're all doing it, and the opportunity we all have here. And
amen.
And yeah, I love
program.
it. Yeah, it's we've had a little bit of a disjointed race today, but it's not going to change the way things finish up in the paddock tonight.
I'm not really sure what is going on. I see the way the timing of scoring is. I mean, it looks.
It's Halloween weekend, David.
Correct. Halloween weekend.
Oh
Yes.
boy, I forgot about that.
That's what it is. And is there a full moon tonight?
Probably.
I don't know actually. Be a good night for a 24-hour.
If it was a 12-hour, it would be.
Right.
So big shout out to the TLM guys in Jackie Chang, the 420, the TLM Mono Flow guys. They're in seventh position, and the Ruckus guys running in 11th now. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's crazy how you've singled those cars out,
right?
For the great run that they're having today.
They are.
Yeah, they're wild.
I love those TLM guys and girls.
Right. While we're having a party here, Johnny Unser's in the YouTube chat.
Johnny Unser is watching us on YouTube?
Yeah, we spoke to him at NOLA. I don't know if you remember.
Johnny. Right.
What's up, bud?
I wasn't at NOLA. That's right.
I'm
Yeah,
on the
we
radio
spoke to him
with
then.
an Unser and Dorsey Schrader.
He's probably got a gun, though.
I can die.
Joseph, we are
die.
absolute beat to these two.
No, I feel like dirt.
That's fair.
Wait a minute. Is it Joe Dirt?
Joseph
Oh,
looks just like him. The resemblance is uncanny.
That's really well. I might be the same height as David Spade. That's about it.
Oh, God.
Did you guys do any updates on the big crash in the morning? Are they
We don't have any statements or anything.
Are the drivers okay?
Awaken alert was what we were told.
Okay.
So I don't have anything new after that, but they took their time, obviously, getting them out of the cars. Whenever the series or any of the relevant teams have an update that they want to share, I'm sure that they
I know
will.
they were
Those cars were in.
up and walking about.
Okay.
And
Good. Yeah, I was asking.
all pretty positive.
Yeah.
It was coming to an end when I was coming around, but I saw the Hagerty car, unfortunately, on top of the retaining.
Yeah, it was the Sentinel car.
Oh, the Sentinel.
Yeah, to be clear, yeah, it was the green. The green 609 was the other car involved.
And it looked bad.
Yeah, that's a tough spot at the track to end up in the barriers.
If you're gonna have a crash like that, though, you'd hope it's one of those professionally prepared GT4 cars, though, right? So
You're right.
If
absolutely.
somebody was gonna go around like that.
That part of the racetrack is so quick, and I've seen lots of accidents there. None of them good, It never ends well because you're going so quick.
Yeah.
And it's almost always it's either going to be mechanical failure on the car or contact with another car.
Right.
Because, that area of the racetrack is just the way it is. And
There really is only one lane, and you're
it's-
mostly flat in every car.
yeah.
So you're going fast.
Yeah.
And it funnels down to that point at turn 14 where you're up over the curb.
I was in the IMSA race here when Davy Jones and the Castro Jag
Oh.
crashed there, and that looked more like an airplane than it did. And he was fine because that's, like you were saying, a complete professional car. It was very well built, but whatever happened with that was a big mess.
Yeah.
I've seen lots.
It's been a big game changer to have all these cars that are factory built cars.
Yeah.
They're built to a certain standard, and I mean, we at the shop stopped building cars like 6-7 years ago because what's the point? We have not sure. Better
You're
than
not
factories.
No. And now GT4. It's going to be the same way. Every manufacturer is coming in with factory-built cars. I mean, Porsche's been we were talking about that earlier too. Porsche for the longest time has got the best customer program. Where you buy the car is done proper, as good as it can be done, period. And it fits into a category of class. And they factory support with parts, not cheap parts, but it's there.
And I tell people that I put into the Cup cars because our Cup car program it's fairly large, and we run the IGT series, and those cars, it's expensive to buy the number, but then what people believe as far as the maintenance is really not. The cars will go; they're bulletproof.
Yeah, they are.
And as long as you keep to their maintenance,
Right.
It's not
an
expensive
hourly
to
deal.
run.
You buy
Yeah.
the car, they have the engine run this many hours, and you have to have it sent in and rebuilt. Same thing with the gearbox, same thing with axles, same thing with everything.
And the beautiful thing is you look at a part number, you call, they overnight it, you're running the next day.
Oh.
It's the availability has been not too good, obviously, lately because of the world, not just them. But it's you don't have to reinvent the wheel. When we used to build our own BMWs, everyone had a different radiator, everyone had a different coolant hose. And so something broke. You're like, where did I get this from? Nothing was universal. In the Cup cars or in the BMW M2s or M4s, you just order a part number, you plug it in, and you're running.
As the same with the Trans Am series. I said we had 12 cars, but not every engine would fit in every car because of the different, the engine mounting plate might be different on this one, or this exhaust system was built year after that one, and so it's like,
I will say, I am hopeful that there is still some, just to address this, we do have cars entering the pit lane now.
The full field, it looks like.
Yeah,
So
it is. So this is
only.
essentially a black flag situation. They're going to come in and get everybody stopped. I don't know what the resolution here is going to be. I know RJ is down on the ground there, going to facilitate whatever the solution is going to be. I don't know that I have a theory or a right approach to what the way to do this is, but in any case, this is going to take some stoppage to resolve, and we'll keep an eye on what that outcome is going to be here. I suspect we're going to have some shuffling of vehicles down on the pit lane. So, unfortunately, in addition to the time we've lost under full course yellow, that now we are probably going to lose more time here to get the cars into a proper order, and also the lap counts sorted out appropriately. The first thing they've got to do is get everybody past start finish to get everybody onto the same lap. So,
yes,
we'll see how they do this.
Yeah, I picked a terrible point in scheduling, Brendan, but I'm going to have to... I'm glad you've got gas, because I cannot do the rest of the race.
No, we know this. And I'm not sure... I'm sure Dorsey's going to be in and out as well, so it may be a healthy dose of old Brendan Kazmarek up here for a little while.
Yeah, I'm sure JT will get into the rhythm of things. He'll be able to keep you company. It'll be all right.
Is JT live on our produced feed as well?
He should be.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he had the vMix input with his own microphone, but he is going out here at the track, so I know that for sure.
It's I just wanted to just say that what a thrill it's been to have everybody on that we've had today. So
yeah,
hopefully we'll get some more voices tomorrow as well, but we'll also have a full complement of
Thank you for having me.
David's leaving me too. Oh my gosh, this is terrible.
Okay,
everybody, no, you can
stay for a little bit.
You go handle what you need to handle, man. The 420
I drove already. I'm in the AC. I'm good. Is my crew listening to this?
Everybody's listening to it because we're out over every speaker on the grounds.
What's up, boys?
Hundreds of acres being subjected to DriversEye Live right now.
What's up, people?
He's not.
Well, I'm not needed here at all. All right, bye.
Thank you, Joseph, for joining us. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see you back again tomorrow. It's going to be JT and Brendan Kazmarek for a little bit here. Dorsey will be in and out. David,
thank you for
the moment, but is on his way out.
I'm out. Let's go see you.
You're welcome anytime up here, David. Be well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so as an update, for those that are interested in how this is going to progress, what I understand is the issue is to address this a little bit more directly. The 401 was the race leader on timing, was meant to be picked up as the race leader. He pitted, or that car pitted, it may have been Sarah Montgomery, I actually don't know for sure. When that car came into the pits, the next car should have been picked up. Whoever it was, whatever class, whatever position they were in, that is the procedure in WRL. With our shortage of video and relevant resources, we don't know who that next car in line was. So if we're going to reconstruct things based on the 401 having pitted, we would need that information. The 401 has come into the pit lane at the back of the pacing order because they came into the pit lane at the start of this full course yellow period. When they came out, because not all of the pit lane lost pit lane passings had been entered from early this morning, they were basically given 9/10 of a lap. And we talked about how earlier this morning, how that might affect how it appears in the standings. It's exactly what happened. The 401, in essence, picked up a full lap on timing, or nearly a full lap on timing was brought to the back of the queue. It appears that the 401 is now being ushered to the front of the queue, down the pit lane here, and I have to assume that the procedure is going to be to manually remove the lap from the 401. So it will return the 401 to the race lead or very close to it, but it will also put them on the same lap as everybody that was behind them, as should be correct. Now, there are other classes that may get caught up in this, that through various pit stops and changes over the last 45 minutes that we've been under full course yellow, there's no way to reconstruct all that. That is just an impossibility, even for a fully professional series with all of the data, right? So they are now they're pulling out additional GTO cars. The 421 is coming down the pit lane as well, and it would appear that the procedure is going to put all of the classes in their respective orders, get them on their correct laps, and then restart with everybody in more or less class order. That appears to be, from our perspective here, the way things are developing at the moment. Getting ready to pull. So I said the 421's been pulled out of line. They've pulled one of the TLM cars out. I think the number 420 should be looking for the 770 and the 979 as well. But I think this is probably the fairest way to resolve this. Right, just put everybody in class order.
Right. And what it does do is, if you were the lead in your class and you had a quarter of a length of Sebring lead, you lose that.
Yep.
But that would also be lost under a full course yellow.
Yes.
So this stack up of cars, you lose your advantage due to an error, but it would have been the same. And it's not, in my mind, any way conceivable that we'll go the rest of this distance without a full course yellow. So it would have stacked it back up anyway. I mean, there's going to be people complaining about it, and they're going to, well, should have done this, should have done that. Well, you can't just sit here all day. And so we're going with our best available way of rectifying the mistake that was made. And we go back to racing. And that's what I said at the very beginning of the broadcast. None of it means nothing until the end.
Well, you go top to bottom of this, and look, I work in an industry where we deal with the Swiss cheese model of failures, right? And this is not a failure, but it's
a setback.
There are little things that have happened along the way, right? Had we not lost the pit loop this morning for timing, we wouldn't even be here talking about this.
Right.
This would have been a non-issue, and we would have just gone to yellow, picked up the race leader, and been on our merry way.
And if those two guys didn't crash, they'd still be in race. Right. A lot goes on.
Sure.
And it's not over yet.
No.
By any means.
But we are now at a point where, okay, we've been at this for almost an hour now, dealing with the timing issue. We're getting race cars back into their proper order so that we can reset the race and resume racing and get to the end of this one in a normal posture, right? It will look like an endurance race. It will develop like any other endurance race from this point forward. And, at the very least, we'll have cars circulating at speed and going about their endurance racing business the way that we all love to watch endurance racing.
Now, if I were to be in the car right now and call into my co-driver, teammate, Terry Earwood, and I'd say, where am I? And he would say, Sebring. And I'd say, well, no, I mean, where am I in the race? He goes, that's not really important. What is important is if you pass all those cars in front of you and don't let anybody pass you, we should probably win.
Just that simple.
Now, shut up and drive.
Yeah.
That would be about what would happen on the radio.
So, I mean, there is an element of that here, right? The shut up and drive. There aren't a ton of...
Well, you get different, you do. You get different personalities. All race car drivers are a personality.
Yeah.
And so they all go on and on about whatever they go on, and it takes somebody to to be a mediator.
Sure.
And it can be a lot of fun.
I mean that it almost...
we had great fun.
I believe that. I mean that in the way of, okay, we've got to resolve this, At the end of the day, we can't do anything about it. Let's just send the cars out on track, drive as fast as we can, make no mistakes, and see where things end up. So, just to address here, we got an update from the series, and because we don't have Joseph to vamp anymore for us, we've just got to take the information as it comes to us. So the plan now is to re-rack the field by class order, which is sort of what we were talking about, right? Yeah. Get everybody into the pit lane, pull them out one by one, get the GTOs, the GTUs, GP1, 2, and 3 in that order, and put everybody into a line in the way that they are on timing and scoring, right? It should look exactly on that list by class.
I hear the order of which they were per class will be they'll all stack in classes, so nobody does anything to anybody, with the exception of you lose whatever gap you had on the guy in front, and the person behind you gains that gap also. So, I mean, essentially the very same thing as a full course yellow for any extended period of time would have done. Other than the fact that, you know, we're not all intermixed with different classes. We're now in our individual way of starting, which is the only way I can think that it's the most fair to everyone.
Yeah. The only thing I think we're going to have to make sure is done correctly here is that laps aren't given inadvertently to cars that were behind their class leader, right? So if you're pulling out, let's just use this as an example because it is a relevant example, the 401 and the 696. 401 had 9/10 of a lap on the 696. The JTR car at the front of the pacing order, the 401, the round 3 car in the back of the pacing order, right? They call up the 401 to be first in the queue because they are the race leader and the GTO class leader. What needs to be ensured is that that car doesn't pick up the extra lap by passing the order.
Yes.
So that will need to be manually adjusted by timing and scoring. And I have no doubts that if we're going to this length, to get the pacing order right.
They've been working on it.
Yes, and they know exactly what's happening here, right? So they have the order, they know who needs to be adjusted and how everything's going to look. And I guarantee you, even if they didn't, somebody from that JTR camp would be up here saying, no, we are on the same lap. This needs to be adjusted, and it will happen. We don't have because we don't have the full picture of what the pacing order is, and it would take a substantial amount of effort to really pick all that out. I don't know exactly how that's supposed to look at the moment. So it is going to take time to get the order right, number 1, down on track, and then number 2 for timing and scoring to sort itself out. But we have race cars stopped, which is good for getting things right. And hopefully here within, let's say 15 to 20 minutes time, we can have everything sorted out on track, have everything sorted out in timing and scoring. And like I said, the remaining 3.5 hours or whatever time we're going to be able to have on track with cars going at speed is going to look the way that it ought to. I will say, I don't know that I've ever seen something like this at a WRL race before. I know there were some timing issues back at VIR related to a track related issue, but to this degree, having two compounded timing and scoring issues where you're resolving one when a second one happens is a pretty unique and complex situation that even in pro races doesn't happen a lot or ever. Yeah.
Where's Judy Stropus when you need her?
I don't get that reference. Should I just Google it? Maybe I'll just Google it. It's fine.
I've got more pages on there than I do.
I don't know about that. You're a very popular man, Dorsey.
I got to go through my pages and read up on what I did, what I was accused of. I don't deny anything.
See, that's what you do. You Google your name, find out what people have to say about old Dorsey Schrader, and then you write the book.
Yes.
So you clear the air by yourself.
Oh my! And that's only the things I got busted on.
Right. I'm sure there are many, many more people that haven't written things on the internet about things that have happened at racetracks.
Yeah, there was no internet when I was doing all that stuff.
Probably for the best.
It was my typewriter, my carburetor adjuster.
We did mention after you hopped off earlier this morning that your Dinner with Racers episode with Ryan Eversley and Sean Heckman is still, even a couple years ago, worth a listen. Still worth a listen. And those episodes are filled with so much of the side of racing that people don't know.
They do the homework, and Ryan and I go way back, and so going into that, you're a sitting duck.
Oh, Any luck here? I think hopefully you guys end up on the lead lap. It looks like they've they've got you in just behind the 362. But yeah, looking forward to seeing what the rest of GP1 holds here for you guys, and especially the development of the car over the longer term. We don't get too many stories about what these cars are, especially in GTO, because there's a lot of M4, GT4 cars, and there's not a whole lot you can do to them. Right. But hearing the story of the development of your Mustang and getting it ready to go GP1 racing is that's cool, and it'll be fun to watch over the next. I assume you guys will be back for next year.
Oh yeah,
consistent.
We're going to try to put together a little championship run next year, I think.
Nice.
And just a side note, the car, you can't miss it.
Nope.
We call that morange.
More, I get it. That one I got.
And it just attracts so much attention. We took it to the trunk or treat last night, and the kids just loved it.
Nice.
But we love watching it go around this track, and like I said, we're just happy to be part of this whole group. It's been great, and I hope they get this timing thing worked out.
I have no doubts. We were mentioning we don't have so much data to work with, but I think the way that we're approaching this is fair, and hopefully, well, I know it's done with the intention of keeping the integrity of the class battles.
Yeah.
Right. So nobody gets hosed being a lap down or anything like that. You're going to end up in exactly the order that you ought to be in, and then the laps adjusted appropriately. So, yeah, good luck to you guys for the rest of the day. We'll see you at COTA. You guys got in for COTA?
We will not be at COTA.
Okay.
After this is when the car goes under the knife for everything we got to do next year. So,
in fact, you'll have the more fun end of the race based on what the front half has looked like. Anyway,
I hope so. I mean, I haven't gotten to finish one of these yet, so I've always been kind of mid-stint. Broderick usually starts, and we let our guest drivers take as much time as they want.
Sure.
So, we'll see. We got plenty of pace.
It's fun to finish one.
Yeah.
See that checkered flag after a long day, man, that's a good day.
Yeah.
That's a good feeling.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a little carrot dangled out in front of you, you're in the last half hour or hour, and it's like, well, I got to make up 30 seconds here. I'm going to try to make up 30 seconds.
We've been talking about that the whole time, that something happens at every one of these endurance races, 8 hours, 10 hours, 24 hours, something in the last half hour, 45 minutes will happen. Everybody's going to get stacked up, and then it's on.
Well, and that's what we talked about in our team meeting last night was, you got to be there at the end to have a chance.
Absolutely. I said at the beginning of this broadcast, the only reason we put the green flag out there this morning at 9 o'clock is because that's what the schedule said. But it doesn't mean anything. The real green flag comes at, tonight at 4:30.
Right.
And then now that last half hour, the green is on. Up until then, smell the roses. Down here it's orange trees. But just stay on the lead lap. Stay within the sight if you can of the lead gap. But with all these yellows, all this stuff going on, you're going to be together there at the end. It's then it's time to go to work that last half hour.
I agree with you 100%.
But you got to be there.
Got to be there.
That's a fact.
So.
Good luck, man.
Well, thank you very much. We really enjoy it, and I appreciate you letting me come talk to you.
Time driving my favorite car too.
Oh yeah.
Welcome anytime here, Michael. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, you got it. You will.
All right. Thank you very much.
No doubt.
Michael Moore from Michael Moore Racing, MMR, the bright orange Ford Mustang. If you're out there trackside,
Morange
125. They've updated you to 4th, by the way, so that's a little closer to where I think you ought to be. And it looks like when everything cycles back around, you should be on the lead lap. Just awesome. Yep, anytime.
Good luck. Have fun.
That's what it's all about, right?
Yep.
Good luck and have fun. So, as the series works through their issues, we are resetting here. Oh, that's not what I want. We are going to reset on the streaming side just briefly. JT, everything looks like it ought to now. Okay. JT playing producer for the first time this weekend.
He's got way too big a job for his first day.
No, that's not it.
That's
8 p.m. your time. That was 11:30 Eastern. Yeah. But all good here. And I was going to say, actually sounds like they've taken back control of the PA, but that is not correct. We are still live from around Sebring. And, yep, all back to working order, including our streaming monitor here in the booth. Reminder that you are listening to and watching the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. Brendan Kazmarek, myself, joined by Dorsey Schrader with the World Racing League this weekend. JT Tammy is on production. We had Joseph Mudrak and Scott Michaels with us for a little bit. They have gone for the afternoon, and I, at the very least, will be bringing you home. Dorsey is welcome as long as he would like, but is also at the beck and call of the series.
Yeah, if they would just behave.
Yeah, right.
You see, that I didn't leave for like even 15 minutes, and look what's happened.
Yeah. So let's give an appropriate eye into what race control is like. You obviously have experience in race control in various other series, right? You're not new to the role post-driving career. But what is it like upstairs as things happen and as things develop?
You know, it's much busier than most people would ever think. You've got the corner worker network, which is every corner's manned by a corner station, and they call live to race control the things that they see, you know, and that's a very big job because all these cars are coming around. Each one has its own number, you know, its own identity, as maybe it's BMW, maybe it's Porsche. They have to know what the car is. They have to know what the color of the car is. When there's car-to-car contact, they have to get it right as to who did what to who and call it the race control. Race control then, at that point, analyzes the situation based on their knowledge. If there's cars down on course, there's many things they can do. Is it in a safe spot? Well, if it's in a safe spot, then I can do a local yellow.
Yep.
I don't have to pull out a pace car, and we can clean it up as a local yellow. Or if they go into the orange box somewhere and they get off track, don't have to go to the full course yellow. Or if I need to go to full course yellow, I have to make that choice.
Sure.
And send it out there. And so we have to dispatch whatever vehicle is necessary. That's the next part of it. Can we flat tow the car somewhere behind a barrier, get it out of the way, and go back to green right away? Or do I need to get a flatbed, or do I need a pickup truck? So those decisions need to be made. Then you have to dispatch the vehicle and deal with all of the things. So there's Steve DeBrecht up there is doing all that. He's analyzing situations and making calls, live calls, to address the situation in the most expedient fashion.
Sure.
Safety being number one. You know, safety above all other things is his number one concern. But he does all that, and it's a step-down process. So we have a car-to-car, say, between the 10 and the 31. So I need to get the chips, or the chips being the cards out of the cameras on those cars to see what I can see if they have cameras.
Gotcha.
They don't always have cameras, but they usually do. And then look on timing and scoring. Who's the car behind that incident? I want that car too, to see what it looks like from his view. If I can get that, you know, then the next thing is Jim Davis, Jimmy D, and me look at that, assess blame as to whose fault this was. We get the drivers up here, both usually, talk to them individually, get their story, and we have to make a decision as to what to do about that.
Sure.
It's a no-contact series, so something's going to happen. You know, whether it be done for that rest of the day, done for the weekend, probation, expulsion. There's a lot of things. So all those decisions based on the severity of the consequence, and so you know, and that goes from before we go green all the way to past we go green. So we're putting in today, you know, well, mostly here, it looks like you're on a 14-hour, 15-hour day.
Yeah.
Every day.
Yep.
You know, time we get our meetings in and discuss the things and do the things. Race control runs the whole ship. It steers the ship. You know, without them, it's just run amok. Pretty much.
Sure.
So, yeah, there's a lot to it, and it's more than I want to handle. I'm glad Stevie's doing it, but I mean, you really have to have your brain engaged all the time.
I believe
to run that, you know. And this racetrack and its staff here at Sebring are very, very good. We're friends with all these people. We come here several times a year.
Yeah, sorry, just being interrupted by loud race cars at speed, which is fantastic. JT, if we have one of the onboards, maybe we jump on board there and catch the restart, maybe from the 511? 89, even better. Let's do that.
front straightaway from the middle, kind of 3 wide, 2 rows deep, heading into one. They'll sort this out before they get into the corner.
Well, and then the 511 is going to show the nose up the inside of that TLM M2 on the way into turn 1, slides a little bit wide of the apex and up to the rear quarter panel of a Porsche Cayman, I believe another TLM car.
This is where you want to get single file.
Yeah.
Being side by side up here can be a little bit tenuous, because if you slow the whole group up through this S's, it's not a good run on the back straightaway, which is coming up right now.
Yeah, worth noting as well that these are battles for position. Because we've basically re-racked the whole class, the opportunity here is to make hay while the sun shines and pick up a couple of these spots without the interference of the GP 1, 2, and 3 cars.
Yeah, I said that earlier. You know, your best chance for a gain is on a start or restart, because you're all tight now again. You're all packed up, and you don't know that the same driver is in the car that was there when it was fast.
Right.
So I mean, right now you attack, and you attack until you fall into a place where you're comfortable to ride. You know, and then do that for a while. There's a long way to go.
Big send on the brakes up the inside of the number 421. Remember that 421 Thunder Bunny Cayman is in the running for the Eastern Region Championship this weekend, so maybe playing it a little bit conservative here in the mid portion of the race, not taking any risks, and if somebody is willing to send it up the inside on the brakes like that, you just let them go and live to fight another day and pick up your points at the end of the day rather than trying to pick them up all at once on a restart.
Their fender inside of you through there, approaching that brake zone, and that's a really good passing opportunity right there. Let him go. You know, he's got me. He's got his nose in there. He's not going to take it away.
Yeah.
You know, so
I think the other thing to remember too here, Dorsey, is that these are in many cases amateur drivers.
Yep.
And in a situation like that, it's like being thrust into a race start.
A big mix, and not only a big mix of driver talent, if we want to call it that. Who's in the car? Is it the pro side driver, or is it, you know, the amateur guy like me? Makes a big difference knowing that.
Sorry, we are side by side down the front straightaway for what ought to be the race lead. 401 and 696 together. GTR 99.
Oh, there's somebody snuck right in that view.
That's the one of the GTU NP01s. JT, do we have the 99 on board? Team GTR. Okay. All right, so we'll leave that to one side, but they have a how about the 421? Maybe they have a phenomenal, yeah, let's do that. They've got a great view of what's happening up in front of them, drawing away from them just a little bit at the moment, but we were absolutely right together for the race lead. No, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Doris, but
no, it's quite the other part of this whole deal is knowing not only the driver in the other car, but we're racing with multiple class cars. As we saw a prototype sneak in under braking, because they can easily do that. They can outbrake any of these bigger cars, but they have really small engines. They're not very quick coming off the corner. They're not very quick in straightaways.
Yeah.
So the bigger engine cars get right back by, which it makes it, you know, it's an ebb and flow thing.
It's with having the amateur drivers on, especially in the middle portion of the race, you're not necessarily expecting to have all of your class competitors around you in a 10-second bunch as well. And having cars at that speed on a restart is a phenomenal amount of information for your brain to process. And if you are proficient and you do this and you do it well, maybe you're very good at it. If you don't have a lot of practice doing something like that, it can be, I'm sure it can be overwhelming.
And that's why I coined the phrase way back in my broadcast career of cautions breed cautions, because cautions bunch the field up, and then now you have everybody in your class together and you have a shot at them, and sometimes that puts you one step over the line and then stop at it. And there's your next caution. You know, that's how it works.
And we got away with it for the most part today. I don't think, certainly the yellow we had with the incident down at turn 17 was unrelated to anything that happened before it, just related to Sebring being Sebring. But now, like you said, this is where we have everybody bunched up, and everybody's got to be really on their toes.
Yeah,
to not make any mistakes.
Now we're racing again. Before we were endurance racing. Now we're down to,
I like that.
Racing.
I like that. Yeah, I'm all in on this stuff. It's cool to see these races every now and then turn into a sprint race. We love the endurance aspect of it. We love the unpredictability and how long it can take things to develop, and therefore the payoff at the end of it all. But here,
Yeah, they're down to what do we got to go now? It's 2 o'clock almost.
Coming down to 3 hours.
So we got still a ways to go, but like I say, every one of these restarts for any reason, you can get the most gain during that segment of time until things get all sorted out again. You can make good gains right now just after the green flag.
Absolutely.
But once it settles down and gets, you ride. You know, you run, you get your adrenaline all up and do your job, and then once you get where you need to be, then you just get back to comfortable.
Absolutely.
Because there's 3 hours left.
And we look at the number 125 from MMR. We just talked to Michael Moore a couple of minutes ago. That car is now up into 3rd in class because they had somebody that jumped in the car, was able to pick up where the car left off, get it right back up to speed and back up to pace, and take advantage of what's out in front of them. Right now, what's out in front of them is the PC Racing number 44 BMW. That's a battle, or will become the battle, for 2nd in GP1. So a couple more laps where they're a second quicker than the car ahead, and that black BMW and the bright orange Mustang in GP1 are going to be together on track, battling for another podium position, and that's all due entirely to the driver of that 125 being able to get in the car, go chase somebody down without sort of a break-in period.
And he actually needs to not chase him down only, but get by him and try to get some sort of a lead, because the fuel mileage problem and his limited fuel capacity, he's going to make more pit stops unless he gets a caution at the right time. That might save him. But, I mean, based on an outright run, he's got to outrun this car by enough to come in and get fuel and get back out to be in the same area.
And this is the dance of endurance racing, right? This is why, and IMSA, the cars are amazing. The way the races develop are very fun, and I enjoy watching them because it's racing at a very high level. But uninterrupted endurance racing, you have these little tweaks to the situation as it presents itself, right? That 125, very fast right now, can make a lot of progress right now if they really, put their nose down or put their head down and start picking up time. But they're not going to be able to go as far on fuel. That's a negative. When they do pit, because they have a smaller tank, they should be able to fill a little bit faster.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So now you're picking up a little bit of that time. And we as commentators and those that are fully invested in endurance racing, the whole concept, are looking at this and trying to process that information, parse the relevant pieces, and put it into basically a little blender and find out what it's going to look like in an hour's time, 3 hours time.
Yeah, the blender is about right. So we know that the Mustang will have to fuel before the BMW or whatever it's racing there. Anyway, he's going to fuel first. Now, depending on what happens in that segment before he needs fuel again, he might be able to make the decision to back off the throttle, save fuel, and make it to the end, without another fuel stop, which would completely mess up the other guy who's got the better fuel mileage. So, I mean, all that factor is going on right now. And they're looking at that from the pit box. They're trying to figure out, all right, where are we? And you kind of back time it. How many laps is there before we're going to get to the end of this race? How much fuel do we need to do that? Do we need to stop again? Do we not need to stop again? If we save fuel right now, can we not stop? Good option.
So it's not just us that are watching the race and trying to talk about it and share our knowledge and our expertise, but it's the guys down in the pit lane, it's the tail end of the seat that's having to process that information as well and make a decision too.
They're all thinking, and they're thinking if nothing happens, this is plan A, if nothing happens. But if something happens and there's another yellow, then, now here's plan B. We got a yellow thrown at us. Do I take that for fuel? Do I ignore that and better my position on the racetrack?
Yeah.
All those things, the things you don't know, you can't do anything about yet. The things you do know, you just adjust constantly.
Yeah. I think we may have lost our GTU class leader. This is normally where I would turn to JT and say, JT, have we lost? Yeah, I think that was our GTU class leader, the NP01 of the Stratus number 59. Exactly. It's put their sister car, the 58, onto the lead lap, and that has championship implications because the 59 was going to need points over the sister car today. It doesn't rule them out mathematically, but the 58 was already in a stronger position coming into this weekend for the GTU championship. And with the way things shake out, if and they rarely do in GTU. But if things stay the way that they are now, it's putting the 59 even further behind the 8 ball. Now it's a team car, you can make that case, whatever. It's been a competitive season in very fascinating ways in GTU, and points are going to have to be points here. All right, just confirmation there of what we expected, which is that the 401 is going to have the lap taken away. We talked about it before we went back to green. But the race right now is a lead lap battle between should be seven cars, including that number 401, which means if you are watching from trackside, the camo colored or camo printed wrapped, whatever it is these days, BMW M4 from JTR Motorsports Engineering, the number 696, is your race leader at the moment. And that is important because they are chasing the number 421 Thunder Bunny Porsche Cayman for the East Region Championship. They need these points today.
Absolutely need them with so long. You know, when you're looking at a point scenario like that, and knowing that you need to stay where you are, you can't lose position, and you have this 3-hour period of time to go, you know, that's a lot to do. We still have pit stops that need to be made. Mm-hmm. We have the uncertainty of what might happen, and we have what we got to deal with, which is just keep driving the car, don't think.
One of the interesting things, you mentioned, you know, how many pit stops we have left to make and what the rest of this race is going to look like with so much time left. We kind of don't know. Because the beginning portion of the race has been so segmented and so broken up, the race never really found its normal rhythm.
No, we never had a big, long segment of green.
Yeah.
And we keep getting it started into a pattern and then it falls apart.
So getting a sense of what a full stint looks like for anybody really outside of GTO is a challenge. Now, the other issue, I'll share this with you, Dorsey. We have a system that's been written for us by by Joseph, who was with us earlier, that automatically tracks how long it's been since everybody pitted and when their next expected pit stop is. Mm-hmm. So instead of having a spotter, you know, manually track this stuff, it's all tracked automatically. The problem is we just had everybody into the pit lane under the double yellow, so it's now all being tagged as a pit stop. So we don't know who came in and took fuel under those conditions because the system, quotes, now knows or believes that everybody has just been through the pit lane
and took fuel.
Right. So it is half correct in that, yep, everybody passed the pit loop, everybody's been in. It's not quite correct in that some of these guys are actually mid-stint and are going to owe us a pit stop sooner rather than later. And we're just going to have to take that as it comes over the next, I expect we'll see most of the GTO field in the next hour or so.
And then looking back at prior pit stops and the amount of penalties incurred during such, you know, if they don't get cleaner than that this next time, you know, it's too late in the race to make it up. If you get a big penalty now on this last pit stop, which it should be, or very near, I would think, you have no time to run it down. So you have to make sure that your guys on pit lane, when you come in this next time, get it absolutely right. Even if it costs them a couple seconds or whatever, don't get a penalty that you can't outdrive.
Yeah. And so just taking a look back here at cars that have already fallen afoul, we talked to Chris Pies in the number 505 Old Fashioned Motorsports, Janetta, that started the race up at the front and led a bunch of laps right off the green flag. They picked up a lap penalty already for not having a fire bottle ready when they started fueling, and having already burned through a warning earlier in the race.
Yeah, that gave them the one lap.
Right, and now how do you recover from this, right?
Well, you need, only luck. mean, you can only play the strategy of getting some time back if you go full course yellow. If you don't, there's no way to do it. You can't make up a lap here on speed on an equal class car. You know, unless that car makes a mistake and spins and gets stuck in a ditch for a while and gets going again. It's out of your hands. You just have to not continue down that path of making mistakes like that.
I can confirm with the 505 that fire bottle not ready. It's actually happened twice. It was a warning for the same thing first time, and the second time they came into the pits, same infraction. It would be any infraction would incur the penalty, but there is an element there of situational awareness, knowing, okay, we messed this up the first time, we copped the warning for it, it's in the log, we were told about it, now we need to know, okay, this can't happen again, and unfortunately it has happened again.
Mm-hmm. And those, I say that can't drive them, you can't catch them up.
Go ahead, JT, on board the 469 from MER. Oh boy.
So easy.
I am watching it being typed into the race control log literally as we speak.
So easy to do.
Yeah.
And, you know, honestly, the crew chief or whoever's on the box should be telling the driver those very things. You know, we're going to pit. You know, you come in, you're 3, 2, 1, make sure your visor's down. You know, just walk him through it because he's been busy out there making decisions. You know, so the crew chief should say, you know, you're going to hit your marks when you come in. Even before he gets to the bridge down there at pit in, he should be talking him through the process. We're up here, we'll have the board out for you. You're going to have to, you know, come up in center lane, don't break the speed limit, turn in, get your visor down, undo your belts. Just walk him through it and keep a calm voice. And it's, you know, that corner guy saves your butt because you've been busy out there for a while now.
You even hear it in professional racing, right?
Absolutely.
You watch IMSA races, it's the same thing. You come out from an hour stint out on track, and they get the same spiel every time they come into the pit lane.
They just walk you through the process of things to do. It makes your brain think that way because you've been busy out there, you know, and it saves the day.
Sure, it can sound patronizing, right? If you're not one of the butts in seats that is dealing with those things, it's okay. I get it. I know how to execute a pit stop. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I always welcomed it. I honestly welcome it because I don't want to screw up. I didn't screw up out there. I surely don't want to lose everything I just gained.
Yeah.
You know, by making a mistake on pit lane.
Confirmation that timing and scoring is back to the way we were. So 5 hours, 4 minutes into the first of 8-hour races from Sebring International Raceway. And finally, what you see is what you get. Live timing is correct, and it leaves the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering with a 12.5 second lead over the 401 from round 3. GTR 99 in third. That's that deep blue BMW with the long rear wing off the back. Not quite in GT4 spec these days, but a good-looking car nonetheless. And a good run from Automatic Racing in the number 909. They have been regular features at the top of WRL. That car looks beautiful, or you know, it looks beautiful. It sounds beautiful. That big V8 in the front of it, and a couple of races where it kind of felt like they had lost their way a little bit. But that car is right back into form now, which is really, really nice to see. P4 at the moment.
Well, now that I've got this back under control, I'm going to leave it in your good hands and go back to my other position. And I'll be back here before the finale at the end here. And hopefully it'll go smoothly.
There's some contact to investigate, so you might actually have your hands full.
Yeah, that's all that.
I wish you the best of luck.
All right, see ya.
Dorsey Schrader joins us again on DriversEye Live, World Racing League powered by Hagerty. He'll be back again, and for a while it's going to be me and JT with some interjections as appropriate, but otherwise I'm going to do my best over the next little while here. JT, feel free to jump in. Yeah, feel free to jump in as you see fit. I did this in Mid-Ohio, actually. Sunday morning, I was on my own for a little bit, so we'll be okay here. No, and look, even being on site here today, right? That ebb and flow hasn't really existed. The race just hasn't allowed for that natural rhythm to develop. And we joke about going into podcast mode, but when you even see it on television broadcast, right? Filling 10 hours for a Petit Le Mans, 6 hours for a Watkins Glen, that's not a small feat, right? Finding ways and finding content to produce over that 6 to 10 hour period is not a joke. That is a legitimate challenge, and you are doing it to the masses, right? We're lucky in a way here at DriversEye Live that we can speak to kind of a specific audience, right? People that are invested in WRL, family members, friends, drivers, team owners, whomever it might be, and to some degree, people who really love endurance racing and are as willing to lean into that as we are. And the way you go about filling 8 hours of this, even when there are cars circulating on track, is to go in and out of relevant topics, right? And it seems the podcast mode joke isn't a hard start and a hard finish. It's not a very black and white thing where we just decide, oh, now we're going to talk about something else. It's just because we know when the race is in a lull and we know when the race is picking back up, right? We know when things are getting exciting. There's a round of pit stops. There's a potentially race-defining cycle coming up that we need to really pay attention to, find the right details, and extract what information we can from that. And unfortunately, those details, they kind of don't exist, right? Timing and scoring has been a big feature. That's all been resolved now, right? Where we ought to be for the race. And at the moment, I just said what we see is what we get. At the moment, it's the 696. JTR Motorsports Engineering, that BMW M4 running away at the front to the tune of 2.5 seconds plus that last lap. He's aided by the 401 doing battle with the number 99 for second place in class, second place overall. And every lap that they continue to kind of pass, they're not passing back and forth, but every lap that their laps are impacted by one another, that 696 is going to get farther and farther out in front. And if you're going to say, okay, this is the rhythm, now we need to start paying attention to how fast is that 696? When do they pit? How long does their pit stop take? How many laps have they done? How many more pit stops are they going to need before the end of the race? And then rinse and repeat that for all of our current race relevant leaders, right? 696, round 3, GTR, automatic, Thunder Bunny, the number 421. They may not have the pace through the balance of the day, but they're definitely going to feature from a championship perspective, so they're going to matter. TLM Monoflow is doing decent laps at the moment. Jackie Chan, the number 420. Thunder Bunny Racing is coming from a lap behind, still doing lap times that are as fast as anybody in the top 4, but is trapped a lap down there in 8th overall, 8th in class. Choice Racing is, I assume it's Will Choice in the car at the moment, ripping off 222s. Same as Thunder Bunny, so they're doing a battle at the moment. And if we can get some good green flag running, we're going to be able to watch these cars catch back up to the tail end of the lead lap, right? So at the moment, that 111 is chasing down the 420 and the number 770 from TLM, and that's going to become the battle. I can actually give you a number on that as to how far behind they are and how much time they might need to start picking up positions there. And as soon as Joseph's timing software does what I ask it to do, I think it's 1 minute and 21 seconds from the 111 up to the 420. So at 6 to 8 seconds a lap, you're looking at, potentially 10 to 15 laps before everything starts to come back together. On board with that number 511 at the moment, Choice Racing, BMW M4. A reminder, if you're trackside or elsewhere at the moment, just listening via audio, that we're live on YouTube, live on Facebook, both the World Racing League page and the DriversEye Live page. Happy to have everybody's company as always. And plenty more in this one. 2 hours and 51 minutes remaining. We've completed 74 laps total. Less than we probably ought to have by this point. But already setting ourselves up for the end stanza of the race here. GP1 being led by Round 3 Racing. The number 701 being chased by the number 125 from MMR. Michael Moore Racing. I did see we had their onboard queued up in preview. But we jump back to GP2, onboard MER. Just to put a pin in GP1, 701 from the number 125. Big Mission Motorsports, number 336. We talked to Glenn Conser, one of the drivers for Big Mission, a little bit earlier. PC Racing, the number 44, is back and forth. They have just pitted within the last... That was 2 laps ago, actually. They've come back out on track with a slightly longer lap than I think... Oh, that'll be their out lap. 3 minutes 34 will be their out lap. But they were in at the start of the full course yellow. Seems like ages ago now, but in reality it was only about 25 laps. So it feels early. Keep an eye on that PC Racing car because they have made more pit stops than the cars ahead of them, and therefore are at a slight advantage from that point, even though it shows them back and forth in timing and scoring. GP2 being led by BSI Racing. It's the Mazda MX-5. Connor Zilish, one of the drivers listed against that car. North Loop Motorsport had been leading the class. A long lap last time around, 2:53. So let's check the race control log there and see if there's a running continue. No, that's the Craftsman BMW is blue and orange. North Loop is orange with white and black. Very endurance radio. Yes. Man, those clouds look imposing. They're really not. Like, being here in person, they look dark off in the distance, but none of it looks like it's likely to impact us here in the near future. I'll tell you what, there's some thunderstorms just spotted around. Yeah, I don't think we're expected to see any of them here, but well, that may be changing. I spoke authoritatively on that because it wasn't the case earlier, but it may become the case. Oh boy. I might have been very wrong. Oh no. Keep an eye on your weather apps, folks. They don't look like thunderstorms, but there is rain in them there, clouds. So we'll see what that holds for us, and what that holds for the race as a whole. Because a little bit of rain, not that this race needs spicing up, but it might alter things here in a way that I don't think we would have anticipated before we kick things off today. Another good lap from the number 696, 220.2, and they continue to extend that margin. Thunder Bunny is the one making the most progress at the moment. Just consistently 8 to 9 seconds a lap quicker than the next car ahead of them for position, and they've been gaining ground on the car ahead of them on track, which is that battle between the 401 and the number 99. And as the GP2 leader pits, the number 167, as much as I like to see the endurance racing aspect of this all play out, right? Allowing the pit stops to cycle themselves through and see what the gaps are, how they expand, how they shrink through those cycles. It's been nice to see cars on track together again. The 99 and the 401 aren't exactly going hammer and tong, but they haven't separated themselves either. JT, how do we feel about Cooper Tires, Hagerty, and or Sentinel? Okay, so let's do that. We've just crossed, or are about to cross, the IMSA barrier, which is 2 hours and 40 minutes, a full-length standard endurance race for what we get here in the United States. Things starting to fall into place nicely here at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. I see JT is ready, so I can say comfortably that we will be back in a moment's time, both here at the circuit and points further afield. on DriversEye Live. Back in a minute.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. This is DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, and joining me today is end of sentence. JT Tammy is with us at the moment. JT will be in and out. You'll hear him trackside. You might be hearing him on the stream, but I can neither confirm nor deny this information because I am otherwise mute up here. I've learned something today, JT. I'm used to doing this about once a month, right? Following WRL circus around. I have not been to a racetrack since July. Well, at least for a WRL event. I haven't been back at the track since July. So I'm 3 months removed from my normal racetrack and production routine. Which means that scarfing down food in ad breaks was something I used to be very, very proficient at. So I haven't eaten yet today, since very, very early this morning. So I tried to inhale some trail mix. And the inhalation was successful, but man, is my jaw out of practice. Oh my gosh. So it was very, very good, and I've enjoyed the experience tremendously. However, I'm paying for it now, so I need a little bit more practice here, which, with any luck, in 2023, will happen. Some exciting things to come on DriversEye Live if you enjoy what we do here, and we certainly appreciate your words of thanks and appreciation, as we do every weekend. We believe you are entirely too kind, and we do whatever we can to make the show as interesting and engaging as possible, but yeah, more details on that front in hopefully a couple of weeks' time. Certainly expect to be back for good portions, if not all, of the 2023 World Racing League schedule, which was just released a little over a week ago, and put out into the world for all to see and marvel at. Some little changes coming for next year, and some bigger ones as well. Starting the season off back at NOLA Motorsports Park, which despite where we thought we were at when we left NOLA in February of this year, things look pretty good down there. Actually, they were just hosting had played host previously this year to an SRO event, and it looked like there were some upgrades made there down at NOLA Motorsports Park, and everything kind of went off better than I think would have been expected. So excited against all odds to be able to go back to NOLA Motorsports Park and kick off the season there with our 16-hour race weekend with dual enduros. And then the first in the big changes for next year, the second weekend in February, we head to Road Atlanta for a GTU only event. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this over the last season or two, about car counts and the demand and the interest in the World Racing League and how the classes interface and interact with each other. Road Atlanta is, I think it's fair to say, among the most challenging tracks in the United States for multi-class racing. It's single file through a large portion of the track. You can do your passing down the straightaways, but if you don't have that decided straight line advantage, you've got to find creative ways to make your passes with very short braking zones, very high speed corners, and like I said, an entire sector of the track that is single file down through the S's. Never mind the blind crests and the the camber changes and everything that go along with it. So we're going to get a sense of what it's like to watch the fastest cars that the World Racing League powered by Hagerty has in its stable, the GTO and the GTU cars, and see what that race looks like. I'm really excited for it. I know there are a lot of people that have varying opinions on it. That takes away some of the multi-class element, but I think for those that are at the top, it's an opportunity to really kind of, stretch their legs and to see what they're capable of without the influence of traffic. And without that element of it. It's still going to be an endurance race. So let's not pretend that it's not a challenger. It's going to be a lesser experience as a result. I think it's actually potentially, much like we get in the Spa 24 hours, it kind of opens things up a little bit. So we'll see what happens when we get to February there. Not to fear if you're in the production classes or interested in the production classes, because GP 1, 2, and 3 will have their own production-only event at Road Atlanta. And when we head back there in the end of July. It's the end of July. Last weekend down there. I was going to say beginning of July, but that date has gone back to VIR. So we head back to Barber in March, which I'm super excited about. Really love Barber Motorsports Park and all the fine people there. It's a great... Look, I was never a big fan of Barber as we get to the 511 Choice Racing BMW into the pit lane, thus beginning what I believe is going to be another cycle of GTO pit stops here. I was not a big fan of Barber from a racing perspective. I thought it was a great driving track, but not one I was ever very good at, and therefore not one I liked. But from first visit there, man, I'm all in. It's such a good place to visit. Birmingham is, in my most humble opinion, an excellent city to go hang out at for a weekend, which is the other side of WRL. We all love the track and everything, but it does take us away from families and away from our homes for the weekend, and Birmingham is a good place to go. So excited to be able to go back to Barber in March, Mid-Ohio in April. Hopefully no snow this year, although it was a certainly unique experience for us all back in the early part of this year. And if you're joining us trackside and don't know what WRL has featured this year, go check out our Saturday broadcast from Mid-Ohio. Imagine waking up to the entire, everything trackside being coated in snow. Pavement was just wet, but man, it was cold. There's no ice, just snow. And showing up to set up cameras at 7 o'clock in the morning in the darkness to basically a winter wonderland is an experience I hope to not have to replicate, but I'm glad I had once. That's enough for me. But we do go back there in April. May we head up to Road America, of course. Another, I won't say fan favorite, but I guess I could say that now. We'll be headed back up there in May, the first weekend in May, Actually, we will probably get a good spectator turnout there. I am a little excited for that. June, we head down to Daytona for the 14-hour, the lone, as we expect, anyway, the lone long enduro of the season. It's a single-day event. I say just up the road, a couple of hours from where we sit here at Sebring, but nevertheless an iconic venue just like Sebring is, and they take care of us as well. They're fantastic facility, fantastic support staff and track staff up there. Really looking forward to that 14-hour. We got a great race this year. For my money, probably the best race of the season. July, like I mentioned, and we head back to VIR for the old 9 and 7, which is a unique twist. I'm sorry, VIR is going to be 8-8, but nevertheless, a challenging weekend for multi-class and endurance racing, an iconic venue, and one to look forward to. Road Atlanta GP, like we mentioned, the production class is the end of July. August.
August.
Yeah, we have August off.
Yes.
Yeah. The old summer break for the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We go to High Plains Labor Day weekend, the very first weekend in September. Move things back a little bit so it's not quite so hot. Glenn mentioned that earlier. A little bit of a date shuffle there. Helps with the date for VIR as well as for High Plains. So that kind of benefits everybody. And then the last weekend in September, we go to New Jersey Motorsports Park for the first time. I don't consider myself to have a home track based on my little abode in Pennsylvania. If it's anything, it's Pocono, but it's not much of a road racing venue these days. But New Jersey is probably second closest for us, and I'm really excited to see what kind of show WRL can put on there. We're from the Northeast, and we do expect spectators to be allowed into the venue for next season. I think we're in for one. I think that could be exciting. Don't know what the format for that yet is going to be. Club racing in the past there has consisted of a 12-hour. The old SCCA Devil in the Dark. Could that make a return? Do we do the 8 and 8? Do we look for another type of long enduro where we can get some night racing in? We don't know. It'll be interesting to see how that one pans out, but nevertheless, it'd be nice to be close to home, at least for myself. A little foray further into the Northeast for the World Racing League. There were some talks of Watkins Glen, or maybe some other venues in the Northeast there that didn't quite develop. But NJMP is an awfully good start to get your foothold in the Northeast. I'm going to rattle through things quickly here from the end because we've got things happening down in the pit lane. We go back to Hallett the middle of October, the 21st and 22nd. Really excited to go back to Hallett. Oddly, everybody makes fun of me for that, but Hallett's a great, fun little track to go to, and does return to the schedule next season. We'll be back at Sebring November 11th and 12th before the National Championship event at Circuit of the Americas, the first weekend in December of 2023. Pit stops from 696, 99, and the 401, who has just come in again. Oh, he's on his way back out, excuse me. So he's already had his pit stop. It's a bit of a long stop, though, JT. 5 minutes 35 is not quite up to pace. They're going to lose something close to a lap here. That JTR's just come out on their out lap, a 3:42.5. Right, so that's very nearly 2 minutes, which will be about 70 to 80% of a lap. So we'll need to keep an eye on this because I think there's a chance that this takes the 401 slightly out of contention here. GTR 99 is in the pits as well, that blue BMW. We'll need to keep this one tidy because they're going to come out with basically no pressure or nobody holding them up, as the case may have been with the 401. Now, I don't know for sure because we haven't really seen that 99 unleashed just yet. But if they were being held up there, they've already given up quite a bit of time to that number 696. And this clear air could really benefit them in terms of being able to find something closer to what their true pace was. But we'll have to wait and see there. The other beneficiary, if the 401 did have a long stop or has some issue here, is going to be the 421. as we mentioned, in the middle of a championship fight here. Getting the points, if you're in the number 421 from Thunder Bunny today, every little bit is going to help. Change the way you drop your lowest scores. If you can get yourself a top 4, top 5 especially, that's going to go a long way. JTR, we know they need the points. They've had a couple of non-finishes this year, a couple of zero-score races that they need to overcome, despite being consistently one of, if not the fastest car on track. So, eyes on that 421, eyes on the 401. Make sure everything's healthy with that car, and it's just an inadvertent long stop. I wouldn't be shocked if they did tires, but it doesn't seem like anybody else really has it this venture. So, we'll see. The other thing to keep an eye on there is if they did just do tires because they were starting to wear and go away from them, if we have rain incoming, those Coopers are not the best rain tire. They make free admission of that to the competitors on those Coopers. It is very hard to deny. They lose pace pretty quickly once the track starts to get a little bit greasy, and we're gonna have to wait and see there. I believe the JTR car is on Yokohama's. Now we don't talk about who's on what tire very, very often because we don't get that data. We either have to take a look at what's printed on the car, or what's labeled on the car, or just get it directly from the teams. And sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But these tire battles, if you will, the tire wars we have, for lack of a better word, do make a difference here. Certainly in terms of the outright performance of the car. I know the 99 is on, or has been on Yokohama's. So they should both be okay there. 696 and 99 will be fairly evenly matched in that regard. And now that we've come back out of the pits, the number 99, it's a 29, very nearly 30-second margin up to the erstwhile class leader, the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. Automatic Racing leads overall for the moment by about 28 seconds ahead of that number 421 from Thunder Bunny, who I've just observed while we ride along board with them, coasting or very lightly braking a very long way into turn 17 down at the back, on the back straightaway, the end of the Ullman straight there, which is part of driving conservatively. Also, if you have some tire issues you're working through, or you're trying to conserve tires, or generally drive safely, that's a fine and dandy thing. But also will conserve fuel. And I don't believe that anybody's going to be in a position to save themselves a stop before the end of this race, because we're basically pitting at the bottom of the hour. So when we get to the half hour, if we're only doing about an hour on tanks, in GTO anyway, we're going to pit, with an hour and a half to go, we're going to splash with half an hour to go, and then we're going to be done. But if the 421 gets decent mileage out of the way that they're driving their car right now, there might be a world where they'll save themselves a splash, but it'll certainly shorten the splash. So, yes, they may be conceding time a little bit right now in terms of lap time, 2:26.7 last time around. But there is a world here where that actually has a payoff. Some smart folks down at Thunder Bunny as well that are much more fully aware of these things than I am, especially when I'm on my own. So, let's see there. See when that 421 was last into the pits properly. It would have been at the start of the full course yellow. So lap 46. They are now coming up on 38 laps since their last pit stop.
Yeah, they've been out quite a while.
Yeah, now that's obviously been aided by the very, very long full course yellow we had in the middle of that stint, but they were still getting, clearly, to some degree, better mileage than anybody else was. Even the other Cayman now, the 986, or one of the other Caymans, the 986 from W2W Racing, Will to Win Racing, is into the pits. 89X Motorsports, the Chevy Camaro, down there in the pit lane now as well, receiving attention. I'm hopeful that the man in the yellow shirt is a crew member talking to the driver and not a pit marshal relaying things upstairs. It's never a good sign. Sitting there, you see the the pit marshal hop on the radio. Never a good sign. The team car for Thunder Bunny is in. The number 111. Still very much giving chase to the TLM monoflow car ahead of it, trying to pick up positions. It can do itself a world of good here with a decent to good pit stop. That car was really, really good through the last stint. I have to assume Laura Hayes was back on board that car, but no full confirmation of that. But the pace was certainly Laura Hayes-esque. Laura Hayes, a competitor in the MX-5 Cup this season as well. Thunder Bunny had, I think it was a bright or a deep red car, wasn't it? The same Thunder Bunny logo, the TBR lettering in silver, but it was like a brick red or a blood red color of car. Yeah, it was a nice looking car. It was fairly quick, especially when you consider that Thunder Bunny hadn't run any of the MX-5s before. That class, that series, like we mentioned with Dorsey, is just so competitive. And as sprint racing goes, it is, in a way, it's the sprint racing answer to what WRL is. You have some professional teams or professional preparation that comes in and can really run the series, but it is racing that type of club car at the very highest level. It's not quite a Spec Miata, it's not like that, but it is still racing at a high level where it is uber competitive every single weekend. And I do think there's a world there where they kind of share, maybe not the same level of promotion and investment, but to some degree a level of stature, as evidenced by the fact that there are MX-5 drivers running in WRL. Proof positive. And that's pretty exciting. Yeah, I was afraid you were going to say that. You started that sentence and I was like, I wonder if he's going to show rain. Yeah. So, if there is rain out there, and obviously there is to some degree, the heaviest of it is north of where we sit at the moment. There's a little cell that, or an attachment to the cell that kind of appears to be diminishing or breaking off. It is possible that it rains a little bit up at turn 10, and that, as you see, well, it's in the preview screen anyway. There you go. As you see up to the north end there, that is by far the more concentrated area of rain at the moment. And it's possible that at the turn 10, turn 13 area, you get more significant, I don't even want to say rainfall, but sprinkles or any type of precipitation than we get here at pit lane or back at turn 17. Such is the nature of a 3.7 mile long track. Yeah. No, concurred. Even in the dry, it's a challenge. I think it's fair to say. We've seen our fair share of chaos down there, although I haven't been following the log as closely today as we normally do, just because of the lack of help we've had. I say lack of help, but that's not fair. Everybody's schedules, trying to work around and the challenges we've been faced with over the course of the weekend. But I haven't seen much in the way of incident and chaos down at turn 12. Taking the opportunity just to catch up on that race control log. Still under investigation. It's a contact I mentioned when Dorsey left back at 2 o'clock between the 505 and the 979. Now, those cars really, well, Black Forest, I think you can make the case, is still in contention for something. It might be a top 5. It could be a podium, conceivably. But that will also depend on the nature of any race control action. Just watching that Black Forest onboard to one of our preview screens here. They did have the wiper going there briefly. Yeah, the further north you get on the grounds here at Sebring, it looks like the more likely it is to see. 2 hours, 20 minutes remaining. Thanks everybody for joining us today and for your patience throughout. It's not been a trying day, but it's been a disjointed day. I think it's fair to say. But racing is still racing, and it has, but it's still motorsports. It's still racing. It's cars going around a racetrack quickly, and that is, you know, its own reward in a way. But still lots to play out. We now have the number 421 from Thunder Bunny into the pit lane, out of the class. Briefly into the lead? No, second. Only got as high as second. Could have come across the line in the lead if it did another lap there, but it did not, and the 696 was able to pass it. So eyes on the 421 to see where they shuffle out in the next 3 minutes or so. Because again, hashtag championship implications. Pit stop as well for the number 909 from Automatic Racing. It's already been into and out of its stall and heads out onto the track proper. On board that 421 now, the Porsche Cayman. See in the lower right-hand corner of the screen the nice little graphic they provided for us, so we know exactly what the 421 looks like. Very X-side batteries, which I hadn't really pieced together until this moment. Much like the NASCAR, the Jeff Burton cars, ran X-side batteries for a long time. Yeah, one of the Roush cars. And so from a nostalgia perspective anyway, it's nice to see. Also, the shade of purple that Thunder Bunny uses, I'm a big fan of. I think they execute it really well. It looks really, really nice on... It looks great on the BMW. I'm impressed with how much I like it on the 421. I wasn't sure that was going to be a car I liked, just because I'm not a big fan of the Cayman silhouette, for lack of a better word. Just never really been my favorite. But they make that car look really, really nice. Saw Mark on Thursday over at the 7 Hotel. Did not really get a chance to catch up, but nice to see him back at the track as well. And super excited for them that they're now going for the East Region Championship. We've followed that. If you followed the World Racing League throughout the course of the season here, we've talked to these drivers a couple of times with the 421, and it's been I don't want to say a story, but it's been a tracking of following their development of the car, following, you know, their progression as drivers and how they gel as a team and how they, you know, they figure out that Porsche Cayman, how they've battled back from having to essentially replace the car after an accident back at Road America. I mean, they were in a big one exiting the kink, and you know, had to get the car back into racing condition, which they did for Daytona, and I think ended up with a podium like the very next race. So it's been a year for those 421 guys, and you know, it's been nice that they've been willing to share it with us, as so many have. But they're a super group of guys, and that 421 Thunder Bunny, they brought us stickers as well, which I'll tell you what goes an awful long way. Several of them adorn our beer fridge back at home. Quite big fans of them. Yeah, we were just talking about that with Laura Hayes. Really nice to see that the way they kind of spread across racing now. It's not specific to WRL, but as many of these outfits are, right? Finding ways to branch out into other forms of motorsports. Some are specific here. W2W, you know, has run Porsche Sprint Challenge, right? Sprint for sprint racing customers. Excuse me. You know, TLM certainly has experience in other places running one of the Porsche Cup cars. and JTR obviously in MX5 Cup as well. So it's not just, these little home garage type teams. Some of these have used WRL as a springboard to be bigger and better, and to branch out into other categories and other forms of racing, which has been cool. So neat to be a part of that and to know that the baseline that's provided here and the level of competition that we've got in WRL at the moment is conducive to these teams and these drivers taking advantage of other opportunities in racing as well. And lest I be accused of not promoting the WRL here, still coming back. Like, those that do have opportunities to go race other places, they keep coming back to the World Racing League. Right? The value here is phenomenal, and I know that if you're buying seat time, as many do, it's not a secret, that this is one of the best value propositions in American motorsports at the moment. But it's also really darn good racing. It's really engaging in an environment that I don't know is matched anywhere this side of six figures. Like, it is. Coda was a 3 minutes start to finish. Well, maybe less than that even. Sebring, I think, was 3 minutes. And adding more events next year, I think, is going to help with some of that. But it doesn't mean the value is going anywhere. I mean, the value for what you pay in a weekend is still, or what you get for what you pay over a weekend is still very, very much there. And it's accessible as well, right? From, the top of GTO, yes, you may pay a penny, and many do, and believe that is worth their money. Only you can make that decision. But even at the lower end, GP1, GP2, GP3, you can rent a GP seat for relative pennies to what motor racing can cost these days, and that's a full service rental, right? You're getting the time, you're getting the it's arrive and drive, right? The setup work is done, the car is taken care of. You're not necessarily crewing the car, although those options exist as well. And for several, well, it's $2,000 or $3,000, you can have 4, 6, 8 hours of seat time in a weekend. It's definitely out there to be had, and many of them, many of us have taken advantage of it already. I'm not that guy. I'm not a racer. I just like talking about it and wandering around with a bag full of iPhones. But yeah, it's in a good spot at the moment. WRL, I think it's fair to say, is in pretty solid health, and the opportunities for growth next year are substantial and meaningful, and I'm excited to see where things go. And I'd love to see you that are out at the track this weekend, or those of you that are tuning in for the first time. Maybe you heard Dorsey Schrader was broadcasting with us this weekend, or whatever the case might be. Love to see you back here, and love to see you join the World Racing League, either as a competitor, maybe a volunteer. These opportunities exist in plenty of places around motorsports at the moment, and especially here in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Nice. So now that we've cycled through those pit stops in GTO, it's a 40-second lead now for JTR ahead of the GTR 99. 18 further seconds back to the number 909 of Automatic Racing. Thunder Bunny Racing potentially just off the lead lap. I'll have to wait for that one to come back around here. But 401, like we mentioned, did end up falling behind the number 421. Nope, still in the lead lap. But the 401 did fall behind the 421. Points for Thunder Bunny. And now the 401's got work to do before the end of the race. I don't think that's a done deal yet. I think there are very, very quick drivers in that Round 3 Racing Hagerty-sponsored BMW M4 that can still get that position back, and maybe a couple more. But it's going to take some work. Further back in the overall order, and more to the point in our relevant classes, GTU being led by Stratus number 58, second place Stratus number 59. Recall, dear viewer and listener, that the number 59 from Stratus Racing was into the pits what is probably a little over an hour ago now, unexpected with some back-to-back pit stops. It lost 4 laps in doing so. So the lead margin there in GTU is 4 laps. Now, there's a pace differential there. That 59 is in the 221s at the moment, so actively picking up time, but there's now no pressure from behind for either of them. It's another 13 laps back to the L2 Motorsports number 100, and we haven't seen Factor Fab back and forth in some time. It's going to be a battle between these Stratus cars, and 4 laps might seem like a lot, but 4 laps goes away quickly in GTU. These cars are, because they are so small and so light, they tend to get thrashed around quite a bit, and they can be shaken to pieces by the bumps here at Sebring if you're not careful. So, just like I said, eyes on that 58 and 59 battle in GTU, because that is, despite being very far apart in terms of time, is not a sealed result by any means. 703 from round 3 racing leads GP1, still ahead of the number 125 from MMR. 336 Big Mission Motorsports back there in 3rd, rounding out the podium at the moment. NFC Motorsports in 4th, the number 123 Porsche Boxster, and the Almonte Motorsports number 9 kart there in 5th. Personal best lap from the number 362 RRT Racing BMW, does a 2:30.7. Fastest lap in... Well, no, it's not. That PC Racing car has gone much quicker. 2:25.7. Which I tell you what, puts it there or thereabouts with a good portion of the GTO field. And that's one of the things that's interested me as we followed GP1 over the course of the season. Try to give it its fair share in terms of promotion and the way we analyzed and talk about it. But it's earned its spot there. The front end of the GP1 field, in terms of pace, kind of converging with the back end of GTO or the midfield of GTO. 225 is getting down to business. Now, I get that they've kind of got something dangled out in front of them where they can go chase somebody down. It's only 2 laps up to that 362 from RRT Racing. And they're a long shot for the championship already, so it is going to take some good fortune to get a positive result out of today, or at least one that positively impacts their championship standing. But the lap time and the pace in that car is very clearly there. Another 225. Backs it up with the same thing again. Down in GP2, Northloop Motorsport, singular, has retaken the lead from BSI Racing, the number 167, who I believe was... they weren't just in the pits, but it hadn't been terribly long ago. I think they may have had an issue there. That car is going quickly at the moment, but they were in the pits at the start of the full course yellow, and then were in again on lap 69, which is only a 29-lap stint. So I don't know that they got a full stint worth out of that car before they brought it in. And I won't make any mentions of back timing here, because I have no idea how you factor that concept into the disjointed start to the race we've had today. But it has meant that they've given the lead up to the number 21, who I think we're going to need to see in the pits here in the not terribly distant future, having also just pitted at the beginning of our last full course yellow period. Number 469 from MER has just set a PB, personal best time of the race on its lap 82, a 2:34.889. Backs that up with a 37 flat, but good pace in that car for the moment. And only 1 minute and 16 seconds up to the second place car in class. So, again, still some things to play for here. And then a big gap back to the number 407 from Craftsman Auto Care, and the number 198 from Stance Racing, who just left the pit lane. Down underneath where I stand at start-finish here a couple of moments ago. GP3, one of our, well, it is our latest class this weekend. 7 cars entered, 605 leads by a lap from the number 195 of Overnight Motorsports. Turn 7. who has very conveniently given us the number 7 as well, or given themselves the number 7. No opportunities for confusion there, looking at you, 9-4 Motorsport. Is right there in P3 in class, having just made a pit stop. So still very much in contention for P2 by the looks of things, depending on how this pit stop situation, or this pit stop rotation, works its way out towards the end of the race. And just like that, I've rocketed through another 20 minutes, and we've arrived just about at 3 o'clock Eastern. 3 or 4 minutes to go, and we'll be into our final 2-hour stint here at Sebring International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Worth noting, some of the details from around the circuit, we've really mentioned these. Some of them are new. We've got a canvas wrap around the start-finish tower. The flag station at start and finish has a very nice 3-sided, what just looks like a canvas banner with the World Racing League powered by Hagerty logo on all 3 sides. And it's one of those little extra flares that you don't necessarily expect to see, but when you do, you're kind of leaves you impressed. We have the big banner down at Victory Lane again, like we had last year, which is pretty exciting. It doesn't say making history together because we're not running the first ever 24-hour race in Sebring. But we are enjoying ourselves anyway, and Sebring has certainly rolled things out for WRL and for spectators this weekend. Been out cutting the grass all weekend, in the evenings as well. Nighttime grass cutting is fascinating. But they've been maintaining the grounds all weekend, and it seems like they're as invested in this as WRL is in allowing spectators to come out and hang out at the racetrack for a weekend. If nothing else, it's a great opportunity to just get out of the house, right? Come camp for a weekend. A bunch of tents, it's a bunch of campers, some tow behinds, and some proper campers spread around the middle portion of the track. JT, you've been here, right? A couple times. But this whole midway area, all the way up to turn 6 and 7, up to turn 3, 4, and 5, that's all open to camping. Green Park is really the only area that's been closed for the weekend. And, spectators taking advantage of that. Even if we've only got a couple of 100 people here this weekend, it's an opportunity for the series. For spectators, it's an opportunity to get out, enjoy some relatively temperate, Florida autumn weather, and come see what the WRL is all about. I'm hopeful that WRL makes some noise into the next couple of seasons, and maybe this is a return event for some people. It'll be exciting. $20.6 from 401. So we said that car was not entirely out of contention yet. It's going to take a lot of doing to get up to the overall NGTO class leader as a result of its long pit stop. But now that it's got fresh tires, I think they've put somebody very rapid in that car to set chase to the cars up ahead of it. It's got a long way to go. It's got another 18 seconds to get up to the 421, and then even farther to go to catch the automatic Aston beyond that. But they're only going to be able to do this one lap at a time, and picking up now for 5.5 seconds that last lap on the number 421 will get it done. Shouts to Stratus number 58, our GTU class leader, who finds themselves in 8th place overall. One of the most consistent runs I remember seeing out of a GTU car. I know they've taken a couple overall victories at NOLA and at High Plains. I think they won one of the races back at High Plains in August. But it's nice to see them peeking their way into a much more crowded GTO field that we've got here today. Putting themselves up into the top 10. Now those cars, well, I don't think we explicitly mentioned it this morning. Those cars run to a slightly lower power to weight number than the GTO cars, right? And that is all to do with how they make their lap time and what they use to make lap time. GTO cars, by and large, rely on mechanical grip and to some degree aerodynamic grip, right? The faster they go, the more the wings and the outside aerodynamic devices push the car into the ground, the more speed you're able to carry through corners and into braking zones. That all makes a difference into how quickly you can do a lap of whatever your chosen venue is. But by and large, it's just the mechanical grip you get out of the car in GTO, how the car works, how compliant the suspension is, the tires, the condition of the tires, all of those things. Whereas those GTU cars, with their aerodynamics, the diffuser out the back, the rear wing that hangs off the back, the splitter up front, they'll make a pretty decent downforce number. And those cars are going to be reliant on keeping speed up through the mid-corner, shorter braking zones, and therefore, if you're going to keep them in and around the same pace, especially when every car is being well driven, their ultimate pace should be in the range of a GTO car. At least that's the idea. And to do that, they've adjusted the power to weight number back to 10.5. So GTO runs 9-to-1 in easy numbers. That means if your car weighs 3,600 pounds, most of them do, you are allowed 400 horsepower. And if your car weighs, I'm going to butcher another example, so I won't do it. But by that that's 9-to-1, right? The same formula in GTU, it's 10.5-to-1, right? So if your car weighs a maximum of 2,400 pounds, which is the case in GTU, right around 2,400 pounds, is the case in GTU, 10.5-to-1 is going to get you somewhere like 220 horsepower. You see, that's exactly where I was going. There you go. There's the number. So, and I was doing that all off the top of my head. Thanks, man. So, it is, again, when you have a car that has half the amount of power, it is going to make its lap time in a different way. But the idea is that by the end of all of that calculation, and by the time you actually put the cars on track and send them and have somebody very, very quickly drive either one of them, that they should approach roughly the same outright pace. That is venue dependent to some degree. Some tracks are faster than others. Might lend itself, especially with fast corners, might lend itself to a GTU car. Some of them are a place like Barber, right? Lightweight helps, but there's really not too many fast corners that are going to benefit the aerodynamic grip off of from a GTU car. In any case, it's enough about that. It's why you see a class separation there, and how they end up being so closely matched in terms of outright pace. How sometimes you get GTU cars battling for an overall win, despite them running to completely different rule books. And then our general production classes, just to round this out, those are a little more complicated, ironically. Those are power to weight numbers, but there's modifiers thrown in for aerodynamics, suspension, any type of performance upgrade that you could make to a production car. There is a slight tweak that's made to your power to weight number, and then you are allotted your power based on how you get to your number, right? So all the way up to 17-to-1 at the back end of GP3. Anywhere in there, you're going to find a class for yourself to run in. And then it's simply a matter of optimizing your car for that class. Chattanooga Touringwagen, for example, unfortunately met their demise down there at between turn 13 and 14 first thing this morning. But they were going to try and step up into GP1, and instead found that they were going to be better served by running GP2 and just optimizing the car for that GP2 number, because they weren't going to be able to get to the ceiling of the GP1 power to weight. GTO doesn't take those modifiers into account. That's all limited to the production classes. But if you're a car builder, or you're a tuner or anything like that, those production classes represent a real opportunity to build a car from the ground up, and rather than just chasing outright pace, really optimizing it in a way that is going to work for you and your team, right? You can throw aero at a car, and that's great. It'll give you some more grip, but it's also going to take power away, right? Fully adjustable dampers. Yeah, you can do some crazy things with setup if you have the ability to take advantage of it, but it's also going to take power away. So it's a fun little, I say a little class. GP1 is mammoth, and GP2 and 3 are well subscribed as well. They're very interesting classes in their own right, and I actually should talk to RJ about this. It would be fun to get the disclosure sheets for some of these cars, and to find out exactly how Moorhead has developed their BMW, to find out exactly what the I don't know, GP2 Northloop, the Spec E46 that they run. Right? What's that like? Stan's Racing threw a huge wing on the back of their blue Miata. How have they chosen to get to the powered weight number for GP2? And we talked to Michael Moore Racing, the orange Mustang that's out there in GP1. Right? That car was a sprint racing car that they've had to make some changes to and some adjustment to. And they put some aero on, really helped with the way the car was balanced and how drivable it was at the cost of power. Power's not king. It's actually made the car faster by giving some of that up. But, like I said, it would be very, very interesting to see how some of these teams have gone about their car development and are actively going about their car development. This is not a static thing. So with you all here from Sebring International Raceway, just taking a moment to hydrate. Yeah, we've done this. Anything up to the north and to the west is probably no longer relevant because everything's sort of moving in from the east. It does, and Apple Choice says it's possible around 445. Let's see. It's pretty spotty at the moment, so we got away with it once. I think there's a chance we get away with it again. We don't. If it rains in WRL, it very rarely just lightly sprinkles. We either get it all or we get nothing. It would be nice to have nothing. It would also be nice if it really held off until after I've recovered our equipment from trackside. Under 2 hours to go, an hour and 52 minutes remaining. In race 1, of course, a reminder, we get to do this all again tomorrow. And we get to do it an hour earlier. Yay. JT is Pacific Northwest based, so that is not great news for him. Not that I love 5:30 alarms either, but do what we must so we can enjoy ourselves wherever we happen to be. 8 to 4 are the hours tomorrow. We'll be live here on DriversEye. It was for me as well. I had to, I went to Walmart before I came to the track this morning to get a monitor. Normally, I'm used to just sitting in these offices or these broadcast booths by myself, and I can just, set the live stream up on, that's interesting, set the live stream up on my laptop and just watch it that way. But I figured if we were going to have guests here, maybe I should get a screen that can travel with the series and we can share with our dear friends. It appears a real emphasis is being placed on fire bottles at the moment down in the pit lane. Warning given out to the number 27 for not having a fire bottle ready. And a penalty handed out to the number 712. And more than a few instances of fire bottle not ready. Back on board, the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing. So we'll start expecting, I think, another round of GTO pit stops here in roughly about 20 minutes time. 20 to 25 minutes, I think, is probably about right. We'll see if Joseph's software here can get us any more information on that, because we've had basically a full stint at some point today. Yeah, there we go. 15 laps for JTR Motorsports Engineering, 18 laps for GTR 99, 25 and 26 for your third and fourth place cars, at least at the moment. So that advantage is not nothing. 10 to 11 laps? That's that'll get you places. And again, if you consider that a lap here is 2 minutes, 20 to 25 seconds, depending on how hard you're pushing, 10 laps by the time we get to the end of this this race is 20, 25 minutes. And if we're pitting at the bottom of every hour, there is a world there where you're saving yourself maybe the splash at the end if you're automatic racing or you're number 421 from Thunder Bunny. I think you really consider leaning into that as a strategy option, a very viable strategy option, especially if you know you don't have the ultimate pace. 5 cars show on the lead lap at the moment, all within a minute and 40 seconds. And I think we ride with this number 421, JT, for a little bit. Out the rear of the car, you may be able to see, yes, you can, in the rearview mirror, the number 401 from Round 3 Racing. Car has been picking up seconds at a time. Last lap was about 3.5. And whoever is installed in that number 401 at the minute will have a really good opportunity this time around to be able to pick up a lap time. Second gear through turn 1. Yeah. Or could be a little bit quicker through there, but you're also conserving tires while you're doing that. Through the 3, 4, and 5 complex here. Very bumpy on the way into 3. Switch the car back to the right and try and find some semblance of a meaningful racing line through turn 5. By far my least favorite corner on the track. It's never... Oh, there he goes. Round the outside of turn 6. I think he just got the launch off of turn 5. Did that number... Or she. Could be Sarah Montgomery. We don't know this. Get the launch off of turn number 5 and all down the straightaway. And I think that's where that car is finding its pace. Not that the 421 is losing all that much time, but every couple of corners, if you're not committed to coming back fully to the throttle at the apex, and you can see in the throttle and brake trace there, it comes back to the throttle pretty well there, but a little bit tentative on corner entry, and somebody that is a little more committed, like that 401 appears to be at the moment, can very, very easily pick up time if they're maximizing what that car is capable of. Yeah. So I was going to make that comment, but I didn't want to bring up iRacing because that's my only exposure to how the GT4s run. But first gear in that car is very, very short. And I think the gear stack is sealed, so I don't think there's anything they can do to it. Yeah. But I think you're right, JT. Using first gear in, I mean, I guess maybe turn 7, but using first gear at like turn 3 is not. Yeah, I think you're right. Or not, as the case appears to me. If they pay, no, they're definitely going to pay at least one more time. At least one more time. The other pit stops do 195 overnight motorsports in GP3. I think we're expecting here in a couple of laps time. Early pit stop from Stratus number 59. Was not due in for a little bit, as far as I can tell. Yeah, they've been in a lot lately, actually. I think they're actively working through some type of issue. Yeah, let's go back to the power to weight discussion a little bit here. Sean Moffitt, who been a while since we've seen him, man. Talking about the old Montgomery Motorsports number 24 BMW, was 238 horsepower to the wheels and 2,700 pounds. So it was the lowest horsepower, but also they kept the car light. And if you really attacked with that car, it says it would get after it. And we saw that at places like COTA, right? You do lose some time down the long back straightaway at Circuit of the Americas, but you can make up for that in spades through the direction changes and the braking zones, right? Where you really hammer the car, into the braking zones deep, or you really, get aggressive with the way the car changes direction. You throw a little bit of aero at that as well, and it sounds like a barrel of fun, actually. Lead margin out front still stands at 42 seconds. It hasn't gone out much, but when it does go out, or when it does change, it's almost always in favor of the 696. So the GTR 99 can kind of get up to the pace of the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW, but rarely exceed it. And at the moment, that's where that JTR car is finding its advantage. College football was on today. I've been so wrapped up in trying to make sure that everything that's happening here is happening the right way, and just remember they're playing games today. Some ugly games. Anyway. Now that the 401 from round 3 racing has gotten by the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing, pulled out 7.3 seconds. It's happened very, very quickly. And it's also allowed the number 111 to run up into 6th, which is now puts it directly behind, at least in terms of timing and scoring, directly behind its team car. That number 421. Now I wonder here if those cars are going to operate independently, or if they're just going to let things run to the end of the race and see how they wind up. And I'm not going to say that there are team orders there, because I don't know. But I do wonder if in a chase for a championship, there is a relevant concern here about, it's a 111, back off and let the 421 have the extra points. We've only got today and tomorrow, so if you're going to try and defend, that point is going to come good within a day. So keep an eye on that. Quick time from round 3, not last time around, but the time before, just to make mention they were into the 2-minute 19s, which is quite rapid. 2:19.849, that car's fastest lap of the race, and one of the fastest laps of the race outright. I think only been beaten by the 696 to this point today. Oh, no, and the 505. Of course, old-fashioned Janetta. And a PB as well from the 909 from Automatic Racing. I didn't know I mentioned this earlier. Yep, lap 102. 2:21.770. And I'm sure they're feeling a little bit of the squeeze from behind with the number 401 from round 3 racing going very rapidly as well. But there's a 27-second margin there. So if they can match the pace of the 401, and I see no reason they can't, at least in that low 20 bracket, 2 minutes 20 bracket, then I think they can do reasonably well there. A good run as well from 89X Motorsports, the Chevy Camaro. We saw that car feature really, really well back at Road Atlanta. A strategy, I'm going to say a blunder, a strategy misstep on the Sunday kind of took that car out of a rightful contention for a top spot coming up to the red flag there on Sunday. And otherwise, that car was very much in it. And yeah, it's, they may not have the outright pace here. Quickest lap at the moment, 2:23.719. which is one of the slower, fastest laps in GTO. But as we've mentioned so many times, it's not about necessarily the outright pace. It's just as much about the consistency, how regularly you're able to do whatever your race pace is. You know, even if your fastest lap is 2:23, if you do 2:23s every lap because that's the target time you've set for yourself, you're going to be in great shape, right? Somebody else might be doing 21s and 22s, but they put a slower driver in the car, or something changes because they've run the tires off the car, and now all of a sudden they're in the 26s and 27s. Well, what good are the 21s? You know, it's one of the elements of racing we get, of the type of racing we get in WRL that does benefit teams that can run consistently. And I think 89, that 89X Motorsports Camaro is kind of finding that at the moment. Also, it sounds great, so I'm a fan of that for that reason. Quick check of the production classes again. Round 3, 701 still leads the 125 in GP1, so no real change there. RRT Racing still catching the number 123 from NFC Motorsports. Almonte Motorsports has lost a little bit of time. Yeah, it was to a pit stop. So they've fallen out of the top 5, giving that spot up to the 362. But that 362 is catching the 123 at 7 seconds last lap. And the margin is 1:47. So it's going to get there. At this rate, it will definitely get there. So we'll keep an eye on that. That'll be the battle for 4th in our GP1 class. GP2 still led by BSI Racing, North Loop Motorsports in 2nd, MER back in 3rd. The margins come out a little bit as we get our... Well, I was going to say our expected round of pit stops here. Choice Racing is in after, what I think it's about 53, 55 minutes, somewhere in there. As is that chill out car, although they don't feature in high up in the order just at the moment. But this Choice Racing car kicked off our last round of pit stops. And even with that in mind, I think this is a little bit earlier than I would have expected. Driver change? Yes, it does appear so. Though not in a huge hurry. They'll have time. Fuel will go into that car. Yes, do it right. Exactly. Hashtag visor down. Oh, in for the race leader as well. 696. So that'll be on schedule, but still earlier than I would have thought. So eyes on that 696 pit stall here. I can just about see it actually from where I stand. Just past start finish in my little room up here on the 3rd floor. In comes the 362 from RRT Racing. Appears to be just fuel. A moment for the 696. Uh-oh. The pit marshal watching the 696 stop did just jump on the radio. So eyes on that race control log for the moment. Now they go to the left rear corner. Oh, they're doing tires. Yeah, so I was wondering if this was going to happen, right? We are an hour and 33 minutes to go Now remember that we lost an hour to a red flag and roughly an hour to a full course yellow. So in reality here, even though we should have done 6.5 hours, we've really only done about 4.5. Now let's put this into context, right? We don't normally see pit stops this late in the game. If you're going to identify anybody, well, let's look back to anybody who had long pit stops lately. And in particular, let's look at the number 401 from round three racing, right? We know that car had a stop that was roughly 2 minutes longer than we would have expected, right? So they didn't just run to 4 hours on tires. They brought that car in, and as far as we know, will have changed tires before they got to the end of their life. So yes, they lost 2 minutes all at once, and we weren't necessarily expecting it, but that is now going to come good, at least relative to the 696, who has made their stop for tires later than anybody else has. Now, the other thing this does is anybody else who may not be changing tires, or anybody else who is just kind of out there cruising at the moment, we know that the number 421 is going longer on fuel. We know they're not really pushing that car at the moment, and there is the potential for them to end up in the class lead as pit stop cycle anyway. And now that we know that the 696 is going to have probably a minute to a minute and a half time loss here to go change tires, that this could still come good to somebody that isn't JTR or maybe isn't round 3, because round 3 has just made their pit stop from P5. It's a long-ish lap, 355.8, but that means that they'll be on the same lap now. Now, JTR is out on track at the moment, just going through turn 8 and 9. I can see them off in the distance. I had it up in the braking zone for turn 10 on the far side of Green Park. 401, look out the window here, should be somewhere around the turn 5 area. GTR 99 is in there as well in the race lead with something nearing a lap advantage. There's the 401 just under the bridge at turn 6 now. So that's going to be something like a third of a lap, maybe a 40 to 50 second advantage for the JTR Motorsports Engineering car relative to the 401, who, as far as we know, I think are the only two to have changed tires. Again, just based on our observations here. So remember, dear viewer and listener, back many, many moons ago, by which I mean some hours, where I had mentioned that we really hadn't had the endurance racing aspects of today show their come into form yet. This is what I mean. Right? Tire strategy, fuel strategy. Who runs, most efficiently on a tank of fuel? Who tries to stretch mileage? Who just runs the tank and the car as far as they'll go, and maximizes the race that way. We don't know the answer to that yet. We have a few hints, right, with JTR. We have that hint with the 401 as well, who is still going very, very rapidly, or at least was before their last pit stop. But we don't know what this looks like from here to the end with GTR 99. We don't know what this looks like for automatic racing or for the number 421 from Thunder Bonnie. So this... I'll say this debt, right, where we didn't get any indication of how this race was going to pan out, was eventually going to be paid to us. And that is happening now, where now we can start extrapolating to the end of the race. It's not much of an extrapolation. It's, an hour and a half. Normally, we'd be getting this by about the midpoint of the race. 4 hours to go or so. But, if anything, it makes our job a little bit easier. JTR Motorsports Engineering. Yeah, go ahead, JT. Yeah, you're not going out on the stream at the moment, I think, JT. But the point there that the NFC car stopped on the back straight down between 16 and 17. Now it's not a long haul back into the pit lane, which is the good news there. And I think they know if they try and push him back into a cut or just bring him all the way around to the pit entry at the exit to 17. That may end up being the play here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's an open cut here before 17.
Yeah. So if you're watching or you're following along live timing, the thing you're gonna want to keep your eye on here is when the top 3 make their next pit stop, right? GTR, Automatic, Thunder Bunny. Because the sooner they pit, the less likely they are going to be able to make it to the end of the race without a splash. I don't know that any of them actually can, but that won't be confirmed until we see them in this time. Because at least for one of them, it does have the potential to be their last stop. Come in, make sure you get the thing packed full of fuel, and then send it. It stopped from Overnight Motorsports to the number 195 back in GP3. I think we're expecting to see the GP2 class leader into the pits as well. BBSI racing the Mazda MX-5. And that'll give us an idea of where things stand back in GP2, which is interesting because I think that car is pretty well offset from the North Loop car and the number 469. I don't know how aggressively offset, but it is one that could make a difference here before the end. It's based on stint lengths. Into the pits comes the number 99 GTR BMW. Not quite made it to its pit stall just yet. Automatic comes through and will assume the race lead, at least out on track. Not quite across timing, but PB for that Automatic Aston as well, 2:21.5.
Interesting, the towing of the NFC car, they made it to 17 entry, and instead of continuing through 17, they took a left to go on the outside perimeter of 17.
Interesting.
To the crossover bridge to get in.
So I had wondered, so there's a cut on the inside where, I don't know if SCCA still does false grid there, but that big truck pad on the inside of turn 17 they used to use for false grid. And you can make the hard right and come in sort of the back door that way, but it also requires taking a very aggressive line through the corner and making a sharp right-hand turn. So that's why I kind of thought maybe they would just take it all the way down to the end of the pit lane. Or taking all the way around to pit entrance, excuse me. But making the left is an interesting move as well. Probably the safer. I don't think you want to arrive at turn 17 with a car under tow, right underneath the bridge. Yeah. Yeah, anything that's going to push you wide there at turn 17 is bad news. You really need to be tucked up to the wall underneath the crossover bridge there. Off the final corner there on your screen anyway, the number 421 from Thunder Bunny Racing. That'll put it into second on... Ooh, will it put it into second on the road? Or has the number 99 left its pit stall and come back out on track yet? I don't know the answer to that. In any case, I think there's probably a world here where the the 421 is losing enough time, just lap by lap, being in the 24s and 25s and 26s, where even if it can save itself that last splash at the end, it's not going to be in contention for a win. But remember, as we have mentioned a couple times, the car doesn't need to be in contention for a win. It needs to be in contention just to maximize its points haul. And as Dorsey has said a couple of times today, that doesn't always mean you need to go out and win a race. That can be my car today, my driving today, our situation, however the race has panned out, might only be good enough for third. Then take the points, settle in, and bring the car home in third. Drive the car home to third. Now, their strategy, might not get them a win. If they are saving fuel here and can save themselves a splash at the end, it may not get them there, but it might get them an extra position or two. And that is worth just as much in the championship chase as anything else would be. Just maximize what you are capable of on a given day. And for them, that has been a win on occasion. Today has been an unusual day in several respects. So we wait to see how that all kinds of shakes out. They are up ahead of the number 99 from GTR, albeit by 8 seconds. And that quote-unquote debt that we were just talking about, where JTR chose to make it stop for tires at the very end of the race, has now been paid to the number 99, who has come out just 4.5 seconds ahead of the 696. So game on in GTO at the moment. Now, it may only show that it's for P3 on live timing, but this is an effective potential battle for the class win. Pit stop from MMR. Out of second in GP1. 336 from Big Mission should be in a couple of laps time here. And 701 is going to owe us a stop eventually as well. Don't know if they're going to be able to make it home from here. 25 laps is what I'm showing for a stint length for the number 125 Ford Mustang. If I do the math, for 2.5 minutes, I don't think that quite gets them there. Because even 3 minutes would take them to 1 hour and 15. And we're beyond that. So I think we're going to be owed pit stops by most of the cars in GP1, perhaps except the 701. I think they might be just one more to go and then done.
Yeah, I'm seeing at their pace, there's 36 laps left of them of the race.
Yeah, 25 isn't going to get them there for sure. Here comes 99 at 221.8 for its outlap, 220.5 from JTR. Got down now to 3.3 seconds between third and fourth. Round 3 racing, still kind of setting the world on fire back there in fifth. 219.9. Now, if you do the comparison between their tire changes, round 3, their pit stop lap was a 535.1. It's the stop on which they changed tires. JTR was 441.7. So you're talking about 50 to 55 seconds on an equivalent pit stop. It's a lot of time. And I guarantee you, if this race is decided by anything less than about 50 to 55 seconds, that 401 is going to wonder maybe what might have been here. Certainly, whoever they've got installed in that car at the moment is still going very, very rapidly. 219.4, picking up about a second a lap on the 696, and the margin is 57.6 seconds. Now, we don't have enough time for them to be able to claw that all down on track unless something else changes. Also, they'd have to do it literally every lap, which is the most unlikely thing.
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I've been commentating on these types of endurance races now for, basically every year since 2011. And every time you talk about, well, if they can do this lap time consistently, then yeah, they can definitely, they might be able to catch by the end. Maybe they can even set up a pass or something like that. And then it never happens because you can't do those times consistently. Even in pro racing, it is almost impossible to claw a margin like that down in the dying minutes. If you say we need a second a lap, go get a second a lap. Great. You might do a second, every 2 out of every 3 laps. But that third lap if you don't make a second, now your average has gone down. You actually need 1.2, 1.3 seconds to make up for the time that you didn't pick up on that one lap. Right? If you repeat that over the course of a stint, however long that happens to be, you're sunk. You're gonna end up falling 15 to 20 seconds short. It's going fine, Joseph. Thanks for asking.
It's going splendid.
Boy, the 511 trapped up in a little bit of traffic here on the run down into turn number 7. That's the 421, and I think the 90. Oh, man. And the 99. The 421 dropped the wheel there on the left-hand sweep coming out of the safety pin down at turn 7 and got the car right sideways with the number 99 close in tow. .111 Thunder Bunny into the pits. That car might be close. I think they're going to quite get there. 84 to 110, 26 laps. Yeah, it's not going to happen. But just so that we're kind of on the same page, that this isn't all, just fruitless wondering, there is still benefit here to running long on fuel, because it means that your last pit stop, your last splash of fuel with half an hour left or whatever it's going to be, is going to be, meaningfully shorter than those cars that pitted earlier. The later you run towards the checkered flag, the less you need to make it home by virtue of just having less laps to complete or fewer laps to complete. Nose to tail now for second overall between the 99 and the 696. 0.3 of a second after a couple of slow-ish laps from the 99. 224s. It's the same for the 401, by the way. It is quite literally nose to tail as they headed down the front straightaway. Bird's eye view, actually, out of the 511. Good pickup here, JT. It's like you know what you're doing.
Something like that. I did see a slow car off driver's right exit of the hairpin. It may have been an Aston.
Oh my.
I was watching the 421 on board, which looked a bit slow when it was letting some of these cars through. I'm wondering if they're doing this lap.
It's car stop 987.
Okay, so FSR.
Yep, and they've just gone salmon on race here. So we have our answer there at least. Now that is out of the top 10. So this isn't, a car that's been in trouble all day having an issue. This is somebody that's been pretty consistent throughout the course of the day. Had hauled themselves up into the top 10 and is now stranded out on track at the exit of turn number 7 near the turn 8 corner station. Now, if I look at our script here, they were doing in 3 laps. If you don't get the car full of fuel, or there is some variation in the driver you have on board, how aggressively they use the throttle, how aggressively they lean on the traction control, that can create, like I said, enough variation in fuel mileage to where you could wind up 2-3 laps short. Over the course of an hour, somebody's using significantly more throttle on corner exit, running deeper into braking zones, and you expect yourself to be able to do maybe 27 laps, 28 laps, and all of a sudden you're only doing 25, which is still the case for a lot of the GTO field. So it's not like you're short, but shorter than you expect. I'd buy that. Sorry, just got a notification that Virginia-Miami college football game is done with its first overtime. It's tied 6-6. I am an absolute sicko when it comes to college football. I love stuff like that. That is a truly terrible football game being played. Sorry to any Miami fans that might be in the area, by the way. Certain this season has not ended, or not gone the way you would have wanted. Although Coach Cristobal is geographically relevant here. Sorry to any Virginia fans, I guess, too. I don't know. I don't think there are too many of them around, but anyway, this is what we do here on DriversEye Live. Very occasionally during the fall, we take a brief view towards what's happening in the college football world. We are all, well, many of us here are college football fans anyway, and I'm also the only one in here, so...
Keep rambling, you're good.
I'm doing my best. I haven't done this in a long time. I mean, I had a little bit of time back at Mid-Ohio where I was flying solo. And that was just due to... It wasn't really even miscommunication. It was just poor timing. But it lasted like 20 or 25 minutes. Right back up to the normal order, you know, and everybody chimed in as they filed back in. But, yeah, 25 hour in 2012, the whole race solo. Also, I've noticed that our guests have stopped appearing up here. If you're right around track, or you're down in the paddock, and you've thought about coming to join, now would be an appropriate time to do so. If you'd like to come up and chat with me, I'd say us, but chat with me for a little bit. JT is here as well and can throw some questions around, but you're welcome to come up and check out the broadcast booth here, third floor of the timing tower. If you're a driver, team owner, etc. We'd be happy to have you. But I also know that we're in the final throes of this one. Just, 73 minutes left to go. And in many cases, coming down to the final pit stops for a lot of teams, a lot of drivers will be getting back into the car, some of those that started the race. So maybe now not the best time for y'all, but fine time up here anyway. Pit stop for the number 421. 73 minutes to go. I don't think it's happening for them either. That's 31. Ooh, well, let's wait and see on that. Wait and see on the 421. Unfortunately, it might mean they have to do 27s from here to the end of the day to be able to make that work, but it's up to them to decide whether or not that's going to be a net gain or not. Automatic Racing still leads, by the way. It's just done a 2:24.4. So again, not going super rapidly, although it is capable of it. Their best time is a 2:21.5. So just a couple of seconds off of that. The problem is everybody else behind them is down in the 21s, 22s, occasional 19. And I think that automatic car is going to almost stop. In fact, I know they are. So this is where I do wish I had Joseph software a little. Oh, I can do this.
You can.
Oh, irresponsible math. I wonder if there's a world here, yeah, where it's going to project that number 909 is having a legitimate shot in this. It's only a 54-second margin, but remember, everybody else is going to have to stop too. So I'm going to let this process here for a moment. For those that don't know what irresponsible math is, if you're joining us the first time, this has become Joseph's shtick over the last couple of seasons, where his script tries to run all of the meaningful projections to the end of the race. Any changes that that might happen, any full course yellows or anything like that, are kind of thrown out. But it takes all of the non-variables into account, right? We know more or less what a car's fuel range is by the time we get to this part of the race, right? We know how much time there is to go, how fast they go, how many laps there are likely to go, variance in lap times, I believe, all sorts of things that get thrown into this script, and it generates the probability of a car finishing in a given position. It does this for each class. It does this overall. It's actually a pretty nifty little thing, but we like to call it irresponsible math because there's absolutely no reason we should be projecting out the finishing order of a race with 4 hours remaining, right? Even though all those variables all those constants are known, so much happens and changes in endurance racing, and the closer we get to the end of these things, oftentimes the more accurate they are. Now, we're also complicated this afternoon by the red flag we had this morning, by the timing issue we had in the middle of part of the day. So there's still some question marks here. I can tell you that it doesn't seem interested in the 909 at all. This script has absolutely no interest in the 909. It shows... I mean, as a probability, the 421 is very high. Oh, I've already messed it up. Double click to zoom back out. Let's try that. Yes, I did it. It believes the 99 and the 421 are in with a shout here, right? The 99, maybe not. The 421, probably. Although the 99's just done its PB. Very excited. 696 features there, obviously, as well, being one of the quickest cars, or consistently the quickest car out on track. I'm intrigued by the fact that it doesn't seem to like... Aha! Well, no, it's not better. Never mind. It does give it a slight chance. I think it's a zoom issue, actually. It does give that 909 a slight chance overall. It's not much. It's about 23%. 34% for the number 421 from Thunder Bunny. 27% for GTR. So there are actually a variety of outcomes here. But I am going to say, just as a person who watches a lot of this type of racing, with what I see in timing, lap times, and in this case as well, the fuel mileage and the amount of time we have left, that 909, if it can find a pace in the 21s here for a while, could still be in with a shout. Now, JTR has just done a 219.5, and it's passed the number 99 a couple of laps ago, so that's not helpful for them. Definitely works in the 696's favor. And, I mean, the 696 has something to chase here, right? It needs points. You know that. Uh, 421 having made potentially its last stop, exits the pit lane into 5th place. And is being caught by the 58, actually. Will be caught by the 58, the Stratus GTU class leader, although it won't affect its points haul for the day. Sorry, words from MER, which is the number 469 in GP2. Billy Smith advises that they may be nursing a brake problem on board that car. Now, that car is in a podium position, but also doesn't have any real threats from behind. 7 lap margin back to the 407. And...
minute behind BSI.
Yeah, that's a long way to go. And that BSI car has been quick. I'm not sure that's going to mean much for the 469. Oh, automatic is in. Now that could very well be its last pit stop. Hour and 4 minutes left.
Yeah, that's...
It's close. It's close. But it's already come and gone. 339.9 is going to be its outlap here. That seems quick, man. 339. It's just over a minute in a long pit lane. But it's promoted the 696 and the 99, that battle, up into the battle for the race lead at the moment. Just under 2 second margin. Happy to say, my call for guests has been answered by Dennis Neal.
Yep.
Welcome back to DriverSeye Live. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. It's been a couple of races, but yeah, it's been fun out here at Sebring. Beautiful weather. Not doing the off and on rain things that I've done at Road Atlanta and VIR. So definitely happy about that.
Yeah, I think we've gotten past that part of the schedule just based on the time of year, even being in Central Florida. I know we had a passing shower earlier. It looks a little ugly to the north, but shouldn't affect us anymore here. Driver of the number 605 from Round 3 Racing, right? Class lead?
Yeah, we're class lead right now. It's pretty tight, but we're kind of alternating pit strategies right now between us and the guys right behind us.
Sure.
So it grows and then it shrinks as soon as we pit. So we'll see what happens.
Showing 2 laps at the moment in the race here,
okay,
which is a good number.
Yes.
If you were gonna pick a margin to have it with an hour to go, anything over a lap would do you some good here. It's a lot of time. Yeah, let's talk about the 605 today, just in general, right? Co-drivers this weekend are.
So we've got Carter and Hannah are both in the car with me.
Nice.
So, and then Buzz as well, although he's been running around doing other things today. I
haven't seen Buzz once this weekend.
Well, he is here. I haven't seen him a ton either.
Busy
but
man.
He's here.
Nice. You, I have to assume, are done for the day.
I spent the first 3 hours and 45 minutes in the car.
Oh my gosh.
So on the long yellow flag for the timing loop, they finally said, okay, enough is enough. We'll pull you in now and give you a break. So then Hannah got in, and now Carter's out there.
So that would have been the equivalent of something like a double stint.
Yes.
Right?
So the plan was always for me to do a double stint.
Okay.
The red flag obviously then extended me, and then we got close to driver time limit. I had to be out by 1 o'clock. So about 12:45, we said enough is enough. We're still under yellow, so we'll pull you and put Hannah in so that way we don't get caught, which was actually ended up being a really good call because then a little bit after they ended up lining everybody up on pit road, and so I would have been stuck in the car past my time limit. So we ended up in a good spot there.
Yeah, I hadn't even considered that, but that's a really good point. It kind of worked out for you guys.
Yes.
I'd ask you how the car is. I have to assume the answer is like the 605 always is.
It's been a good little car. It's got some definitely there's some electrical gremlins that are going on.
Really?
We lose our dash every so often, and we just have to shut it off and turn it back on about 30 seconds later, and it sometimes comes back. But yeah, it's been doing well, and happy with it. It's looks like we're yellow for something.
We are, yeah. JT, if you want to pick up the open throttle on board, if we still have that, I think that green BMW stopped on the exit of turn 8 or turn 7.
That actually went down about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, well, wonder what the story is there. Anyway, I think we've gone yellow maybe to go recover that car down at turn 7.
Yeah, there's safety rolling.
Yeah.
That's right. It was 7 on the old layout.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wonder if it's been there for 5 minutes, and we just now have to go get it with something other than a hot pole.
Yeah. It's probably down in where we're still braking in that brake zone. So
no, actually, I think you can see it. So it's driver's left there, just where the old hairpin rejoins the current layout there.
Yeah, but that's our runoff if we mess up.
Yeah. No, I believe that. And the closer you get to where those two portions of track merge, the worse that spot is. So I don't blame them for this.
I see. It's definitely most of the cars that have been down in that area today have been able to pull off driver's right, which has been made it real easy for recovery because they just pull them on the right hand side. There's a gap in the wall a little bit further up that you can pull them through. So,
but now you've got a cross track, and I don't blame them for.
I would. That's definitely a place where I would not want to go boots on the ground.
The timing of this is interesting because we're just at an hour to go.
I think you'll see a lot of pit stops here. This is almost everybody's window.
Right. So for the GTO cars, if you come in now, you are close. Now you're going to get the benefit of the full course yellow, right? So you're going to do a few laps where you're saving fuel, but being in that window is kind of in no man's land here, where you might be able to take advantage, but it might be a little bit early. So we'll see how that shakes out. I think the automatic and the Thunder Bunny cars are going to benefit here tremendously, partially because they're going to close the gap up to the overall race leader.
This is going to make it a 1 hour shootout for the GTO side.
I think so. It was already kind of going to be a shootout, but now this really brings everybody together.
It gets rid of the fuel strategy. They might have to save just a little bit.
Yeah.
Depending on how long they takes to pull this car off. But
no such concerns for you guys.
No, we need a splash, so this actually helps us. So we will I expect actually all 3 round 3 racing cars to come in on this yellow and probably get fuel.
From a strategy perspective, have you guys found it difficult to kind of wrap your heads around today with all the stoppages and the?
Yeah, it's definitely been hard because that was during one of the stops. We were there's 401.
Yep, so already come and gone.
Yeah, so we definitely were talking a lot of that on my radio, especially for that first stint of what's it looking like with the long red, and then how much longer could I go. I actually ran out coming onto the back stretch, so. We hit it perfect. So that was, I'm like, all right, we found the limit. Let's keep it. But yeah, it's been hard because you don't really know how much fuel mileage you're getting on the yellow flag, and especially when when we have to keep the car prepped. I'm trying to keep heating the brakes, heating the tires as much as I can. When you don't know if you're going to go back green, if they get the timing thing figured out, like would we magically go back green the next lap? So you're constantly kind of going through and trying to keep a situation where you can go back to green and have at least halfway decent car under you when you do that.
You guys keeping eyes on the championship situation at the moment?
We are. So we're here in contention with the 605 for the Eastern Championship, and I think 701 is the same. So that's going to be a tight one. Obviously, if we can pull off a win today, that would really help us for that. And then we need to have a couple good races here and then a couple good races at COTA. But then I think we actually are, for the GP3 National Championship, there's an outside chance we can do that too. So
nice.
We're trying to basically just, if we maximize points, that's all we can really do, and then go from there.
Yeah, you guys are right there. The National Championship, like we mentioned, we have mentioned earlier this morning, points are points.
Yep.
Right, there's no drops there. It's all about your participation and how you score each round. So, a couple of win today certainly would go a long way. Do that a couple more times and you guys could be in good shape.
Absolutely.
Discuss a little bit more about round 3. The 701. Saber and Aaron with you this weekend?
So Saber, Aaron, and Lonnie are in that car. So it's our all-female lineup for Shift Up Now in that car this weekend. So yeah, and it's been really exciting to have a couple of new faces with us because a different perspective of what an experience that they have, and been able to talk with them and kind of get an idea of what they think about the car and some of the ideas that they had for changing things. So it's actually, that is the one nice thing about having a multi-car team. Even though we aren't all in the same class, we can still learn from each other and watch each other's data and video and kind of see, okay, how does this work? How does that work? Why are you doing this? And, be able to talk that through with them real time.
Sure.
So yeah, it's been really awesome to have all 3 of them. And, obviously, Lonnie's been in the car all season, and she's actually out in the car right now.
Oh, okay.
She's the one that should finish the race today in that car.
Yeah, still the class leader, also by 2 laps. Yeah.
That's a nice theme. We'll try to keep that.
They've had
it's been
a busy week, I believe, doing testing with Kelly Moss.
Yeah, so Sabra, Lonnie, and Sarah were all down there in Putnam Park in Indianapolis doing that. So that was really exciting to see all 3 of them get that opportunity and be able to talk with them here about it. They haven't found out yet who won that competition, but definitely looking forward to when that gets announced.
It must be kind of cool as a teammate to that, even if you're not, obviously you're not the one with the opportunity there, but you work with Shift Up now. You've obviously spent now 2 full seasons racing alongside Sarah.
Yep.
Lonnie's been a part of the team for ages. Hannah does a bunch of races with you guys as well.
Yeah, Hannah's on our team, and so it's really awesome to have that caliber of driver because that makes you a better driver.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that each one of for my car, for example, the 3 of us have been fastest lap at a different track, and so like we each know something and learn something from each other and then go faster together. Today, I think right now, for our fastest lap across our 3 drivers, there's 3/10 between all 3 of us.
Okay.
So like it's a very tight spread because we spend a lot of time working and understanding that, and so having the higher level of driver around you makes you a better driver.
Is a lot of that analysis and that learning data driven? Is it anecdotal, like the feel behind the wheel, a mix of both? I don't know.
A mix of both.
Okay.
Because I like a car set up a certain way. I'll say I'm not a big fan of a super loose car, but the Boxsters are inherently going to be a little bit looser than other cars. So, when the sun came out this morning and, we had, on that first stint, I definitely got a tire pressure change. I was very happy after that to tighten up the car a little bit. But, so each person has a little bit of a different style that they want, and then we have to mesh those together and find something that's not only fast, but then it makes all the drivers comfortable. So we spend a lot of time talking through that, but then we also look at video, look at the data, see when people are picking up throttle.
Sure.
See who's maybe braking at a different point and then try to figure out why. It's a little bit of everything goes into making sure we have the right setup for the car, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot of time to make sure that we've got something that works for everybody. Since we do have multiple drivers in the car.
Do you have enough time over your average race weekend? You guys don't do the HPDEs, do you?
No, we don't.
Okay. Do you have enough time over those 5 sessions to really make effective changes to the setup and find a nice balance every time you guys go out?
We do, and Mark and Martin are the 2 that mostly work with our car. We have an entire team, but Mark and Martin are back in the shop, and they bring a pretty solid setup, and we know where we're going to want to go from there. And we actually can do small changes in between each session. If we want to on Fridays, and sometimes we do. Sometimes we get in it and it's great. Sometimes it's, hey, I don't know if I like this, and so one of the co-drivers will jump in and they'll check it and they'll say, yeah, I don't like it either. And so that was kind of the thing of sometimes if you're not completely sure if you want to make a change or if you didn't get enough laps on the Friday because you were running like a half a session or something like that, you can then put another driver in, get another opinion, and then we'll make the change. And usually by the end of the day, we have a car pretty well locked down where we want it to be.
Is a lot of that development track specific, or is it just hey, we're trying to extract more pace out of the car, and we just, we need to make these little incremental changes to maximize what the car is capable of?
Yeah, I mean, the car definitely comes to the track with some changes to make sure that it's set up well, but you get different tracks. Like here, the bumps. I mean, you do not want to be as stiffly sprung as you are at other tracks. So you want to build that in. Maybe you raise your ride height a little bit so you don't scrape. But then at like Daytona, where it's very smooth, especially on the oval side of it, you want to make sure that you're getting as much through the air as you can, and that aero is a big deal.
Gotcha.
And so we'll spend a lot of time, and Mark will spend a lot of time actually just making sure that, like we have a floor plan on there, making sure our aero's working, especially as you get to the GP1 cars and the GTO cars. That becomes even more important. Or our little GP3 car, it matters. If we're in the draft, we can definitely feel it, and we definitely notice and want to tuck in behind people, especially at places like Daytona. And even here on the backstretch, it helps.
Yeah.
And I can definitely tell. Well, I'll have to shift a little earlier at the end of the straightaway because you are getting that draft.
Any signs of change down there in round 3 away from the that little Boxster, or is that thing in it for the long haul?
Hopefully, we'll see. There's definitely a lot of movement, obviously, with the Kelly Moss thing and trying to figure out who's going to be where next year. And I think Cole and Mo just announced that they're going to be running a different series for part of it. So we'll see how much they come for WRL events and things like that. So it's really kind of, I think, up in the air. This is obviously the silly season even for us. Not just for the NASCAR and the Formula One guys. So we're trying to go figure that all out. WRL just announced their schedule, which there was some changes.
Yep.
You know, like this date won't be on Halloween weekend next year; it'll shift.
Yeah.
So that's gonna, I think, also shift some things as we try to figure out who's available when, and then, yes, I would love to be in maybe a Cayman or something like that for GP1, or see what else opens up.
Nice, man. Well, we'll look forward to. We won't see you back in the car, obviously, today, but we'll look forward
I'll
to
be back in tomorrow.
Oh, yep. Starting tomorrow, or do you not know yet?
Don't know yet. We'll probably start with Hannah, honestly, because she was the one that had that middle weird stint.
Yeah.
And so we'll probably either start with her or Carter, and then we'll figure it out.
Nice.
That's usually our 6 o'clock at night conversation. Okay, who's starting?
Awesome. Well, we'll keep an eye out for you when you do get in the car tomorrow. Things looking good for today, but we won't jinx that or anything.
Yeah, no, an hour or 50 minutes left at Sebring can be a long time, especially now that they're all packed up again, and the GTO cars will be thinking that this is a sprint race.
Yeah, there's still all to play for at the top here. Things could get really exciting inside the top 5, including the 401.
Yep.
Which is still in with a shout here. I think this full course yellow probably helped them more than it helped most.
Yeah, it definitely helped Cole out there. So
I figured it was him.
Yeah,
I saw the 19 pop. I'm like,
yeah. Yep, that's Cole.
I guess that's Cole. Yep.
Yeah, we had Sarah start today in that car, and then Brad went in, and then then Cole's finishing it out.
Nice. I didn't realize Sarah had started. That car was quick off the bat too.
Yeah, no,
that's great.
That car is amazingly fast, and no matter which driver we have in it, they're putting down some good lap times.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up and kind of rescuing me from my. It's been a rough couple of hours up here. Dorsey left me, and now it's just it's been rough.
No problem. I got a text from someone who was listening that said, "Hey, they're looking for drivers," and so I'm like, "Well, I'll pop up there."
Well, you're welcome up here anytime, man. Come see us tomorrow if things are going well, or if you end up with some free time, you're always welcome up here. And see you at COTA.
Yes, we'll be at COTA. So
very least,
awesome.
we'll see you at COTA.
Yep.
Appreciate you coming up here.
Yeah, thank you.
Dennis Neal from Round 3 Racing, the number 605, leading GP3 at the moment. He's taking the headset off, so I can say that now. Without it being my fault if something happens. But all things good down in the Round 3 camp at the moment. And I'll be back with you in just a moment's time inside the final hour at Sebring International Racing.
How about we do our last commercial break here?
You ready?
I am ready.
Let's do it. We'll be back on the other side of these ads from Sebring.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Sebring, having gone with the Coopers. Thanks everybody for joining us. Underneath, 50 minutes ago, 46 and a half, as we take over. This full course yellow is extended on a little bit further than I thought it would, and I thought it was to go retrieve the 63, lost a left front tire. wonder if they needed to do some extra work to get that car recovered. Oh, impact at turn 16, car 59. I missed that one. That'll make a lot more sense then. So the Stratus Racing number 59 into the tires down there at turn number 16. It's an interesting spot to have something like that happen. Not very easy. I don't know if I've ever seen a car off in the tires on driver's left at 16. Usually what happens is somebody will drop a wheel over the very large serrated curb on corner exit or get on the power a little bit too early and loop the car around, and it'll spin to the inside. And you'll back it into the tires. True, there's still, well, yeah, there's some runoff down there, but I could see that happening as well. Or you just try and straighten the car up, ride it through the grass, and the rough ride kind of sends it one direction or the other. I could see that being the case in a GTU car. But it's meant that we've extended our full course yellow here by some minutes longer than I would have thought. Now, we've got the top 5 all on the same lap here. This is up in GTO. And, of course, overall, the 99 and the 696 are right together. There's a couple of cars up ahead of them, up to the 909, and then as you trickle down, it's the 421 and the 401. Everybody's kind of in the top half of the pacing order at the moment, which is a good thing for our battle here. 15.3 seconds under yellow. It'll probably condense a little bit when we go back to green. But the longer that this goes on, the less time there is for somebody like GTR or JTR to be able to make up ground on that number 909. Now, I think everybody is all squared away on fuel. Thunder Bunny chose not to pit, which says to me that they were fine. The 401 was in and out. So if Automatic and Thunder Bunny did not pit, then I think this is just going to turn into an outright sprint to the end. And I guess I favor the 696 in that type of scenario. I wouldn't write off Cole Lofsgaard in the 401. We've seen that type of battle play out more than once this season already. And honestly, like that GTR 99 could play spoiler here to the 696. I think there's a world where they hold them up for a little bit. That benefits the 909. It gives the 401 time to pick its way through the traffic. It kind of remains to be seen how that's going to pan out. GT.
Yes.
I'm going to step away from you very briefly. I'll leave the stream a little bit silent, and our friends out around Sebring International Raceway will be able to hear you if you choose to speak. But give me about a minute here, and I'm going to rejoin you for the final stanza of this one.
Alrighty. On board 89X Motorsports. Currently 7th in GTO. Just a very good sounding Chevrolet Camaro. On the complete opposite spectrum, we have the Platinum 5 Janetta Old Fashioned Motorsports. They are down in 11th now in GTO, 3 laps down from the leader. But 3.5 seconds behind the 979 of Black Horse Racing. Who is just up the road. So once we go green, that will be a battle for 10th in class.
Hello, everybody. Dorsey up in the booth. Hello. However, like I said would happen, we just had the green flag. And we have just a little over a half hour to go. I told you this would happen, and it has. And now the race is truly on.
Now
it will be aggressive. Green flag is out. Half hour to go, a little bit more than that. And just like I said, it's going to now come down to this. This is what we waited for all day. I've been just sitting back, relaxing. Now my adrenaline is pumping. I'm going to work. Time to win.
You said this morning you were waiting for the last half hour of the race because things always reset themselves. And I sit here like, man, the WRL doesn't always play out that way. You know, a lot of times we get long green flag runs to the end. And here we are, 40 minutes to go.
I had to wait and come over here to tell you I told you so. Because this is now what happens in an endurance race. You wait around all day for this last little run. And it could be 35 minutes, it could be 20 minutes, it could be 15. But when this happens, when this caution comes out, and now you have driven all day, and we have a little over half hour to go, now the race is on.
Yeah, and very much on. Under two seconds between the leader and the second place car. Just a couple of tenths now back to the 696 as we work our first lap back to green. And the remaining two cars all within 6 seconds,
right,
of the race leader.
And everything.
So there you go.
Everything I said this morning about don't do this, don't do that, do it now. Yeah. Now you can do it. Now get after it. You know.
Except contact, because you don't need more work.
No. And we've been looking a lot of that today.
I bet. I bet.
But as far as aggression level, it's up there now.
Yep, and we're all set on pit stops. Everybody's done their last pit stops inside the top 5 overall. That's what we've got left on the lead lap here. So game on, and we'll need to wait for our race leader to come across the line. It is still the 909 from Automatic Racing. Change for second. The 696 has gotten by the GTR 99. I thought it might take a little longer than that. Absolutely not the case. Where's our Ford?
No, it's all changed now. You got your star driver in.
Yeah.
Your fastest guy is in the car right now. You got all the fuel you need. You're looking at a checkered flag, and you're going. Right now, you're putting it all out there. If you made it to this point, you were smart.
The car that's really got to make hay right now is the 401 from Round 3 Racing. They're mired back in traffic a little bit here on the restart by virtue of being a little bit further behind in the pacing order. But based on how quickly that JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW has dispatched of the number 99, it's only got one, well, it is the next car behind the race leader. So the 401 has got to really get through the production and some of the GTO traffic quickly and start to put down those 219s and the 220s we saw before the full course yellow, if it's going to stay within shouting distance of that number 696, who I would have to believe.
That Janetta went through turn 1 so hot, it caught the second place car out. And look at the speeds here. I mean, now you're seeing some big numbers pop up.
Yeah. Well, the tires have cooled down a little bit. We've got ourselves kind of a race reset here, and everybody, at least at the front now, has a little bit of clear track. Right? Stretch your legs a little bit and start to push these cars, especially if you've got something to chase down. That's not true for everybody, but for example, the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, back in 7th overall in GTO, doing battle for position with the number 89 from 89X Motorsports, that big Chevy Camaro.
These waning laps, if you will, are the most fraught there has been all day if you played your game right. Right now, you're going to let go and go as hard as you can, and we're going to see who the real players are. Like I said, the A-game drivers in the car, whatever's left of the car to use, they're going to use it. You know, whatever happens from now doesn't make a difference. We're either winning or losing. Yeah. We're going to do that in the next half hour.
Yeah. One of the other facets to this is that Eastern Region Championship battle, right? The 696 and the 421 are your main players there. 696 is gunning for the race lead anyway. Everybody's setting PBs at the top. Automatic sets a PB. GTR 99 into the mid-220s. Thunder Bunny is going to come through. If anybody's playing it a little more conservatively, it's probably them. They've given up the spot to that number 401 who now has 13.9 seconds between themselves and the overall race leader. Now, the best thing that they can hope for is for the 909 to hold up that JTR number 696 BMW, because every lap that 696 is caught behind your current race leader is time that the 401 can use to their advantage.
If you're running for a championship, and this is getting down to the end of the year, you have to go for the points.
Yeah.
You know, so a guy that's out of it because of some circumstance that was probably not his own is wanting a win for the first time is a dangerous guy to be around. You know, because he has nothing to lose and he wants that win. And then these guys are going championship points.
Yeah.
And they can't risk it. They have to stay clean.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that. You know, it was amazing because the same thing we talk about all day long in the last pit stops, they keep biting and biting and biting. Everybody's getting a lap down for this, lap down for that. You know, I'm going to bring that up the next time I'm with these guys, the drivers, and I'm going to go, you know, how are you going to win a race when you keep losing it? You know,
that's very true.
You know, you can't outdrive those penalties.
Yeah, the unforced error. Right,
Yeah,
there's no pressure there.
And there's
just execute.
Been all day long, so many of them.
Yeah. Today's theme seems to be fire bottles not ready.
Yeah.
I saw a couple visor down, but for the most part, it seems to be, you know,
just silly.
Starts, be ready.
You spend all this money, you come down here, you do all this driving, you put your car at risk, you at risk, and then you lose the championship or you lose a situation because of something that was so complacent as a rule that needs to be in place. It's a safety issue.
Yeah, agreed. And look, it's enforced fairly, it's enforced consistently, so that is the most important thing, right? If you're making mistakes, that's on you, but at least everybody's being caught, you know, the same way.
I've listened to
the right way.
Rick Radachak all day, who I've worked with for many, many, many years. He's the guy calling these things and these penalties. He's consistent, concise. You know, it's very easy to understand what will happen if you do this or you do that.
New race leader, new second place car, and I think we've got an ailing 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. That car was very near the rev limiter when it came across start finish, as if it didn't have a fifth or a sixth gear. Its last lap 228.2, and if I had to guess, from the time it exited turn 16 to the time it got here to the front straightaway, I'm not sure it was ever really at top speed, and this is going to take them right out of contention. And more than that, it gives that 696 absolutely nobody out in front of it. Total clean air between.
That is a big advantage.
It is, and you see down the run into turn 7 here.
Yeah, he's
out the window.
Lame. Something's happened there. He'll be pitting if he gets back, I'm sure.
Yeah, back on board the 511 here. I think we're a little bit behind that, but go on, JT.
I was just saying 511 was just passing the 979 right there going into turn 1.
And that is
position
for
11.
Oh, very good. Okay. Yeah, it's a good catch, actually.
Also, your GP2 battle has been very close the last 2 laps, within a half second.
We've had an issue for the MMR Mustang, by the way, that number 125 bright orange car. I'm going to assume it's come back out of the paddock. Last lap time was 16 minutes, but it's dropped it off the podium. What I thought was going to be a shore podium for them. They were handed a little bit of good fortune with that full course yellow, which we've just gone back to.
That is not good. Now, let's reset the clock. Again. Now we have, if it didn't work so far, you get another shot.
I wonder if that 909 made it home. I wonder if the 909 just make it home.
Didn't see it.
199 is car stopped, lost left front tire being reported down at turn 17. It's an interesting place to lose a left front tire.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
No, it doesn't show.
It's the longest right-hander in world history.
I don't show any impact or anything here in the race control log, so there's a chance it's just ground to a halt. But even being off in the runoff down at turn 17 is not the ideal place to be.
Well, thank God there is a lot of runoff down there, because when things go wrong, you know, you need every every hand-me-down you can get.
One of my first memories of watching a race at Sebring was old Johnny O'Connell running down there. Yep. Explodes on the way into the corner. And I mean, those GT1 cars were hauling the mail down the end of the back straightaway anyway. So you get to that corner doing 170. He spun for what felt like forever.
Yeah.
And he still hit the wall doing a ton.
I had a puncture on the Audi LMP1, and it sent me down there. And that, as big as that looks, it goes away real fast.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now, they've done a really good job down there with the tire wall. I don't remember if you were in when we mentioned this, but they stagger it away from the wall, right?
Yeah. Because I work here a lot, and I work with HSR, and I normally position all our false grids down there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've seen guys go in there, and you hit that first barrier wall of tires, and it kind of lays way to the next barrier, which slows you down more without a huge impact, by the way. And then it just keeps collapsing in on itself. And it's a really good system.
I know some of the sports car racing guys up in Atlanta, Spencer Brumpelli, Andy Lally, they're really recognizable names, have made a big push to make that a standard feature at a lot of road courses.
That's how old I am. I raced with Spencer's dad, and I taught Andy, and his mom was like always in my ear, like, you got to get him right. You got to get him right. I'm like, oh, leave me alone.
Well, it worked out okay for them, right?
Well, Andy had a huge talent. He still does.
Yeah.
And Spencer's dad was a monster competitor, and so is Spencer.
I mean, they are loud voices in the sports car paddock. That's not a negative. That's just, they have strong viewpoints. And in particular, I really agree with that one. I think the ability to have tire wall offset from even another row of tires or concrete behind it provides an extra opportunity for the energy to dissipate. Right? You see it on the outside of turn 1 at Road Atlanta. Same thing.
In the
turn 12, same thing.
In the old day, when the hairpin was the hairpin, not the safety pin, they had staggered walls of tires. The problem is, if you got down there and you didn't have brakes, you would have to be the best slalom driver in world history not to hit something hard. We tested here with Skip Arbor for years and years, and the shop was over there, and so it was Formula Fords, and that was a common place to have a mechanical.
Yeah, I believe it.
Not a good one either, but I mean, I've seen so many cars, 962s, 935s, up and over the bank and through the sign that says Sebring 12.
You ever see the onboard from, I think it's an SCCA GT1 car down there?
Oh, yeah, turn left. It went all the way over to the motel.
Ended up in the hotel parking lot,
through the chain fence. It was closed.
When you're doing a $140 without brakes, it's going to bust through it. Yeah, that is one of the most amazing things I've seen down there.
For sure.
Yeah, but Sebring, I think, in a lot of ways, for as old as the facility is, they do a good job of keeping on the forefront of some of these safety things. Big braking zones, the high-speed corner down at 17.
I still consider, I consider this one of the safest of all tracks to test at, to race at, to, come to, and it's really a lot of room here.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, the safety crew's top-notch here. They
are.
They do a really good job. If something does inevitably happen, or does invariably happen, our leaders come by start-finish again. Now, I haven't been paying super close attention to the onboard, though I guess we're about to get eyes on it. Down here at 17. Yeah, I noticed that.
Turn 10's got something going on over there.
Yeah, they've got an ambulance up over there.
And a tow truck, I believe. So something's happened over there. That corner's a 90, right? That's where the old racetrack went straight. The 5.2 mile track didn't turn 90 right there.
Right.
It kept going down there by those trees and then made a right. And you could dodge cows and stuff like that. It was very entertaining.
I got to pull up timing here. Have we lost the 58 or are they still circulating? They're noted for contact down there at turn 10 about 2 minutes before we went.
It's a really undulated brake zone.
Oh, sure.
And like I said, really early in the broadcast, if you go straight off, which a lot of times you will, there's a gravel pit that will capture the car.
If you get far enough.
Well, it's actually just right off the track.
Oh, okay.
It's waiting. It's waving you in. Come on.
We are catching the back of the field with some of the cars that have pitted, although I don't know who would have not pitted last time, but did pit this time. It's an interesting move. Some of the cars further back in the production categories. We do still have the 58 circulating. So whatever happened at turn 10 does not involve the number 58. And I would suggest, at a place like Daytona or a lot of the NASCAR on tracks anyway, any of the safety vehicles will turn all their lights on when it goes full course yellow, right? So the whole facility is lit up with flashing lights when that's the case. But I can't honestly say I've noticed that down at turn 10 today. So now I am intrigued. At the time, I thought it was just, they're at rescue there at turn 9. Their lights came on. It's the way they do things here. But I really don't remember.
There's more than one vehicle down there.
Yeah.
So there's something going on that we can't see. It might be obstructed by the vehicles we're looking at.
Well, about to come up to it here in the onboard. Yeah, we were about to come up to it in the onboard.
Just trying to find a clear windshield for you.
No, that's okay. We'll work through the grime and the gunk up on the windshield. If it is, it would be I would imagine to drivers right over here. You don't see too many incidents off to the left unless there's
now. You either got car to car down here, or a locked up brake, which here comes.
No, we are accordioning there.
That's normal. Nobody went off though. That's one of those places where it just goes.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't paved that in a long time. Even the permanent, quote unquote, permanent portion of the track that isn't leftover concrete from the airbase is some of that pavement's got a couple years on it now.
Oh yeah, very many years.
Yeah, they.
Because I was teaching skip when they did that, and that could be 20 years ago.
So we were talking about the last time they reconfigured this place. We came up with meaningfully reconfigured. Did they do the safety pin in '99?
It would have been around that time when they did that, and that was the last, other than paving parts of it. When Don Panos bought the place or took it over, he spent his money to improve.
Sure.
And that's the last time anything, happened.
I know they extended the pit lane when WEC came here the first time back in 2012.
And then the back pits, too.
Yes.
Yeah, they put that pit lane back there, and, so IMSA's had a lot to do with that.
Sure. Yeah. I'm intrigued to see what the future of this place holds. Are you on Team Repave or no?
I'm not. I've been watching the elk cart or the road.
Oh yeah.
That's
done.
Got
that done quick.
That's done yesterday. Hey, green flag though.
Yep. JTR, GTR, and round 3. 1, 2, and 3 on track. 1, 2, and 3 on timing. It is a straight fight with 23 minutes to go between now and the checkered flag for race 1 from Sebring International Raceway. Not very endurance, but very, very exciting.
How did I know that?
You called this at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
And I haven't seen it before, I promise.
Yeah.
Not this verse.
I've listened to you say these things before many, many times.
It always happens.
It does. It does. And the 401, so I didn't realize this is how this was going to pan out. There was a real opportunity here headed into turn number 7 to try and take a look at the number 99 in the braking zone. We lose them behind a couple of the campers, and move is not done. So it stays 1, 2, and 3 as they came across the start-finish line. Yeah, that 401's got some legs up through the intermediate gears there. 3rd, 4th gear, it really pulled on the 99, and it looks like he's going to send it into the braking zone. I think that move is done at turn number 10.
Well, 10 would be that's an opportune place for sure. It's straight line braking. It is bumpy, but if you can get the move done early enough.
I think out the window here, we can just about see it through the trees and the barriers. And I think that move is done. And now we've got a straight fight on our hands between Cole Lofsgaard and the number 401. Whoever we've got on board the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW. Cole's proven his worth time and time again in terms of pace. And that JTR car is regularly one of the fastest in the field. So now we've got the best of the best in the World Racing League. Yeah, head to the end.
That's how it works.
We get much better than this, man. I love this. Good fight in GP2 as well. BSI Racing led the number 21 from North Loop Motorsports side by side across the start-finish line to complete their 119th lap. And I don't know if I could tell you who the quicker car is there. My guess is it's going to be BSI, but there's so much variability in, especially those in those production cars, That really no guarantee that one's going to be favored here in the closing minutes. Race leaders across the line. Margin is just under a second. And then another 1.5 back to the GTR car.
7.5 hours.
Right?
And with another 8 to go tomorrow.
Doesn't get any better than this. The 909 appears to have reset itself to some degree. Does a lap time in the 225s and has held on to 4th for the time being. If it can hold off the Thunder Bunny car, it's a net loss for Thunder Bunny because they, like we said, you want the points here. A 4th place is going to benefit that 421. Every point's going to count, especially if that 696 can bring home the class win today. Those 13 points for the class win are not insignificant to that car, replacing one of the dropped 0 finishes. And that 421, like we said, is going to want to do whatever it can to get past the automatic Aston, especially if it's still hobbled at all by what could have been an electrical or a transmission issue. It's a sequential box on that car, so I'm not really sure what the story is, but by all accounts, is back to pace when it came across start-finish here. GP2, now that we've had a lap of racing under our belt, it's 2.5 seconds in favor of the BSI MX-5. So we went from a couple hundredths to 2.5. So I guess we do know who the quicker car is there.
For now.
Yeah, true. Maybe a little bit of traffic to deal with there as well.
You don't know because we can't see that whole. We can't follow every class leader through its entire deal.
No, our software helps, but it doesn't get us everything. I would assume that BSI car is going to be favored by the script we have here and the output that we get from our
I agree.
And it's been a quick car all day. But focus mostly or almost entirely up in GTO at the moment. Other class battles in GTO, you go a little bit further down the 89X Motorsports with just about 7 seconds in hand over the 111 from Thunder Bunny. That could yet come back the other way. We've got a good battle between the 511 who we're riding on board with now, the number 420 TLM Jackie Chan BMW, and the 505 Old Fashioned Janetta, who has been the victim of more than a couple of penalties. I say victim. They're your fault. It's tough.
And they actually have been the strongest car in class. You know, so these penalties are killing their effort because the car looks to be, right.
It is. And they put the lap time in early this morning, so there's a good chance they start on pole tomorrow, which is an opportunity to reset, but you've got to learn from the mistakes of today.
Absolutely.
And make sure you don't reset them or repeat them tomorrow. That is paramount because you're absolutely right, Dorsey. That car is really, really quick. And it's been consistently quick. It almost hasn't mattered who's been in the car. They've been really, really competitive. They've just made one too many errors that dropped them out of contention.
I haven't talked in the drivers' meeting yet, and I haven't talked to many of these team owners because I don't know most of them. But if I had my way, the next thing I would do would be to talk to these team owners individually, bring them in as a group, team owners only, no drivers, and discuss this issue. You guys hired the right guys, you have the right car, you did the right things except, pit strategy.
Yeah.
Your pit stuff and your penalties were absurd. They were just way too hard.
Yeah. It's so easy. It must be so easy to get caught up in, making sure you have a quick car, a consistent car, a good driver lineup, a car that's comfortable to drive. You get caught up in setup stuff. Is every part reliable? Is there anything we need to replace? It's easy to leave the pit stuff off to the side and say, okay, well, we'll figure that out when we get there. But more often than not, those little errors in pit lane, even the 401, right? It was 50 seconds slower on the tire change than the 696 was. And if we hadn't had these 2 full course yellows to bunch everything back up, that car was going to end up losing the race by about 45 to 50 seconds.
There you go.
You tell me it doesn't make a difference, right?
Yeah, it's so important to dot all the I's. And that's part of it.
Yeah, and look, I think the World Racing League, yes, amateur racing, we go over this all the time. There is a healthy margin for error there to allow some mistakes to be made, bearing in mind that these are amateurs. But eventually it is going to start actually costing people races. We are side by side for the race lead, ladies and gentlemen, into turn number 1, out of turn number 1. It was a really good run out of 17 by the number 401 from round 3 racing. The 696 went defensive to the inside. The 401, I assume, faked to the outside and carried the speed. And as they reemerge at Big Bend, we have a new race leader with 18 minutes to go. Cole Lofsgaard leads the conclusion to the Saturday race from Sebring International Raceway in the Hagerty-sponsored number 401 BMW M4. The 696 hangs tough with him all the way down the run into turn number 7, gets a good launch out of the corner, but like we mentioned earlier, Dorsey, that the acceleration from the 401 through the intermediate gears, 3rd gear, 4th gear, and then the run into turn 10 here into 5th gear and into the braking zone is not the same between those two cars. We've got a slow car at turn 9. They just went past it, did those 2 leaders off to driver's left, and I don't know that that car is going to make it all the way back to the end of this lap.
Well, I hope if he does not, he finds one of those orange barriers to get behind.
Yeah.
Because this is a good race up front right now.
I hope it stays this way. He's just creeping forward. I believe from this distance that may be one of the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMWs, maybe the 52. It's just very hard to tell from this distance, but perhaps a corner worker has eyes on it. 52, car stop, driver's left.
Yeah, it did stop. Now, is it safe or not? That's the next.
Well, so it was marked, it was stopped at 8. It's moving now, but if it stopped once and it's going that slowly, moving forward, I don't know that it can make it the 2.5 miles home from that far around.
Big racetrack for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but like you said, a heads-up driver will find the cutout, and rather than try and nurse the car back to the pit lane, get the car into a cut, let safety come find you in a safe location rather than, having to chase you around the circuit or wonder whether or not you're going to be able to get home, because we've got a race on our hands, and I think the last thing any of us want is to see that interrupted. Across the start-finish line, 1/3 of a second between your top two. They've now gapped the 99 by about 5 seconds, so this is...
2-car battle.
Yep, pretty decidedly just down to these two.
Without any kind of interference.
Exactly where I was going to go next. That may be interference from outside or self-inflicted. Remember, these cars are now both pushing very hard. And maybe you haven't been all day, and maybe it's now head down and get the most out of the car for as long as you can. But the more you push, the more likely you are to make a slight mistake.
They're 7 and 45 tired now, the cars and drivers.
Yeah.
More the car.
I'm sure the drivers are feeling it in their own right. The bumps around here will rattle you, I'm sure.
Oh,
you feel it just as much as you do anywhere else.
You just, you're just getting pounded. But you don't care because adrenaline's pumping.
It is up here, man. I'll tell you that much. When you're fully invested in one of these, this is about as exciting as the WRL gets, and it's Cole Lofsgaard again who's involved in one of our late race chases for the win.
Adrenaline is human nitrous. it just lights you up.
It's amazing too. You think after, like you said, 7 hours 45, 7 hours 50, you'd be tired. We'd be tired. I've been talking all day. You've been up and down stairs, keeping tabs on 4 different aspects of this race at the same time, and yet here I am 10 minutes to go. Here you are 10 minutes to go, all jazzed up for the checkered flag because we've got a race on our hands.
Because I had to come up and say, I told you so. There'd be no ending to the race if I couldn't say it. Keep going forever.
It's not over till Dorsey says I told you so.
Right.
Yeah.
They have to work with me.
And you know what? To all the spectators who showed up this weekend, not knowing exactly what WRL is and exactly what this event might be like for them, to get a head-to-head race for the win under a second after 7+ hours of racing, 10 minutes left on the clock, like I don't know of a better way to deliver here. This is top-notch stuff. 2:19.1 from your race leader, 2:19.7 from your second-place car, and now you start to wonder if whatever these cars had in reserve is now being used up.
Sure it is.
Yep.
I mean, the best race you ever had is driver and car gasping, limping, sweating, smoking, and rolling across the line. Not to make turn 1 again.
We had that a couple years ago. We did covered a 25-hour race out in a different part of the country, and the Audi R8 GT3 showed up. Its gearbox blew half an hour before the end of the race, right? So it did 24 and a half hours. A car was exactly designed to do 24-hour races.
Yeah.
And it didn't make it more than a half an hour past that. So it used up every ounce of what it was designed for, and not a minute more. And like you said, if you are using the car to its absolute maximum, that car is only going to get... Oh,
this is tight on board here.
That's a battle too.
That's tight. Oh, it's definitely a touch. You know, and now here's my, just me. I condone that.
Really?
I condone the fact that those two guys pushed that hard, because look what we have left. You know, they've been racing each other all day, and now we're down to the hard bolts, and they took a chance. Now I know the series is absolutely no touching.
Yep. No contact. Yep.
But you know, if there is an exception in my mind, it would be running for the win at the end of the race. This isn't quite the end, though.
It's close. We're down to 10 minutes, and just a note of an impact down at turn 13 from the number 127. Let's say that car has continued or not. We're still green.
13 is probably...
Power turn up here.
Probably not going to continue.
I wouldn't think so, but it depends. Does it go straight on? Does it spin to the inside, the guardrail?
I've seen some weird routes down there. You know,
they're all weird.
Yeah.
Especially down there.
Meteor.
You're right. Personal best lap of the race from JTR Motorsports Engineering, 219 flat. We just mentioned, or just asked the question, whether or not the drivers of these cars were getting absolutely everything out of them. I was concerned that the 696 had started to overheat the tires. Perhaps it is now just coming into its own. He's found a couple of extra hundredths, a couple of extra tenths in that car, and the margin sits now just under 3/4 of a second. So we'll wait to see them come back across the line. Man, this 511 battle is relentless. We're riding on board the 505. They are side by side down the front straightaway in real time.
It's really not that dark out.
No, I think they've got a tint on the windshield there, like a sunglass tint or something.
Yeah, right.
Or maybe just an odd lens on the camera. I don't know for sure.
Whoa!
Yep, this is exactly what we saw. That Jetta, it's just able to hold a much tighter line exiting the corners and apply the power that much harder.
They're lighter,
yeah,
and that helps a lot.
And be hanging tougher on the outside here. Exactly what we talked about earlier today. That car is just so much more nimble in direction changes and much higher mid-corner speed, which is exactly what you saw there at turn 1.
Really cool cars.
Oh, the Jettas?
Yeah,
they're neat.
Pretty cool.
I love the fact that they are going about making speed in a different way, right? They're not heavy, they're not maximizing power. So they are down at the end of the back straight, but they are so much lighter and so much more nimble.
That's old school sports car. Is exactly what that is. And they are old school. They go way back into the 50s. Some of those cars they made, I drool over. You know, they're really nice.
Did they, back in the day, did they race here with Jettas?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in the 50s, there's some really cool cars that run in vintage that are, like I say, you'll go, oh, what is that? Jetta? I want it.
we had wondered, you know, they're entirely a customer operation here at the moment. They run in a couple other series with the G55s and the G56s, but they don't sell road cars here.
Yeah,
purely customer racing.
It's a cool car. I'll just say that for sure. You know, back in the day, it was, still is.
Just to put a period on some class notes here. GP1 being led by 2 laps, still by the 701. The 336 from Big Mission has found its way into second. And the MMR Mustang, which I thought was going to be kind of left behind here off the podium, is still up into third with about 28 seconds in hand over the number 9. So good recovery there from the 125 after they lost some time in the pit lane earlier. GP2 still led by BSI Racing. That margin's ballooned out to 11 seconds. So all other things being equal in these last 2 to 3 laps here, I think that race is more or less decided. GP3 led by 2 laps as well by Round 3 Racing. from the number 195 of Overnight Motorsports and the 9-4 Motorsports Lexus back there in third. GTU, obviously the 58, just running away with that one at the front. So with that all in mind, it's all eyes on the 401 and the 696. Now the only thing that I think might play spoiler here is traffic. But I don't know if we had enough time for them to catch the back of the field before the end of the race, based on when we went back to green.
Well, we're what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, less than that even. I've got 340 here on Race Hero. So at best, probably this lap and 2 more.
If we get that, yeah.
Yeah, at best. Eyes out to our left here. Wait for our overall and class leaders, GTO class leaders.
Well, I mean, see it now. Everybody is full on, getting all they can get out of the car. They're taking chances. Here's a good pop by, get through that one.
And support the Camaro from 89X. This car's quick, man. I think it needs some development work, but once they get it sorted, that'll be a competitor for sure.
A lot of this this class needs more time, more development, and.
Oh, sorry, Dorsey. I mentioned traffic might play the spoiler here. We've got 2 laps to go, and the margin is under 1/4 of a second. Absolutely nose to tail for the race lead. Down the front straightaway and off into turn number 1. Cole's going to have to be inch perfect here in the 401. Absolutely inch perfect.
Do not throw this away.
No. Braking zone marks, right? Because the earlier you brake, if you start to get conservative, it's going to open things up for the 696 to make a dive bomb down the inside. You've got to be at every apex. You've got to come back to the throttle timely and accurately, track out to exactly the maximum width of the track, up over the exit curb if you have one. The 696 looks to driver's right on the run into turn 7. Is he going to make a lunge here?
Some rudeness might be...
Nope. Thought better of it.
Not quite enough.
Would you be rude here? If you're on board that 696?
I might be a little rude.
You said you condone it. I don't know if behind the wheel if you have the guts for that. Just give the guy a little nudge in the braking zone.
You know, I didn't mean to do that.
Sure. Yeah, that is not the WRL way here, and it has been clean so far. So kudos to both the drivers in the 401 and the 696, because what we've gotten here has been pretty awesome.
And they've run the race perfect.
Yeah.
You know, they saved all of their cars so this can happen. The end of the race, a full-on assault, 2 cars left, pretty much, and you know, some cars might have been faster, but they're not here now.
Yeah. No, exactly right. Exactly right. Now, as it turns out, only 1 car was faster. So we've gotten to see about as top flight as we get in WRL up in GTO, with 2 of the fastest drivers for each of those cars going head to head with nobody out in front of them.
And 8 hours is not a short period of time to race.
No.
I mean, that's a full-on vintage race. I'm not vintage. I'm sorry, endurance race.
You know what? Maybe the most important thing with these 2 cars is you scroll through that race control log. I guarantee you they don't show up more than once. There's no pass under yellow penalties.
No.
There's no pit stop errors.
They ran clean. They did it right.
Exactly. White flag waves at start finish here down the front straightaway at Sebring. The margins come back out a little bit. Cole's put a little bit of time back into this, and it's come out to just under a second. The GP2 class leader takes the white flag. Just behind them, 1 lap remaining with... at least on Race Hero here, about 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. So we're only going to go marginally over on time here. No worries about the ticker at the top of our screen. It's just an estimate.
Now, if you're the leader, you're looking, I've got a 1 second gap. All I have to do is 1 more time around here without making a mistake. I cannot make any mistake without him being on top.
Made it this far, right?
You know, if you're in the second place car, you give it another half a car length before you brake.
Yeah.
And you try to press that issue. Make the other guy make the mistake.
Well, you've got to time it to your last good opportunity, right? It doesn't make much sense to make a lunge into 7 from that far back.
And there could be traffic still.
Sure.
You know, that can slow up the process.
Right. no need to rush the brakes into 15, no need to rush the brakes into 16, because your opportunity is at the end of that long back straightaway on the brakes into turn 17.
Yeah,
if we're going to have one, it's there.
Right now, I'm mirror driving. I'm watching his car and making my car stay in front of him.
Yeah.
At any cost.
I've seen Cole do this before a couple of times. We did this at Barber, an hour-long chase with 10 seconds between first and second, and he was inch perfect at Barber. He's been inch perfect again today.
Right.
And that number 401. They just leave the frame here. Oh, he's got a car between him and second. He was, just like you mentioned, Dorsey, if there's traffic involved, he's used it to his advantage perfectly.
Yeah, if you time that right, and you put one between you, you locked it.
Yep. No, and I think that's exactly what he's done. He's exactly timed it perfectly. By the time he got to turn 10, was able to get him behind him, and that margin, I think when they come back to start finish here, we're going to see just over a second, but not really representative of what we got over our final our final 15 to 20 minutes or so. And white flag still waving for our final runners. The checkered flag is picked up by the starter, the number 401 from round 3 racing, Cole Lofsgaard, on his 140th lap, brings home the victory again for round 3 racing. 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering settles for second. A valiant effort by both, and one of the great finishes we've had here in the World Racing League. And boy, have we had a plethora of them over the years here. Congrats to Cole. Congrats to round 3 racing. It's an excellent finish. GTR 99 is going to round out the podium about 20 seconds behind your race leader. And 909 Automatic Racing at Aston Martin is going to salvage something after
that was a lot of work.
Sitting in the catbird seat with about 30 minutes to go there. It didn't quite go their way today, but nevertheless, they managed to hold on to that position from the number 421 from Thunder Bunny, who's going to bring home 5th place points in our chase for the Eastern Region Championship, which will find its conclusion tomorrow. GP1, round 3 racing, a second round 3 victory. 2 laps ahead of Big Mission and MMR. We just touched on that GP1 class finish. GP2, BSI racing, by 16 seconds after 8 hours, ahead of that number 21 from North Loop Motorsport. Another really, really good finish in class. And GP3 won by round 3 racing as well. The number 605 by 2 laps from 195 Overnight Motorsports. I don't know that you get much better than 3 out of 4 class wins, considering you only compete in 3 out of 4 classes. 3 out of 5, I guess. So a 100% success rate today for that round 3 racing stable. GTO, GP1, GP3, and in pretty dramatic fashion for the overall victory as well.
So now it's down to hit the podium, shoot the champagne, go to bed, get up 1 hour earlier tomorrow because that race is earlier than this one, and do it all over because we're only halfway through.
We're going to throw past tech in there. That's an important one.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
I didn't want to bring that up.
No, it's important. We're going to bring that up. But I don't have any. That 401, I mean, it's been marginally quicker when it needed to be marginally quicker, and it's been there on pace when it needed to be there on pace. When
the game
wasn't
plan
the quickest car on track.
that was well executed. I mean, they were spot on.
Yep.
Didn't get the penalties. Didn't fall behind the loop. Didn't have to make up time. Just drove.
And specific to that car today, take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves. Right.
Yep.
You make a slight mistake. Maybe you lose a little bit of extra time somewhere. Maybe you don't, make a good decision in traffic or something like that. You could very easily end up off the lead lap after your tire change.
That's the whole deal with the guy on the box.
Yep.
Figure it out and execute a plan.
I'm going to tell Brad McCall you said that.
He's no rookie at this sport.
No.
And that they take advantage of every single opportunity to get their car farther forward. And, it takes that because the driver can't do it all. in endurance racing.
No, definitely not. And you certainly don't achieve something like a 100% class win rate by doing it by accident, right? There's a lot of smart folks down there at round 3. Again, execution. Plan, execute, and take advantage of opportunities when they present themselves. It's exactly what they've done. We didn't touch on GTU. That class won by the number 58 from Stratus Racing, who put in his PB on the last lap of the race. It's only gotten him maybe one position on the grid tomorrow. Shouts also to the number 100 from L2 Motorsports, who's just pulled up on the grid here at start-finish in the pit lane, who was able to take second by virtue of just being out there and doing laps, which is usually the way GTO goes here, or GTU, excuse me. But I hadn't paid much attention to it. So that black and yellow, number 100 little prototype there, has managed to get themselves a second place finish by literally just clicking off laps. So a really, really nice end to the day for that 100 from L2 Motorsports.
Well, you close it out. I'll see you in the morning early.
You joining us again?
Oh, yeah. I think so. Well, that's, God-given.
Right, sure, yeah.
At my age.
Have a beer, you'll be all right. Be good.
All right, man. Well,
Dorsey, thanks for joining us today. DriversEye Live, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. It's been a real treat being able to share this.
Well, it's been fun because that's what this class, this WRL is about.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's camaraderie. It's endurance racing at its best, and everybody learns some, and everybody moves forward.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's another day.
Learn from today, do it again tomorrow, and we will be here to do it again tomorrow as well on DriversEye Live. Dorsey, I'll let you go and get yourself squared away for the end of the race. I don't know if you have duties down there to take care of.
See you, buddy.
Make it happen, man.
I give them one word. Yippee!
Yippee. Nice. Go celebrate with them. Thanks for joining us, Dorsey. We'll see you again tomorrow morning for the conclusion of this one on Drivers. Oh, you've gotten yourself tangled. Oh, my word. We're good now. Yeah. Take it easy, Dorsey. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thanks, buddy. We will rejoin you tomorrow with a much, much healthier cast of crew members than we had to finish things off. JT has been an absolute star. The utility man of DriversEye Live has come through again. You've done it on night stints, JT, on 24-hour races, the early morning alarms. You did it again today, guiding us through production, some last-minute hurdles. You did a fantastic job against everything that we and our LTE coverage here at Sebring have thrown at you. So my kudos to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, man. You deserve it. It's been a fun one. It's been a different one. But it's been a good one for us here on DriversEye Live. Joseph Mudrak and Scott Michaels will rejoin us tomorrow morning. I think we're going to get Ryan West back as well. Dorsey will be in and out. We have another special guest joining us tomorrow that I need to confirm, so I won't share the name, but if you're familiar to Sebring, you may recognize the name and the voice there as well to help bring this thing home and close out the Eastern Championship for the 2022 World Racing League season, powered by Hagerty. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. We are going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 7:45 Eastern, which means we may or may not be your wake-up call if you're camped around the circuit. But we're going to be ready to go in hopefully some better conditions than we had at that hour this morning, and get to do this thing all again from trackside at Sebring International Raceway, Sebring, Florida. The conclusion to our Eastern Region Championship will be live on DriversEye again tomorrow. So, with that all said, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy on production. Dorsey Schrader left us just a moment ago. And for all of us here at DriversEye Live, thank you so much for joining us throughout the day today. It's been a real pleasure and a real highlight of what we do here at DriversEye this all today. And yeah, we'll reset and do it all again tomorrow for 8 more hours and round this thing out the right way. Thanks for joining us. Do it again tomorrow.